noise of any kind, but the moment I heard their approach, I was suspicious. I phoned 2 other houses and told the symbionts there to alert everyone else. "Wake everyone," I said. "Wrap your Ina in blankets and be ready to get them out of the house. These people like to set fires. Watch. If they carry large containers, if they try to spread any liquid, shoot them." I was worried about innocent visitors being killed by frightened symbionts, but I was even more worried about the Gordons and their symbionts being killed in their sleep, perhaps because of me, or something to do with my family. I pulled on my hooded jacket and put on my sunglasses and gloves. The sun was shining outside. There were no clouds. Finally, I ran downstairs and found Wright in the kitchen. He hadn't spoken to me at all today because I had spent part of the night with Joel. I grasped his arms. "This may be an attack," I said. "Get Brooke, Celia, and Joel. Get guns. Watch. Don't show yourselves, and don't fire unless you see gas containers or guns." I needed to be outside so that I could keep an eye on things and take whatever action was needed. I went out the back door. I had my phone in my pocket, set to vibrate, not ring, but no gun. I would kill quietly if I had to kill. The cars came down the private road that led to the Gordon houses. They stopped before they reached the first house, the guest house, and men spilled out of the doors. Each carried some burden in his hand, and at once I could smell the gasoline. I phoned the nearest house, Wayne's house, and said, "Shoot them, now!" There was a moment when I thought they would not obey me. Then the shooting started. The symbionts had a wild mixture of rifles, handguns, and shotguns. The sound was an uneven mix of pops, thunderous roars, and intermediate bangs. Somehow, most of the invaders went down in that first barrage. They were used to taking their victims completely by surprise, setting their fires, and shooting the desperate who awoke and tried to run. Now it was the raiders who were running, at least those still able to run. I heard someone running my way, around the side of the guest house toward the back, away from the road. The runner was human and smelled strongly of gasoline. He was spilling gasoline as he ran. He never saw me. I let him come around the house to me, let him get completely out of sight of his friends, and then hit him with my whole body. As he went down, I broke his neck. He was too slow to understand fully what was happening. He made no noise beyond the rush of air from his lungs when I hit him. I left his gun and his gasoline can out of sight behind a garage. Then I ran along the backs of the houses, hoping that if anyone saw me, I would be moving too fast for them to aim and shoot. I ran around the community, killing 3 more men as the symbionts went on shooting, and as someone set fire to Henry's house, then to Wayne's. I saw that Henry was being looked after. 3 of his symbionts were carrying him from his house, thickly wrapped from head to toe in blankets. They took him into William's house. The rest of Henry's symbionts poured out of his house too, and 3 of them found hoses and began to fight the fire. The other 2 guarded them with rifles. I felt a particular duty toward Wayne's symbionts, because he had gone up to Washington to help me. I made sure everyone was out of his house, checked with the symbionts flowing out the doors, and told them to count themselves. All were present and healthy, 3 of them carrying young children whom they took to William's house. The rest got hoses and shovels and began to fight the fire. They needed no help from me. I went through the community, looking everywhere. There was no more shooting. All the intruders seemed to be dead or wounded. Then I heard footsteps and caught an unfamiliar scent. I realized there was at least 1 intruder still alive and trying to get back to one of their cars. I spotted him moving behind the houses. He took off his shirt as he slipped past Preston's house. He wanted to blend in, look, at least from a distance, like one of the male symbionts who had been awakened unexpectedly and were now fighting the fires or tending to the wounded, shirtless. Shirtless or not, this man smelled of gasoline and alienness. He was an outsider. There was nothing of the Gordon community about him. I ran after him as he sprinted from the back of Preston's house toward one of the buildings that housed offices and studios. This did not take him closer to any of his group's cars. He couldn't have reached them without running across a broad, open space. But the building was unlocked, and it would have given him a place to hide and bide his time. It was his bad luck that I had seen him. I caught up with him, tripped him, and dragged him down just as he reached the building. He fell hard and knocked himself out on the concrete steps in front of the building. I was glad of that. I wanted him unconscious, not dead. I had questions to ask him. I took a full meal from him while he lay there. I didn't need it yet in spite of the running around and fighting I'd done, but I needed him cooperative. He came to as I finished and tried to buck me off him. "Be still," I said. "Relax." He stopped struggling and lay still as I lapped at the bite, just enough to stop the bleeding and begin the healing. "All right," I said. "Let's go see how things stand between your people and mine." I stood up and waited for him to get up. He was a short, stocky, black-haired man, clean-shaven but disfigured by the beginnings of a big lump over his left eye and a lower lip rapidly swelling from a blow that had probably loosened some of his teeth. He stumbled to his feet.
"They'll kill me,"
he said, mumbling a little because of the swelling lip, and looking toward the clusters of people putting out the fires, gathering weapons, moving cans of gasoline away from the houses, checking dead or wounded raiders, keeping children away from the bodies. "Stay close to me and do as I say," I told him. "If you're with me, and if you don't hurt anyone, they won't kill you."
"They will."
"Obey me, and I won't let anyone hurt you." He looked at me, dazed. After a moment, he nodded.
"Okay."
"How many of you were there in those 3 cars?" I asked, glancing back at the cars. None of this group should escape. Not one.
18,
he said.
6 in each car.
That many and your gear. You must have really been packed in. I walked him back toward the houses, made him pick up his shirt and put it on again. Then I spotted Wright. He came toward me, looking past me at the raider. "Don't worry about him," I said. "Are Celia, Brooke, and Joel all right?"
"They're fine."
I nodded, relieved, and told him where to find the men I'd killed and their guns and their gasoline. "Get other symbionts to help you collect them," I said. "There should be a total of 18 raiders, living and dead, including this one."
"Okay,"
he said.
"Why is this one still alive?"
"I've got questions for him," I said. "Are any of the rest of them alive?"
2. They're shot, and they've been kicked around a little. The symbionts were pissed as hell at them.
"Good. Make sure the dead, their cars, and the rest of their possessions are gathered and shut up out of sight in case the noise or the smoke attracts outside attention." The Gordons had no neighbors who could be seen from the houses, but the noise might have reached some not-too-distant farm. And the smoke might be seen, although there was much less of it now. The fires were almost out. 2 houses had been damaged, but none of them had been destroyed. That was amazing. "Where are the survivors?" I asked. He pointed them out in the yard where they had been laid. Then he said with concern,
"Shori, your face is beginning to blister. You should get inside. If it gets any worse, you might have scars."
I touched his throat just at the spot I had so often bitten. "I won't scar any more than you do when I bite you. Thank you for worrying about me, though." I left him. My raider followed me as though I were leading him with a rope. The 2 surviving raiders were battered and unconscious. They lay on the grass in front of Edward's house. "Don't hurt them anymore," I told the symbionts who were guarding them. "When they can talk, your Ina will want to question them. I will too."
"Our doctor will look at them when she gets around to them,"
a man named Christian Brownlee said. He stared at my raider, then ignored him. My raider inched closer to me. "Are all the symbionts alive?" I asked. He nodded.
5 hurt. They're in Hayden's house."
I knew the Gordons had a doctor and 2 nurses among the 90 or so adult humans in the community, and I went to Hayden's house expecting to find her at work there. She was. The doctor was one of Hayden's symbionts. She was an internist named Carmen Tanaka, and she was assisted not only by the 2 nurses, a man and a woman, but by 3 other symbionts. She was busy, but not too busy to lecture me. "You stay out of the sun," she said. "You're blistering." "I came to see whether I could be of use," I told her. "I don't know whether there is anything I can do to help heal symbionts not my own, but I want to help if I can." Carmen looked up from the leg wound that she was cleaning. The bullet had apparently gone straight through the man's calf. "If any of them were in danger or likely to be in danger before their Ina awake, I'd ask for your help," she said. "But as things are, you'd just cause them unnecessary pain and create problems between them and their Ina." I nodded. "Let me know if anything changes," I said. "I'm going to do what I can for the raiders who survived. We're going to want to talk to them later." "Is this one?" She looked at my companion. "Yes." She looked at the bite wound on the man's neck and nodded. "If you bite the others, you'll help them avoid infection, and they'll heal faster and be more manageable." I nodded and went out to tend to the raiders. Once I finished with them, I took my raider back to the guest house, gave him a cold bottle of beer from the stock we'd found in the pantry, and sat down with him at the kitchen table. "What's your name?" I asked him.
Victor Cologne.
"All right, Victor. Tell me why you attacked this place." He frowned.
We had to.
"Tell me why you had to." He frowned, looking confused. It was a kind of confusion that worried me, since it seemed to me that it could mean only one thing. Celia and Brooke came into the kitchen, saw us, and stopped. "Come in," I said. "Did you come to get food?"
We missed lunch,
Brooke said.
We probably shouldn't be hungry after all this, but we are.
"It's all right," I said. "Eat something. Fix something for Victor here, too, and sit and talk with us." They didn't understand, but they obeyed. They cooked hamburger sandwiches for themselves and one for Victor Cologne. They had found loaves of multigrain bread, hamburger meat, and bags of French fries in the freezer, and had put the meat and bread in the lower part of the refrigerator to thaw. Now they fried the meat and the potatoes in cast-iron pans on the stove. There was salt and pepper, mustard, ketchup, and a pickle relish in the cupboard, but of course no fresh vegetables. At some point we were going to have to find a supermarket. Once they all had food and bottles of beer from the refrigerator, and I had a glass of water, the confused man seemed more at ease. As he ate, he watched Celia and Brooke with interest. He was seeing them, I thought, simply as attractive women. He stared at Celia's breasts, at Brooke's legs. They knew what he was doing, of course. It seemed to amuse them. After a few glances at me, they relaxed and behaved as though Victor were one of us, or at least as though he belonged at our table. Celia asked, "Where do you come from?" Victor answered easily,
L.A. I still live there.
Brooke nodded.
I went down to Los Angeles a few years ago to visit my aunt, my mother's sister. It's too hot there. Yeah, it's hot,
Victor said.
But I wish I were there now. This thing didn't go down the way it was supposed to.
"If it had, we'd be dead," Celia said. "What the hell did we ever do to you? Why do you want to kill us?" Oddly, at that moment she handed him another bottle of beer. He'd already finished 2. Victor frowned.
We had to,
he said. He shook his head, reverting to that blank confusion that so worried me.
Oh my God,
Brooke said. She looked at me, and I knew she had seen what I had seen. Celia said, What?
Victor,
Brooke said.
Who told you and your friends to kill us? Nobody,
he responded, and he began to get angry.
We're not kids. Nobody tells us what to do.
He drank several swallows of his beer.
You know what you want to do?
Brooke said.
Yeah, I do.
Do you want to kill us? He thought about that for several seconds.
I don't know. No, I'm okay here with you pretty ladies.
I decided he was getting too relaxed. Victor, I began, do you know me? Who I am? He surprised me.
Dirty little nigger bitch,
he said reflexively.
goddamn mongrel cub.
Then he gasped and clutched his head between his hands. After a moment, he put his head down on the table and groaned. It was clear that he was in pain. His face had suddenly gone a deep red.
Didn't mean to say that,
he whispered.
Didn't mean to call you that.
He looked at me.
Sorry, didn't mean it.
They call me those things, don't they? He nodded. Because I'm dark-skinned?
And human,
he said.
Ina mixed with some human, or maybe human mixed with a little Ina. That's not supposed to happen, not ever. Couldn't let you and your kind, your family, breed.
So much death just to keep us from breeding. Do you think I should die, Victor? I asked.
No.
Then why try to kill me? Confusion crept back into his eyes.
I just want to go home.
Victor. I waited until he sat up and faced me. If you leave here, do you think they'll send you after me again?
No,
he said. He swallowed a little more beer.
I won't do it. I don't want to hurt you.
Then you'll have to stay here, at least for a while.
Can I stay here with you?
For a while. If I bit him a time or two more, and then questioned him, I might get the name of our attackers from him, the name of whoever had bitten him before me, then sent him out to kill. And if I got that name, the Gordons would probably recognize it.
Okay,
he said. He finished his beer. Celia looked at me, but I shook my head. No more beer for now. You're tired, Victor, I said. You should get some sleep.
I am tired,
he said agreeably.
We drove all night. You got a spare bed?
I'll show you, I said, and took him upstairs to our last empty bedroom. I had intended to give it to Theodora. We would have to get rid of Victor soon. Maybe one of the other houses would have room for him. You'll sleep until I awaken you, I told him.
Will you bite me again?
He asked. Shall I? I didn't really want to, but of course I would.
Yeah.
All right. When I awaken you, I will.
Listen,
he said when I turned to leave.
I didn't mean to call you what I called you. My sister, she married a Dominican guy. Her kids are darker than you, and they're my blood too. I would kick the crap out of anyone who called them what I called you.
You only answered my question, I said. But I need more answers. I need to know all that you can tell me. He froze.
Can't,
he said.
I can't. My head hurts.
He held it between his hands as though to press the pain out of it somehow. I know. Don't worry about it right now. Just get some sleep. He nodded, eyelids drooping, and went off to bed. I felt like going off to bed myself, but I went back down to the kitchen where Celia and Brooke were waiting for me. Wright and Joel had joined them. Wright spoke first.
All 18 attackers are accounted for,
he said.
No one got away.
I nodded. That was one good thing. None of them would be running home to tell the Ina who had sent them that they had failed, although that would no doubt be obvious before long. And what would happen then? I sighed. Joel seemed to respond to my thought.
So some Ina is sicking these guys on us, he said. When he sees it didn't work this time, he'll send more.
It seems that way, I said wearily. I sat down. I don't know my own people well enough to understand this. I feel comfortable with the Gordons, but I don't really know them. I don't know how many Ina might be offended by the part of me that's human. I wanted to put my head down on the table and close my eyes.
"The Gordons will help you," Joel said. "Preston and Hayden are decent old guys. They can be trusted."
I nodded. I know. But of course, I didn't know. I hoped. Tonight we'll talk to the prisoners. Maybe we'll all learn something.
"Like which Ina have been trying to kill you?"
Celia said. I nodded. Maybe. I don't know whether we can find that out yet. It may be too soon. But Victor isn't really injured, so we can begin questioning him tonight. The others, though, they might need time to recover, and they might know things that Victor doesn't. Or we might just use them to verify what Victor says.
"You're sure you could make Victor tell you what he knows?"
Wright asked. I can. So could the Gordons. It will hurt him, though, stress him a lot. It might kill him. I don't believe any of this is his fault, so I don't want to push him that far.
"You remember that?"
He asked.
"That your questioning him could kill him?"
I nodded. I saw his face when I asked him who I was, and he answered. It hurt him. In that moment, I knew I could kill him with a few words. But he's only a tool, one of 18 tools used today.
"What makes you so sure he's not a willing tool?"
Celia asked. His manner, I said. He's confused, sometimes afraid, but not really angry or hateful. I shrugged. I could be wrong about him. If I am, we'll find out over the next few days.
"You're sure it's all right to leave him alone upstairs?"
Wright said. He'll sleep until I wake him, I said. And when he wakes, I won't be the only one wanting to question him. Chapter 17. I went upstairs feeling tired and a little depressed. I didn't know why I should feel that way. I was close to finding out who was threatening me, and I had taken a full meal from Victor, which should have restored my energy after all my running around in the sun and blistering my face until it hurt. Somehow, it hadn't. I had taken off my shoes and was lying down on the bed Wright and I usually shared when Brooke looked in and said, "Come to my room and lie down with me for a little while." The moment she suggested it, it was all I wanted to do. I slid from the bed and went down the hall to her room. I lay down beside her, and she turned me on one side and lay against me so that I could feel her all along my back. "Better?" she asked against my neck. "Or is this hurting your face?" I sighed. Much better. I pulled one of her arms around me. My face is healing. Why do I feel better? "You need to touch your symbionts more," she said. "Temporaries like Victor don't matter in the same way, and Joel isn't yours yet. You need to touch us and know that we're here for you, ready to help you if you need us." She brought her hand up to my hair and stroked gently. "And we need to be touched. It pleases us just as it pleases you. We protect and feed you, and you protect and feed us. That's the way an Ina and symbiont household works, or that's the way it should work. I think it will work that way with you." I brought her hand to my mouth and kissed it. "Thank you," I said. "Sleep a little," she said. "It isn't likely that there will be any more danger today. Take a nap." I drifted off to sleep in utter contentment.
"Shori?"
I awoke sometime after dark and disentangled myself from Brooke as gently as I could. I got up, listening. Someone had called my name. Daniel's voice, not speaking loudly, not in the room with me, not even in the house, but clearly speaking my name to me. I didn't want to wake Brooke, so I went to the bathroom down the hall. The window there faced the road and the other houses. "Yes," I said aloud, eyes closed, listening.
"Bring your captive to my house for questioning," he said. "You can act as his protector, as some of us will scare him."
"Other Aina ordered him to kill us," I said. "He's their tool, not a willing volunteer." Silence. Then,
"All right. Bring him anyway. We won't hurt him any more than we have to."
"We'll be over in a few minutes." I went to Wright's in my bedroom and got my shoes from beneath the bed. Wright was there, snoring softly. I didn't disturb him. I went back to the bathroom, put my shoes on, and washed my face, all the while thinking about how easily Daniel and I had spoken. I had heard him even though he had not left his house, and he had known that I would hear him. I stood for a moment in the bathroom and listened, focusing my listening first on the guest house where Victor and my 4 symbionts were all asleep, breathing softly, evenly. Then I focused on Preston's house and heard a female symbiont tell a male named Hiram that he should telephone his sister in Pittsburgh because she had phoned him while he was out helping with the wounded. A male was trying to repair something. He was cursing it steadily, making metallic clattering noises, and insisting, apparently to no one at all, "It's not supposed to do that." And a woman was reading a story about a wild horse to a little girl. Of course, I had been focusing my listening almost since I awoke in the cave, but I had not been around other Aina enough to know how sensitive our hearing could be. It had never occurred to me that someone could awaken me and get my full attention just by calling my name in a normal voice from another house across and down the road. Had I heard because on some level I was listening for my name? No. This couldn't have been the first time people talked about me when I wasn't present or wasn't awake. But it probably was the first time someone so far away had spoken to me as I slept. And perhaps that small thing, the tone of Daniel's voice alone, had been enough to catch my attention. I went to Victor's room and woke him. Then, because I had promised and because it would help me get information out of him later, I bit him again, tasting him, taking only a little blood. He lay writhing against me, holding me to him, accepting the pleasure I gave him as willingly as I accepted his blood. I found myself wondering whether anyone had ever investigated the workings of Aina's salivary glands, or tried to synthesize our saliva. It was no wonder that Aina, like my father, worked so hard to conceal our existence. When the bite wound had ceased to bleed, we got up, and I took him over to Daniel's house, where all of the Gordons, except those who had flown up to Washington, waited.
"What's going to happen to me?"
he asked as we went. He seemed frightened, but resigned. He had been in Aina hands long enough to know that there was no escape, no way of refusing his fate, whatever it turned out to be. "I don't know," I said. "You do your best for us, and I'll do my best for you. Relax, and answer all questions truthfully." When we reached Daniel's house, I saw that the Gordons had gathered in the living room. There were no symbionts present. That was interesting. I had not even thought of awakening my symbionts to bring them along. If Victor died tonight, I didn't want them to see it happen. I didn't want to confront them with the reality of what could happen to them if some Aina who hated me got hold of them. But they knew, of course. They were all intelligent people. They even had some idea of what I could do to them if I were to lose my mind and turn against them. But they trusted me, and I needed their trust. They didn't have to see the worst. I sat with Victor. He was alone and afraid, actually shaking. He needed someone to at least seem to be on his side. He was the alien among us, the human being among non-humans, and he knew it. "His name is Victor Cologne," I told the Gordons when we were settled. "Victor," I said, and waited until he looked at me. "Who are they?" He responded in that quick, automatic way that said he wasn't thinking. He was just responding obediently, answering the question with information he had been given.
They're the Gordon family. Most of it.
He looked them over.
2 are missing. We were told there would be 10. 10 Gordons and you.
He glanced at me. I nodded. Good. Relax now. Listen to their questions and answer them all. Tell the truth. I looked at the Gordons. They must know more than I did about questioning humans who had been misused by Ina. I would leave it to them as much as possible. Preston said,
What else are we, Victor? What else do you know about us? That you're sick? That you're doing medical experiments on people like the Nazis did? That you were prostituting women and kids? I believed it. Now, I don't know if it's true.
He was trembling more than ever. He jumped when I put my hand on his arm, then settled down a little.
They said we all had to work together to stop you. How many of you were there?
This was from Hayden, the other elder of the group. They were centuries old, Hayden and Preston, although they looked like tall, lean, middle-aged men in their late 40s or early 50s, perhaps. Their symbionts had told me they were the ones who had emigrated here from England, arriving at the colony of Virginia in the late 18th century.
There were 23 of us at first,
Victor said.
Some got killed. Jesus, first 5 guys dead and now just about everyone else. Today there were 18 of us. 18.
Hayden said, nodding.
And were they your friends, the other men? Did you know them well? I didn't know them at all until we all got together. They were strangers? Yeah, but you joined with them to come to kill us?
Victor shook his head.
They said you were doing all this stuff. Where were you?
Preston asked quietly.
Where did you get together? L.A.
Victor frowned.
I live in L.A. And how were you recruited? How were you made part of the group that was to come for us?
Victor frowned. He didn't appear to be in pain. It was as though he were trying hard to remember and understand. He said,
It almost feels like I've always been working with them. I mean, I know I wasn't, but it really feels like that, like nothing really matters but the work we did together. I remember I had been watching TV with my brother and 2 of my cousins. The Lakers were on, basketball, you know. I needed some cigarettes. Went down to the liquor store to buy some, and this tall, skinny, pale guy pulled me into an alley. He was goddamn strong. I couldn't get away from him. He bit me.
Victor looked down at me.
I thought he was crazy. I fought. I'm strong. But then he told me to stop fighting. And I did.
He stopped talking, looked at me, suddenly grabbed me by the shoulders.
What do you people do to us when you bite us? What is it? You're goddamn vampires.
He shook me. I think he meant to hurt me, but he wasn't really strong enough to do that. I took his hands, first one, then the other, from my arms. I held them between my hands and looked into his frightened eyes. Answer us honestly, Victor, and you'll be all right. Relax. You'll be all right.
I don't want you to bite me again,
he said. I shrugged. All right.
No,
he shouted, and then more softly.
No, I'm lying. I do want it again, tomorrow, now, anytime. I need it.
His voice dropped to a whisper.
But I don't want to need it. It's like Coke or something.
I suddenly felt like hugging him, comforting him, but I didn't move. Relax, Victor, I said. Just relax and answer our questions. The Gordons watched both of us with obvious interest. Daniel, in particular, never looked away from me. I supposed that I was as much on trial as Victor was, but in a different way. What did I remember? How well did I compensate for what I didn't remember? Did they still want me? I thought Daniel did. His scent pulled at me. His brothers smelled interesting, but his scent was disturbing, compelling. I sighed and dragged my attention back to Victor. I looked from Preston to Hayden. The others had left the questioning to them so far.
Victor,
Preston said,
where were you taken after you were bitten for the first time? The guy had a big Toyota Sequoia. He told me to get in and just sit there. I did, and he just drove around. He was spotting other guys and picking them up. I guess I was his first catch of the night. He caught 5 more guys, then he took us all out to some houses up above Altadena, up in the San Gabriel Mountains, kind of all by themselves on a dead-end road. His family was there. They all looked like him, tall, lean, pale guys. And there were a lot of other just ordinary people.
There was a stir among the Gordons. They didn't say anything, but I could see that they knew something. Most likely, they knew which Ina family lived above Altadena in the San Gabriel Mountains. I had no idea how far away these places might be, but they did.
Victor,
Hayden said,
when did all this happen? When were you taken and bitten for the first time?
He frowned.
More than a month ago? Yeah, it was that long. Maybe 6 weeks.
I could see what was coming. I stared at the rug, needing to hear more, needing to hear everything, but not quite wanting to hear it. It was only reasonable that Victor had been one of those used to kill both my families.
So you've done other jobs then, haven't you?
Hayden continued.
Up in Washington State, yeah.
Victor agreed.
We did 3 jobs up there. How did you get there? They flew us up in private planes with all our gear. Then we rented cars, followed the maps we were given. So they gave you new identities? Credit cards? Not me. 5 of the other guys. And they gave them plenty of cash. They had cell phones, too. They'd call in when we were ready to do a job and tell us to go ahead. Then they'd call in afterward and we'd be told what to do next, which was mostly to get motel rooms and wait for the call to get into position for the next job. The 5 guys they chose, they were all ex-military. One used to be Special Forces. They told the rest of us what to do.
So by now, with no phone call, their bosses must have realized that something was wrong. I wondered how long it would take these enemy Ina to collect new human tools and send them out to try again.
You said you did 3 jobs,
Preston said.
Where in Washington did you do those jobs? One a few miles outside a little town called Gold Bar. Another not too far from a town called Darlington? No, Darrington, that's it. And one at a house near the town of Arlington. That's all up in western Washington. Pretty country. Trees, mountains, rivers, waterfalls, little towns. Nothing like L.A. You were successful in Washington? Yeah, mostly. We hit the first 2, and everything went the way it was supposed to. Something went wrong at the 3rd. People got killed. The cops almost got us. Weren't people supposed to get killed? I mean, our people got killed. We didn't know what happened at first. Later we heard on the radio that 2 got shot and 3 had their throats ripped out. The rest of us never saw what did that. A dog, maybe. Big dog. Anyway, the cops were coming and we had to run.
I thought about telling him exactly what had killed his friends, then decided not to. None of it was his doing, really. Even so, I didn't want to be sitting next to him any longer. I didn't want to know him or ever see him again. But he was not the one who would pay for what had been done to my families. He was not the one I had to stop if I were going to survive. I took a deep breath and spoke to Preston. Do you know who's doing this? He looked at Victor.
Who are they, Victor? What's the name of the family who recruited you and sent you to kill us?
Victor's body jerked as though someone had kicked him. He looked at me desperately, confusion and pain in his eyes. Hayden picked up the question.
Do you know them, Victor? What is their family name?
Victor nodded quickly, eager to please.
I know, but I can't say. Please, I can't. Is the name Silk?
Victor grabbed his head with both hands and screamed. A long, ragged, tearing shriek. Then he passed out. I didn't want to care. It was clear from the Gordons' expressions that they didn't care. But I had bitten him twice. I didn't want him, wouldn't have kept him as my symbiont, but I did care what happened to him. I couldn't ignore him. It seemed that the bites made me feel connected to him, and at least a little responsible for him. I listened to his heartbeat, first racing, then slowing to a strong, regular beat. His breathing stuttered to a regular sleeping rhythm. What can we do with him? I asked Preston. I can talk him into forgetting all this and send him home, but what if the Silk family picks him up again?
You feel that you need to help him, in spite of everything?
He asked. I nodded. I don't want him. I don't like him. But none of this really has anything to do with him. He looked around at his brother and his sons. Most of them shrugged. Daniel said,
I don't think the Silks will bother about him. They won't know he survived. They probably don't even know exactly where he lived before they picked him up. He's just a tool. They might have rewarded him if he survived, but if they think he's dead, that will be the end of it. We need to check what he said with what the other prisoners say. If their stories agree, they can all go home. You can send them back to their families.
I nodded. I'll fix Victor. Do you want me to fix the others too?
Once we've questioned them, you might as well. You've already bitten them.
He didn't sound entirely happy about this. I wondered why. Is there transportation back to L.A. from somewhere around here? I asked.
We'll get them back.
Daniel looked uncomfortable.
Shori, I think your venom is the reason this man is still alive, the reason he was able to answer as many questions as he did.
This was obvious, so I looked at him and waited for him to say something that wasn't obvious.
I mean, your venom. If one of us had bitten him instead of you, I think he'd be dead now.
I nodded, interested. That was something I hadn't known.
And that means that if the Silks do get him again somehow and question him, he won't survive. There may be female relatives of the Silks, sisters or daughters, with venom that's as strong as yours. They could question him, but chances are they won't. And he wouldn't survive being questioned by males. Their venom would make it necessary for him to answer, but not really possible. The dilemma would kill him. He'd probably die of a stroke or a heart attack as soon as they began.
I looked at Victor and sighed. Is there anything we can do to keep him safe?
No,
Preston said.
It really isn't likely that the Silks will pick him up again. He'll probably be all right. But unless one of us wants to adopt him as a symbiont, we can't keep him safe. Daniel only wanted you to know everything.
I heard disapproval in his voice, and I didn't understand it. I decided to ignore it, at least for now. I looked at Daniel and thought he looked a little embarrassed, that he was staring past me rather than at me. Thank you, I said. So much of my memory is gone that I'm grateful for any knowledge. I need to know the consequences of what I do. Daniel got up and left the room. I looked after him, surprised, then looked at Preston. When should Victor be ready to go?
A couple of nights from now, after we've questioned the others.
All right. I paused. Can one of you take him? I don't want him back at the guest house. Preston glanced at the doorway Daniel had gone through.
Don't worry,
he said.
We'll take care of him.
Thank you, I said with relief. Then I changed the subject and asked a question I had been wanting to ask since I arrived. Do you have Aina books? Histories I could read to learn more about our people? I hate my ignorance. As things stand now, I don't even know what questions to ask to begin to understand things. It was Hayden who answered, smiling.
I'll bring you a few books. I should have thought of it before. Do you read Aina?
I sighed and shrugged. I honestly don't know. We'll find out.
End of Disc 6. Disc 7.
Chapter 18. To my surprise, I did read and speak Aina. Hayden brought me 3 books and sat with me while I read aloud from the first, in a language that I could not recall having heard or seen. And yet as soon as I opened the book, the language seemed to click into place with an oddly comfortable shifting of mental gears. I suppose I had spoken English from the time I met Wright, because he and everyone else had spoken English to me. If I had heard only Aina since leaving the cave, I might not yet know that I spoke English. I shook my head and switched back to English. I wonder what else I'll remember if someone prods me.
Do you understand what you've read, Shori?
Hayden asked. I glanced at the symbols, clusters of straight lines of different lengths, inclined in every possible direction, and often crossed at some point by one or more S-shaped lines. They told the Aina creation myth. Yosef told me a little about this, I said. It's an Aina myth or legend. The goddess who made us sent us here so that we could grow strong and wise, then prove ourselves by finding our way back home to her.
Back to paradise or back to another planet?
Hayden said.
There was a time when Aina believed that paradise was elsewhere in this world, on some hidden island or lost continent. Now that this world has been so thoroughly explored, believers look outward either to the supernatural or to rather questionable science.
People truly believe this? I frowned. I thought the story was like one of the Greek or Norse myths. I had run across these in Wright's books.
There was a time when those were believed too. A great many of us still believe in the old stories, interpreted one way or another. What you're holding could be called the first volume of our Bible. Your parents believed the stories were metaphors and mythologized history. We do too. None of us are much interested in things mystical. I don't believe you were either before, but now, I suppose, you'll have to read the books, talk to believers as well as non-believers, and make up your mind all over again.
How old is this book? I asked.
We believe that its oldest chapters were originally written on clay tablets about 10,000 years ago. Before that, they had been part of our oral tradition. How long before that had they been told among us? I don't know. No one knows.
So old. Are there human things 10,000 years old?
Writings, you mean? No. There were wandering family bands, villages of human farmers, and there were nomadic human herders. They left behind remnants of their lives, stone tools, carved stone figurines, pottery, woven matting, stone and wood dwellings, some carving on bone and stone, painting on cave or cliff walls, that sort of thing.
I nodded, interested. What signs did we leave?
We had already joined with humans 10,000 years ago, taking their blood and safeguarding the ones who accepted us from most physical harm. I suspect that, by then, We had already been around for a very long time. Whenever we evolved or arrived, it was much longer ago than 10,000 years. 10,000 years ago, we were already thinly spread among the human tribes and family bands. Even then, that was the most comfortable way for us to live. Our earliest writings say that we joined humans around the rivers that would eventually be called Tigris and Euphrates, and that we had scattered north and west into what's now Russia, Ukraine, Romania, Hungary, and those regions. Some of us wandered as nomads with our human families. Some blended into stationary farming communities. Either way, we were not then as we are now. We were weak and sick. I don't know why. The stories say we displeased the goddess and were suffering her punishment. The group that believes in an outer space origin says that our bodies needed time to adjust to living on Earth. For a while, it seemed that we might not survive. I think that's when some of us began to find a new use for the writing we had developed for secret directional signs, territorial declarations, warnings of danger, and mating needs. I think some of us were writing to leave behind some sign that we had lived, because it seemed we would all die. We weren't reproducing well. Our children, when they were conceived, often did not survive their births. Those who did survive were not strong. Few mated families managed to have more than 1 or 2 children of their own. Everyone took in orphans and tried to weave new families from remnants of the old. We suffered long periods of an Aina-specific epidemic illness that made it difficult or impossible for our bodies to use the blood or meat that we consumed, so that we ate well and yet starved. We believe now that the disease was spread among us by Aina nomads and by families traveling to be near mates. Our bodies were no better at dealing with this illness than our human contemporaries were at dealing with their illnesses. But while our attentions helped them deal with their infections, defects, and injuries, they could not help us deal with ours. We died in greater numbers than we could afford. It got harder and harder for us to find mates. Then, gradually, we began to heal. Perhaps we had simply undergone a kind of microbial winnowing. The illness killed most of us. Those left were resistant to it, as were their children. Even when we were fit, though, we had to be careful. Non-symbiont humans might attack us and murder us to steal our possessions, or because we were careless and lived too long in one place without seeming to age.
He shrugged.
Some humans wanted to know how we could live so long. What secret magic did we possess to avoid growing old? What could be done to us to force us to share our magic with them? Suspicions about us grew out of control now and then down through the ages, and we had to run or fight, or we were tortured and murdered as demons or as possessors of valuable secrets. Sometimes they hacked at us until they thought we were dead, then buried us. When we healed, we came out of our graves confused, mad with hunger. Perhaps simply mad. Well, that's how in some cultures we became the walking dead or the undead. That's why they learned to burn or behead us.
What about the wooden stake through the heart? I asked.
That might work or it might not. There's nothing magical about wood. If the stake leaves enough of the heart intact, we heal. One of my fathers was buried with a stake in his heart. He lived and killed 6 or 7 people when he came out of his grave. As a result, my families had to leave Romania and change their names. That's how my brothers and I happened to grow up in England.
He sighed.
Even in the most savage of times, when there were Aina family feuds that were like small wars, it almost never happened that we wiped out whole families. What is happening now, what happened to your families, Shori, is rare and terrible.
And by coming here, I've brought it to your family, I said. "I'm sorry for that. I just didn't know what to do or where else to go. And I was afraid for my symbionts." Hayden nodded, watching me.
I don't believe my son's sons would have wanted you to go to anyone else, although you're already making Daniel's life uncomfortable.
I wasn't surprised, but I didn't know what to say. He smiled.
You didn't know, did you?
I thought I might be. I'm sorry.
You needn't be. It's normal. Daniel apologizes for his behavior. He knows you're much too young to make the kind of commitment he's thinking of. And your efforts and warnings have kept us safe so far. No one is seriously hurt. What we do next, though, well...
He sighed.
I suppose we will do what we must. These murders must be stopped.
He wouldn't talk about what he and his family meant to do next. He only told me to keep the books as long as I needed them, and to come to him when I wanted more, or if I wanted to talk about what I'd read. When he was gone, instead of reading more, I went up to where Wright lay sleeping. I undressed and climbed into bed beside him. He awoke enough to curl his body around mine.
You okay?
He asked, his chin against the top of my head. Better, I said. Better now.
Do they know who killed your family, or rather whose idea it was?
They know one family name and where they live. The 2 injured captives can't be questioned yet.
Is Victor alive, Shori?
He is. I swallowed. Even though he remembers helping to murder both of my families. He even remembers attacking the house at Arlington where you and I and Celia and Brooke could have died.
But it wasn't his idea.
It wasn't. So far, the Silk family seems to be guilty of all 3 attacks.
Silk,
he said.
Interesting name. I wonder if you knew them before.
I don't think so. None of the Gordons mentioned any connection between them and me, and I think at least one of them would have.
What will be done to them?
I don't know. Hayden wouldn't tell me. But I don't think anything will be done until the other 2 prisoners are questioned.
You bit them.
I did. It will help them heal quickly. He moved me so that we lay eye to eye and took my face between his hands.
It will help you question them.
Of course it will.
What will happen to them after that, to Victor and the other 2 captives?
When we've finished questioning them, I'll help them forget us because I'm the one who bit them. Then they'll be sent back to their families. I rubbed his shoulders. They're not anyone's symbionts, right? They're only someone's tools. People who never wanted them, never cared about them, kidnapped them, and used them to kill my families. He nodded.
I understand that, but they did what they did.
The Silks are responsible, not Victor and the others. He nodded.
Okay.
He didn't sound happy. What? I asked.
I don't know exactly. I guess I'm just learning more about what I've stumbled into and become part of.
I was silent for several seconds, then asked, "Shall I let you alone tonight? I can go sleep with one of the others."
Not with Victor?
I drew back, staring at him.
Where is he?
He asked. At Daniel's house. Daniel had room for him, and Theodora will be here soon. And I didn't want him here. After a while, he nodded. "Shall I go?"
Of course not.
He pulled me against him. He caressed my face, my throat. Then, as he kissed me, he slipped his free hand between my thighs.
Are you hungry?
He asked. I shook my head against him. No, but I want to be close to you anyway.
Do you? Good. If you taste me, I want you to do it from my thigh.
I laughed, surprised. I've heard of doing it that way, although I don't know whether I ever have. You've been talking to someone.
What if I have?
I found myself grinning at him. An instant later, I threw the blankets off him and dove for his thigh. He had nothing on, and I had him by the right thigh before he realized I had moved. Then I looked up at him. He looked startled, almost afraid. Then he seemed to catch my mood. He laughed, a deep, good, sweet sound. By touch and scent, I found the large, tempting artery. I bit him, took his blood, and rode his leg as he convulsed and shouted. The next night, the Gordons and I questioned the other 2 prisoners. Hayden and Preston questioned them, while I prodded and reassured them. I had bitten each of them twice. They trusted me, needed to please me. They, too, told us about what sounded like members of the Silk family abducting them at night. One had been in downtown Los Angeles looking for one of his girls, one of the prostitutes who worked for him. He was angry with her. He didn't think she was working hard enough, and he meant to teach her a lesson. Hayden had to explain this to me, and at last I found out what a pimp was. The explanation made me wonder what other unsavory things I didn't remember about human habits. The other captive had been on his way to the Huntington Memorial Hospital in Pasadena to pick up his mother, who was a nurse there, and whose shift was ending. Her car had stopped running the day before, and he had promised to meet her and give her a lift home. One prisoner was a pimp. The other was a college student keeping a promise to his mother. Both had been collected by members of the Silk family and sent north to kill my family and me. Neither had any information beyond what Victor had already told us. When both captives were unconscious, much stressed by being made to talk about things that they had been ordered not to talk about, the Gordons and I looked at one another. Again, except for the captives, the company was all Ina. What can we do? I took a deep breath and looked at the younger Gordon males, men who might someday be the fathers of my children. These people have killed my family. Now they've come after you. They'll probably come after you again.
I believe they will unless we stop them,
Hayden said. Daniel nodded once.
So we stop them. Oh my,
Preston said, his head down, one hand rubbing his forehead.
What else can we do?
Hayden demanded.
I know.
Preston glanced at him sadly.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just thinking about what it will mean, now and in the long run.
Hayden made a growling sound low in his throat.
They should have thought about what it would mean.
Wells, one of Daniel's fathers, said,
I've been thinking about it since yesterday. We need to start by talking to the Fotopoulos and Braithwaite families, and perhaps the Svoboda and the Dahlman families as well. The Dahlmans are related to the Silks through Milo, aren't they? All these people are related in one way or another to the Silks and to Shori.
And I thought, I still have relatives. I didn't know them, didn't know whether they knew me, but they were alive. What would that mean?
Don't phone the Dahlmans yet,
Preston said.
Make them your 8th or 9th call. Try the Leontievs and the Akhmatovas and perhaps the Marku and Nagy families. You believe we'll have time to bring together a council of judgment before they try again to kill us?
Daniel demanded. Hayden and Preston looked at one another, the 2 elder fathers of the Gordons. Apparently, they would decide.
As soon as we get agreement from 7 of the 13 families, I'll call the Silks,
Preston said.
I know Milo Silk, or thought I did. How he and his sons have gotten involved in all this, I can't imagine. Anyway, once they've been notified that we're calling a council of judgment, that we have the first 7 families, they won't instigate another attack. They won't dare.
Why not? I asked. Everyone looked at me as though I'd said something very stupid. I stared back at them. My memory goes back a few weeks and no further, I said. I ask because I don't know, and I don't want to make assumptions about anything this important. And because I was annoyed, I let my tone of voice say, "You should all realize this. I've explained it before." Hayden said,
If they attack us after we've called for a council, the judgment will automatically go against them. Our legal system is ancient and very strong. That part of it in particular is absolute. It's kept feuds from getting out of control for centuries.
"And what does that mean?" I asked. "What would happen to them if they attacked you again?"
The adults would be killed, and their children dispersed among us to become members of other families.
He stared down at me.
We would bring the adults to you. You are the person most wronged in all this, and the only surviving daughter. I think you could manage it.
Manage? I would be their executioner?
You would be, yes. You would bite them and speak to them, command them to take their lives. I suspect that you would grant them a gentler death than they deserve.
For a moment, I was shocked speechless. Of course I knew I could kill humans directly by destroying their bodies, or indirectly by biting them and then telling them to do things that were harmful to them. But kill Ina just by biting them and ordering them to die?
I was almost tempted not to tell you,
Hayden said.
Your youth and your amnesia make you both very attractive and very frightening.
I can really do that? Bite another Ina and just tell him to kill himself? They all looked at one another. Preston said,
Hayden, damn it.
Hayden held up both hands, palms outward.
She needs to know. We've had a chance to see what sort of person she is. And let's face it, it's too dangerous for her not to know. If not for the crime that took her memory, she would know.
He looked at me.
When you're physically mature, you'll take blood from your mates, and they'll take blood from you. That's the way you'll bond. The only other reason for you to take blood from an Ina male would be to kill him.
I thought about that for several seconds, then asked an uncomfortable but necessary question. It wouldn't work on an Ina female?
It might. Your handling of the human captives says you're strong. But if you go against another Ina female, you might die. Even if you manage to kill her, you might die too.
I thought about this. It dovetailed with what Brooke had told me. Do you know, I said, I have no memory of ever having seen or spoken to an Ina female. I've only seen my father, one of my brothers, and you. I try to picture a female, and I can't.
They learn early to be careful of what they say,
Hayden told me.
It's one of their first and most important lessons. I believe that's a lesson you've remembered in spite of your amnesia.
I nodded. I was always careful with my symbionts, even before I understood fully why I should be. But now, I might have to kill the Silks?
Probably not,
Hayden said.
That kind of thing hasn't happened in living memory. The Silks will respect the call for a council of judgment.
I hope so, I said. What can I do now to help? They were beginning to get up. Some of them took phones from their pockets. Daniel went to the kitchen and brought back a cordless phone for Hayden.
Nothing yet,
Hayden told me.
You'll have to speak at the council.
All right. But shouldn't we keep the 3 captives? Shouldn't they speak too? He shook his head.
Who would believe them? By now, you could have taken them over completely and taught them to say, and to believe, anything at all.
All right. But why should the council believe me, or you for that matter? He smiled.
I don't think they would believe me. I'm 372 years old. I think they might feel that someone my age might be able to lie to them successfully. You're a child. They'll assume that they'll be able to read your body language well enough to know whether or not you're lying.
Will they be your age?
Some will be older.
I sighed. They're probably right, then. It doesn't matter. I haven't felt inclined to tell lies. So far, my problem is ignorance, not dishonesty. Chapter 19. There was a great deal of telephoning, conference calling, faxing, and emailing. First, what Hayden called the rule of 7 had to be satisfied. 7 families with whom both the Silks and I share a common ancestor within 7 generations of the oldest living Silk or Matthews had to agree to send representatives to Punta Nublada for a council of judgment that would judge the accusations that I and the Gordon family were making against the Silk family. Once that was done, Preston phoned the Silk family. First, Russell Silk, one of the elder fathers, denied all responsibility for wiping out my families, denied any knowledge of it. Then Milo Silk, the oldest living family member, came on and he denied everything too. They had both heard of a mass murder in Washington state, but had not realized that it involved 2 Aina communities. They were very sorry for me, of course, but none of it had anything to do with them. Preston put the call on speakerphone and let all of us hear it.
Nevertheless,
he told Milo Silk,
we've heard evidence that your family is responsible, and we've called for a council of judgment. We've met the rule of 7. This is madness,
Milo argued.
We didn't do it, Preston. I swear to you. Look, we don't care for the genetic engineering experiments that the Matthews and Petrescu families have been carrying out, and we've made no secret of it, but, Milo,
Preston said,
this is the required notification. The first 7 families are Braithwaite, Fotopoulos, Akhmatova, Leontiev, Rappaport, Nagy, and Svoboda. We will also be asking the Dolmans, the Sylvesters, the Vines, the Westfalls, the Nicolaus, and the Callans. Do you object to any of these? I object to all of them,
Milo said angrily.
This is insanity. The rule of 7 has been met,
Preston repeated. After a moment of absolute silence, Russell's voice replaced Milo's.
I object to the Vines, he said. They are not friends of the Silk family, even though they are related to us. During the 9th century, their family fought ours in a long feud.
Preston stared at the floor, thinking.
Will you accept the Marcus?
There was another silence, longer this time. Then finally,
yes, we accept the Marcus. We also object to the Sylvesters. 3 of my sons had a financial dispute with 2 of them 5 years ago. It was not settled amicably.
Preston looked at Hayden. Hayden asked,
Will you accept the Wymans? No,
a third voice said.
Not that pack of wolves. Do you realize?
Then the voice was cut off, and there was a long silence. Finally, Milo came on again.
We will not accept the Wymans,
he said. And after a pause, he said,
Individual animus.
He had a deep, quiet voice that somehow made everything he said sound important.
The Andres?
Preston asked, looking at his own family as though he were asking them. His family offered no objection. There was a silent pause from the Silks. Finally, Milo said,
Fine. Are you content with the list now?
Preston asked. More silence.
"The Callans,"
Russell said.
"We would prefer the Morarius."
Preston stretched out a long forefinger and pressed the button on the phone marked Hold.
"Objections to the Morarius?"
he said. The Gordons looked at one another.
"I don't like them,"
Daniel said.
"They're proud people with not that much to be proud of. But I don't suppose that's reason enough to object to them."
The others shrugged. Preston touched the hold button again and said,
"We accept the Morariu family, Milo. 10 nights from tonight, we will all meet here at Punta Nublada for a council of judgment. You should begin to prepare for your family's journey. And maybe you should talk to your sons, especially the younger ones. You may not know everything."
He switched the phone off. Just before dawn, Manning and Wayne drove in with their symbionts and Theodora. She got out of the Hummer and looked around at the houses. All of them were still lit from within in the early morning darkness. There were people moving around both inside and out, and although she could not know it, there were people watching. I had been asleep, but I awoke at the sound of the car coming in. I looked out, saw her climb out of the car, and look. Quickly, I put on jeans, pulled a t-shirt over my head, and ran out shoeless to meet her. She didn't see me until I reached her and took her hand. She jumped, turned, saw me, and to my surprise, grabbed me, lifted me off the ground, and hugged me hard against her. I found myself laughing with joy and hugging her back. When my feet were on the ground again, I took her into the guest house. "Have you eaten?" I asked. "Brooke and Celia went shopping yesterday, so we have plenty of food." Joel had taken them to a distant mall where they could get groceries, some more clothes, and whatever else they might need. Wright and I had each provided them with a list, so we were all taken care of for a while.
"I had a late dinner," Theodora said. "The other people, the symbionts, is that what they're called?"
"It is, yes. It's what you'll be called, too, if you stay with me." She gave me a shy smile and looked downward.
"They said I should have a hearty meal before I reached you."
I laughed again, hungry for her, suddenly eager. "Come on upstairs. How are you? Is everything all right with your family?" She got ahead of me and stopped me, hands on my shoulders.
"I'm going to have to phone my daughter in a few hours. She's worried about me. She tried to stop me from leaving. Sometime soon, she's going to want to visit."
"Phone her whenever you like," I said. "I have to tell you more of what's going on here so you'll understand why she won't be able to visit you for a while. But you can go see her."
"Sounds like bad news."
"Difficult, I think, but not bad. This is a time to be careful. We've found out who has been attacking us, and we're going to have something called a council of judgment to deal with them." She looked at me as though she were trying to read my expression.
"Is there danger right now?"
"In the early morning darkness with all the Gordon men awake and alert? With the council of judgment already being organized?" "No, not now."
"Good,"
she said. "Then tell me about it in the morning." I smiled. "It is morning. But you're right. First things first." I took her to the spare room. I had changed the bedding myself and made certain that the room was clean and ready for her. "I know I promised you more than this," I said as she looked around. "I will keep my promise. It's just going to take longer than I thought."
"I want to be with you," she said. "It's all I've wanted since you first came to me. I don't truly understand my feelings for you, but they're stronger than anything I've ever felt, stronger than anything I ever expected to feel. We'll find a way."
I shut the door, went to her, and began to undo her blouse. "We will," I said. The next night I met with Wayne and Manning to find out what I could about my family's land and business affairs.
"Your mothers and father understood how to live by human rules," Manning said. "Their affairs are very much in order." You will have to work through the lawyers, but everything your family's owned will be yours, and there's cash enough for you to be able to pay your taxes without selling anything you don't want to sell.
I don't know what I want to do, really, I said. I mean, I don't know anything. I looked at Manning, one of the fathers of Daniel, Wayne, William, and Philip. He was a quiet, kindly man, and there was something about his expression that looked uncomfortably close to pity. Tell me about the lawyers, I said quickly. Are there one or two who would make good symbionts? Manning shrugged.
I'm not sure what a good symbiont might be for you. Your Theodora is too old, but she loves you absolutely. She's exactly the kind of person I would expect to be able to resist one of us. Older, educated, well off. But she couldn't wait to get to you.
She was lonely, I said. Tell me about the lawyers.
One of the ones I bit might be good for you,
Wayne said. I liked Wayne's long, quiet face. He was the only one of the 4 sons who towered over me even when he was sitting down. Tell me about that one, I said. He nodded.
She's 35. She has a good reputation among the others at her firm. She's a good attorney even though she hates her work. She feels that she made a mistake going to law school, but now she doesn't know what else she might do. She's an orphan with a brother who died 6 years ago. She's divorced and has no children.
You investigated her. You planned to suggest that I go after her.
Yes, you'll need a lawyer. She'll help you. She'll teach you. She'll be your connection to the rest of the legal world, and once you have her, if you're as right for each other as I think, she'll be completely loyal to you.
He took a folded paper from his pants pocket and handed it to me.
Her name, home address, and work address.
Thank you, I said, and put the paper in my own pocket. I don't think I'll be able to go see her until after the Council of Judgment.
I think that would be best,
Manning said.
The lawyers Wayne and I bit will look after your interests until then. But you should find her as soon as the council ends. You'll need more than 5 symbionts.
I continued to keep watch every day. I didn't believe there would be another attack, but why take chances? I saw the bodies of the attackers buried with a great deal of a powder called quicklime in a long, deep trench dug by a small tractor around one of the gardens well away from the houses. I saw the attackers' cars driven away by gloved symbionts, followed by a Punta Nublada car. And of course, only the Punta Nublada car returned. I saw the 3 living attackers taken away to San Francisco, where they would be 3 ordinary men catching 3 different Greyhound buses back to Southern California where they lived. They wouldn't attract attention. No one would be likely to remember them. The Gordons had supplied them with money, and I had supplied them with the outline of a memory of going north to do some work driving trucks, hauling cargo up and down the coast. They could each fill in the details according to their own past work experience. As it happened, they had all driven trucks of one kind or another professionally, so they would be able, as Hayden put it, to confabulate to their heart's content. But they would not remember one another, Punta Nublada, my family's communities, or the house near Arlington. I told them to forget those things completely, and to remember only the truck driving job. It was unnerving to see that I could do such a thing, but clearly I could. I did. I even helped the pimp decide that he was sick of abusing women for a living. His cousin had a landscaping company. He would work for his cousin for a while, or for someone else, and then go back to school. He was only 21. I made him tell me what he believed he should and could do. Then I told him to go do it. Meanwhile, the Gordons and their symbionts worked hard to prepare for the fact that they were soon going to have a great deal of company. The Silk family, all their Ina and most of their symbionts, would be coming. 2 representatives from each of 13 other families would be coming, each bringing 3 or 4 symbionts. A council of judgment traditionally lasted 3 days. Most of the Gordon symbionts were excited and looking forward to meeting friends and relatives they hadn't seen for months or even years. Would Judith Cho sim Ian Andre be there? Or Lauren Hansen sim Elizabeth Akhmatova? Did anyone know? What about Carl Schwartz sim Peter Marcu? No one bothered asking me, since it was clear that I knew nothing, but they chattered among themselves around me, happily ignoring me except to say that it was a shame I wouldn't get to enjoy any of the parties. Only a few of them were apprehensive. To most, the Council of Judgment was an Aina thing that had little to do with them. Their Aina had disputes to settle. The symbionts planned to have parties. I enjoyed watching and listening to them. It was comforting somehow. Several went out to buy the huge amounts of food and other supplies that would be needed to keep well over 100 extra symbionts comfortable. Others prepared the guest quarters in each of the houses and transformed offices, studios, storage space, and even space in the 2 barns into places fit for human and Aina habitation. Every house had guest quarters, 3 or 4 bedrooms and a couple of bathrooms. These would be enough for a couple of traveling Aina and a few symbionts. And then there was the guest house itself, intended especially for human guests. My symbionts and I had arrived at a time when the Gordon symbionts had no guests visiting, so we had had the whole guest house to ourselves. Now we would have to share the kitchen and the dining room and give up the downstairs bathroom as well as the living room and family room. The council meetings would be held in one of the metal storage buildings. Martin Harrison, Joel's father and William symbiont, the man who had given me a cell phone and taught me to use it, now seemed to be in charge of preparations for the visitors. Once I understood that, I found him and asked if I could follow him around for a while to see what he did and to ask him questions. I really want you to tell me if I'm in the way or if I'm being too irritating because I can't always tell, I said, and he laughed. It was a loud, deep, joyful-sounding laugh that was a pleasure to hear, even though I knew he was laughing at me.
"All right, Shori, I'll do that,"
he said.
"I was a high school history teacher when Hayden found me. It will be good to have a student again."
Hayden found you? Not William?
Hayden found me for William.
He shook his head.
William hadn't yet come of age, and Hayden thought the boy could stand to learn more of human history. Hayden thought I'd make a good bodyguard, too, since William goes completely unconscious during the day. He said I smelled right, for God's sake. I understand that now, but I didn't then. I wanted to believe he was crazy, but he'd bitten me by then, and I couldn't just ignore what he told me.
Did you mind that you would be symbiont to another man? I asked, remembering the question that Wright had asked Brooke. He gave me an odd look.
You don't care what you pry into, do you?
I didn't answer, since I didn't know what to say.
There are plenty of women here,
he said.
I married one of them shortly after I decided to stay.
He lifted an eyebrow.
How's your new symbiont, the one who came in last night?
Theodora? I smiled, seeing the connection. She says she doesn't understand her feelings for me, but that they are important to her.
I'll bet. I saw you two. You were all over each other. That's the way it goes. It doesn't seem to matter to most humans what our lives were before we meet you. You bite us, and that's all it takes. I didn't understand at all. Hayden ambushed me as I got home from work one day. He bit me, and after that, I never really had a chance. I didn't have any idea what I was getting into.
Are you ever sorry you got into it? He gave me another strange look, this broad, tall, black man. Joel had his coloring, but would never have his size. Martin just stood, looking down at me as though trying to decide something. After a while, he said, The Gordons are decent people. Hayden brought me here, showed me around, introduced me to William, who was tall and spindly, but looked almost as young as you do now. Hayden let me know what was going to happen if I stayed. He let me know while I could still leave, and I did leave. They didn't stop me. William asked me to stay, but that made me run faster. The whole thing was too weird for me. Worse, I thought it sounded more like slavery than symbiosis.
scared the hell out of me. I stayed away for about 10 months. I'd only been bitten 3 times in all, so I wasn't physically addicted. No pain, no sickness. But psychologically, well, I couldn't forget it. I wanted it like crazy. Hell, I thought I was crazy. All of a sudden, I lived in a world where vampires were real. I couldn't tell anyone about them. Hayden had seen to that. But I knew they were real. And I wanted to be with them. After a while, I quit my job, packed my things, put what I could in my car, gave the rest away, and drove here. God, it was a relief.
He stopped and smiled down at me.
Your first doesn't want any other life, girl, no more than Joel does. The only difference is Joel knows it. Wright is still finding out.
You've talked to him?
Yeah, he'll be all right. How's he getting along with Joel?
When he can, he pretends Joel isn't there. When he can't do that, he's civil.
It's rough on him. Rough on both of them, really. Ease their way as best you can. This council of judgment should help a little. Distraction, excitement, new people, plenty to do.
It scares me a little.
The council? Sensory overload for you and the other Ina. That's why councils are only 3 days long.
No, I mean, having Wright and Joel as well as Brooke, Celia, and Theodora. It scares me. I need them. I care about them more than I thought I could care about anyone. But having them scares me.
Good,
he said.
It ought to. Pay attention. Help them when they need help.
He paused.
Only when they need help.
I nodded. I will. I looked into his broad, dark face, uncertainly. Do you want your son to be with me?
It's what he wants.
Is it all right with you?
If you treat him right.
He looked past me at nothing for several seconds.
I wanted him to live in the human world for a few years, get more education than we could give him here. He did that. But to tell the truth, I wanted him to stay out there, make a life for himself, forget about vampires. Then he comes back, and all he wants to do is find himself a nice vampire girl.
He smiled, and it wasn't an altogether happy smile.
I think he'll want to do more once he's been with you for a while. He'll want to ride or teach or something. Too much energy in that boy for him to be just some kind of house husband.
Theodora wants more, too. Once this council of judgment is finished, I'll have to decide what to do, how best to build a home for us all. When that's done, my symbionts will be able to do what they want to do.
Good girl.
He took a deep breath and started toward the nearest buildings of offices and studios.
Now let's go figure out how many people can be jammed into these studios. Thank God the weather hasn't gotten cold yet.
Chapter 20. The night before the council was to begin, members of the Leontiev family arrived. I didn't know them, of course, and until they arrived and Martin mentioned it, no one had bothered to tell me that Leontiev was the name of my mother's male family, the family of their fathers, elder fathers, brothers, and brothers' sons. The Leontievs and their symbionts arrived in 2 cars, a pair of Jeep Cherokees, while I was coming back from showing the very cool and distant Zoe and Helena Fotopoulos and their symbionts to their rooms in one of the office complexes. Martin had given me a list of who was coming and where they were to sleep. He said,
If you want to learn, you might as well help. This'll give you a chance to meet people.
He was, I had noticed, good at putting people to work. The Leontievs were older males, Konstantin and Vladimir, each with 3 symbionts. Martin intended them to stay with Henry Gordon. I came to get them, introduced myself, and realized from their expressions that something was wrong. I've had a serious head injury, I told them. As a result of it, I have amnesia. If I knew you before, I'm sorry. I don't remember you now.
You don't remember anything?
the one Martin had pointed out to me as Constantine, asked. Not people or events. I remember language. I recognize many objects. Sometimes I recall disconnected bits about myself or about the Aina in general. But I've lost my past, my memory of my families, symbionts, friends. The people of my families who are dead are so completely gone from me that I can't truly miss them or mourn them because, for me, it's as though they never existed. Constantine gazed down at me with almost too much sympathy. A human who looked that way would surely cry. After a moment, he said,
Shori, we're your mother's fathers. You've known us all your life.
I looked at them, took in their tall leanness, trying to find in them something I recognized. They looked more like relatives of Hayden and Preston Gordon, just two more pale blonde men who happened to be in their mid to late 40s, but who were actually closer to their mid-400s. And suddenly, I found myself wondering what that meant. What had their lives been like so long ago? What had the world been like? I should ask Martin, who had once been a history teacher. The faces and the ages of these two elder fathers, my elder fathers and my mother's fathers, triggered no memories. They were strangers. I'm sorry, I told them. I'll have to get to know you all over again. And you'll have to get to know me. I can't even pretend to be the person I was before the injury.
I'm grateful the Gordons were able to take you in and care for you,
the one called Vladimir said.
How did they find you?
I stared at him, surprised, suddenly angry. I found them. I've survived 3 attacks and twice helped fight the attackers off. I helped to question the surviving attackers who came here a few days ago. Only my memory of my life before I was hurt is impaired. They looked at each other, then at me.
My apologies,
Vladimir said. He lifted his head a little and smiled down his long nose at me. He managed to look more amused than condescending.
Whether you remember or not, you still have my Shori's temper.
I took them to the rooms that Henry Gordon had set aside for them in his house. Before I left, I showed them Martin's list and asked one more question. Are any of these people close female relatives of mine? They looked at the list, then looked at one another, each of them frowning. In that moment, they looked almost identical. Then Vladimir said,
I believe your closest surviving female blood relatives are too young to be involved in this. They're children or young women busy with children. For instance, your brothers were mated and had 2 girls and a boy, all of whom are still very young children. Your mother's brothers have adult female children, but those children are too young for council duty.
Wouldn't they be around my age or older? Some of them must be adults.
Yes, they're mated, so the youngest of them is years older than you. But unless they're directly involved, people aren't usually called to councils of judgment unless their children are adult and mated.
That explained why everyone I'd seen so far seemed to be around the ages of Hayden and Preston. All right, I said. I've been told that all council members are related to me in one way or another. Who among the women members are my closest relatives? And did any of them know me before? I asked. Again, the two paused to think. At last, Constantine said,
The Braithwaites. The Braithwaite elder mothers are Joan, Irene, Amy, and Margaret. 2 of them will be coming. They're the daughters of your second elder fathers.
I frowned, trying to understand that.
They are the daughters of your father's father's father,
Vladimir clarified.
They know you, knew you before. You can talk to them. But Shori, you can talk to us too. We are your family. We've come here to see that your interests are protected, and that the people responsible for what happened to you and to so many of our relatives pay for what they've done.
I remembered hearing from Hayden that Joan and Margaret Braithwaite would be coming. In fact, they were arriving tonight. "Thank you," I said. I just need to see and talk to an Aina female. I have no memory of ever doing that before today. I've met several males since my injury, but until I met Zoe and Helena Fotopoulos this morning, no females. It's very strange to be an Aina female and yet have no clear idea of what Aina females are like. Constantine smiled.
"Talk to the Braithwaites, then. Elizabeth I was on the throne of England when Joan and Irene were born, so I'm not sure you'll learn much from them about being a young Aina woman now. But all four sisters have met you, Shori, and I think they like you. Go ahead and talk with them when they come."
I kept watch for the Braithwaite women, pestering Martin to look whenever female Aina drove in. The Braithwaites arrived just after midnight. Before I could ask Martin about them, Daniel came out to welcome them. I heard him call them by name. I watched as he stood talking with them. Joan and Margaret Braithwaite were a head shorter than Daniel, but still taller than Celia or Brooke. They were very straight, very pale women in white shirts and long black skirts. Their hair was twisted and pinned up neatly on their heads. One was brown-haired, the first brown-haired Aina I'd seen, and one was blonde. Their chests, beneath their clean, handsome, long-sleeved shirts, were as flat as mine. I suspected that meant I would not be growing the breasts Wright liked on women. Yet as ignorant as I was, even I wouldn't have mistaken these two for men. There was something undeniably feminine and interestingly seductive about them, even to me. Was it their scents? Did my scent make me seem interesting to other people? I realized that I wanted Joan and Margaret to think well of me, to like me. That was important somehow. Their scent was definitely influencing me. Was it something they were doing deliberately, I wondered? Could they control it? Could I? I would ask them if I could manage to be alone with one of them. "Shori?" the brown-haired one said to me as I stood off to one side, almost hiding in the shadows, watching them. Daniel had called the blonde woman Joan, so this one must be Margaret. I was immediately ashamed of myself for hiding and staring. "I'm sorry," I said, stepping forward. "I have no memory of seeing Aina females before today. I've been waiting for you because I was told you are my closest female relatives on the council." Daniel looked at me with that strange, strained look of his that ranged between hostility and hunger. I had come to see that look more and more as my stay with the Gordons lengthened. I had seen it on Daniel, William, Philip, and Wayne. Without saying a word, Daniel turned and walked away. I was fairly sure his longing made him seem even more ill-mannered than my ignorance made me. We would have to talk, Daniel and I. If my presence was disturbing him so much, we should at least take a few moments to speak privately together, to get to know each other a little. "That was interesting," Joan Braithwaite said. She looked at Daniel's retreating back. "When this is over, I'm hoping I can leave here for a while and stop irritating Daniel and his brothers," I said. Margaret said, as though we'd known one another for a long time, "Will you mate with them?" "I think so. I was afraid at first that they might not want me, now that I have to get to know everything all over again, and now that I'm alone." "You truly don't remember anything about your mothers, your sisters?" Margaret asked. "You don't remember any other women?" "I don't remember anyone," I said. "As I said, I haven't seen an Aina woman since my injury until today. I've seen only males." The two Braithwaite sisters looked at one another. After a moment, Margaret said, "Take us to our quarters, then I'll talk with you." I hesitated, remembering the list. "Your quarters are in the offices. This way." I took them and their 6 symbionts, each carrying a suitcase or a garment bag or both, to the offices and the studio that were to be their living quarters. The symbionts were 4 men and 2 women. All 4 of the men were large and strong-looking. They must have smelled very interesting before the Braithwaites claimed them. 2 of the men were brown with very straight, very black hair. They were enough alike to be brothers. The other 2 were pale, muscular men. One of the women, the smallest of them, was startlingly beautiful. She was smaller than Celia, my smallest symbiont, and I'm not sure I would have chosen her as a symbiont out of fear that I would take too much blood from her. The other woman was tall and strong-looking, and deeply interested in one of the brown men. "Those 2 got married last week," Margaret told me when we had left the symbionts in their rooms and Joan in hers. I was alone with Margaret in the office she had chosen as her bedroom. Her arrangement seemed to be to have a room of her own and have her symbionts come to her when she needed them. "Eden, the young woman, is mine and Arun is Joan's," she said. I realized she had noticed me noticing the affectionate pair. "Do they mind sharing each other with you and Joan?" I asked. "I mean, are they still content to be symbionts?" "Oh, yes," she smiled. "Symbionts usually choose to mate with one another because, as symbionts, they share a life that other humans not only couldn't understand or accept, but, well, think about it, Shori. Symbionts age much more slowly than other humans, depending on how young they are when they accept us. How could they have a long-term relationship with someone who ages according to the human norm? People have tried it, but it doesn't work." I nodded. I have no coherent idea of what does work. I'm still finding out how Aina families live. I know I should leave here as soon as I can, but then what? I can provide for myself and my symbionts, but I don't know how to be part of the web of Aina society that obviously exists. How can I offer my symbionts the contacts they'll need with other symbionts? I sighed. I've forgotten almost everything I spent 53 years learning. "But you're still a child," Margaret Braithwaite said. "You could be adopted into one of your secondary families. Once this business with the silks is attended to, you'll be welcome in a number of communities." "If I did that, what would happen to my connection with the Gordons?" She thought about that, then shook her head. "If you're adopted into another community, you mate where they mate, unless you could convince them to accept the Gordons. And you'd have to find a community with unmated daughters so that you can join them before the group of you mated. First adoption, then mating." My family was negotiating with the Gordon sons to mate with my sisters and me, and the Gordons have helped me, taken risks for me. "You want to mate with them, then? It isn't just that, at the moment, they're all you've got?" "I think I do. I like them. But it's true that right now, I don't know any other eligible mates." "Then you'll have to do what your father did. He lost his family in the European wars. Your mother's lost a few people, too. You had 5 elder mothers. 3 were killed. At that point, your mothers left Eastern Europe. Did you know that you were the only one of your sisters to be born here in the United States?" "I didn't know. The others were born in Romania?" "2 in Romania and 1 in England. I met your mothers in England. They had young children, and 2 of them were pregnant when they reached England. They made themselves over, became English women, and begged your fathers to join them. But your fathers had once owned a great estate in Romania until it was taken from them after World War I and broken up and sold to small farmers. Your father's family had lived there for at least 2,000 years under several different names, and they truly didn't want to leave. My own family lived there long enough for my mothers to mate with the fathers of your elder fathers. Eventually, though, we went to Greece, then to Italy, then to England. We were always willing to move to avoid trouble or to take advantage of opportunity. From England, we moved to the United States just after World War I. My mothers said there would be another war soon, and they wanted to avoid it as much as possible. No place on earth was safe, of course, and we lost people. But we were never winnowed down to one person as your father's family was. He had absolutely no primary relatives left who were of his age or older. He said my mother's were his distant relatives, I said. You remember him? Margaret asked. I met him after my injury. I told her about finding my father, my brothers, then almost at once losing them again. When I'd finished, she shook her head. You'll tell of that several more times during the nights of the council. She drew a deep breath. Your father fled Romania just before the communists took over. Most Ina had already left or died. I don't believe any stayed after the war, and I don't think any family has gone back. Anyway, your father went to your mother's. He and his 4 remaining symbionts had little more than their clothing and a few pieces of jewelry that had belonged to his mothers, who were dead. He and your mothers and their symbionts left England for the United States shortly after he joined them. When your mothers settled in the state of Washington, they invited him to live with them for a while, until his oldest son came of age. But your father chose to follow our ways and live apart from his mates. Until his sons grew up, he was alone with his symbionts, acquiring property and money, building his first houses, and acquiring a few more symbionts, people who could help him establish a community and help prepare his sons for adult life. So that when his sons were men and went to him, he was able to help them begin their adult lives, I said. Yes, he must have been very lonely, but he was a proud man. He did what he believed he should do. I watched her as she spoke. It's not the same for me, I said at last. When my father's kinsmen were killed, he was an adult, already mated, and most of his children already born. I'll be alone with my symbionts, growing up, then bearing and raising my children. I'll have no one to help me, no one to teach them how to be an adult Ina. She nodded. That will happen if you permit it. It would be wiser, though, to make friends with several communities of your female secondary families and work for them. Learn from them. I've been told that you can stay awake during the day and go out in the sun like humans. Is this true? I can stay awake, I said, but when I go outside, I need to cover as much skin as possible and wear dark glasses. Otherwise I burn, and I can't see very well, except with very dark glasses. The sun hurts my eyes. But you've walked in it? I have. I think it makes me hungrier to walk in it, though. I burn a little, my face mostly. Then I have to heal. My first wants me to wear sunblock, and one of the Gordon symbionts told me I should get something called a ski mask to cover my face. With that and with dark glasses and gloves, I would be completely covered, but I think I would look very strange. Child, do you understand your uniqueness, your great value? The Silks don't see me as valuable. She closed her eyes and shook her head. Stupid, stupid people, she whispered almost to herself. Then to me, are you sleepy during the day? Is it hard to stay awake, hard to think? No, I'm alert, I said. I tire faster during the day than I do at night, but it isn't important. I mean, it doesn't stop me from doing anything, and I can sleep as comfortably at night as during the day. You are a treasure. You would be an asset to any community since most of humanity works during the day. Most human troublemakers cause trouble during the day. We've evolved methods for dealing with this, but there isn't a community that wouldn't be happy to have an Ina guardian who could be awake and alert during the day. I know of several cases where it would have saved lives. It didn't save my families, I said. It did save the Gordons, although I'm pretty sure that it was my being here that put them in danger to begin with. Only because some of us are fools. She looked at me for several seconds, then said, "When this business is over, spend a year or two with each of your secondary families if they'll permit it. They can teach you and you can guard them. Later, when you come of age, you might even adopt a sister from among their more adventurous young daughters before you mate. Find a young girl who feels lost among too many sisters and eager to go out on her own." She paused. "Do you remember how to read?" "I read English and Ina," I said. "Those are the only two languages I've seen in written form since my injury." "You read Ina? Excellent! I hope you'll teach your children that skill. Some of our people don't bother to teach their children to read Ina any longer. Someday, our native language will be forgotten." I frowned. Why should it be forgotten? It's part of our history. "Shori," she said sadly, wearily, "what do you know of our history?" "Almost nothing," I said, echoing her tone. "I've been reading it, though. Hayden loaned me some of his books. That's how we found out that I could read Ina." "I see," she said, and she seemed happier. "What are you reading?" "The Book of the Goddess," I said. "I don't know yet how much of it is truly history. It seems to be some combination of religion, metaphor, and history." "Perhaps, but that's a very long conversation in itself. Someday, when you've had time to relearn more of what you've lost, I would love to discuss it with you." She gave me a card that contained her name and address, her phone number, her fax number, and her email address. She laughed as I looked it over. "We used to be so isolated from one another," she said. "We sent messages by travelers or hired humans to carry messages or packages. We rarely traveled because it was so uncomfortable and so dangerous. Not only were there highwaymen, but local authorities who had to be bribed. And there was always the sun. Now traveling and communication are so easy. If you need to talk, call me." I thanked her and turned to go, but then stopped at the door for a last question. "I wanted to ask you something that is probably very personal, but I think I need to know." She nodded, waiting. "Your scent. Do you deliberately use it to influence people? I mean, can you control the way it affects people or who it affects?" She laughed aloud, laughed for several seconds, stopped, then laughed again. Finally, she said, "Shori, child, I'm an old woman. My scent is barely interesting compared to yours. I don't want to imagine what you'll be like by the time you come of age."
End of Disc 7. Disc 8.
Chapter 21. I ran into Daniel on my way out of the building where the Braithwaites were staying. I got the impression he was waiting for me.
"Leave the greeting of guests for a little while," he said. "You and I should talk."
I agreed with him, so I followed him back to his house, enjoying the dark, smoky scent of him. It contrasted oddly with his pale, almost translucent skin and his white blonde hair. There were more people than ever milling around the grounds. Peter and Thomas Marcoux and their several symbionts were hauling suitcases into Daniel's guest quarters. Daniel led me past them, back toward his own rooms. He kept almost taking my hand. He would reach a little, then catch himself and drop his hand to his side. His quarters were 2 large wood-paneled rooms, a room-sized closet, and a big bathroom. He sat down in a tall chair and said nothing while I explored. In the bathroom was a huge tub, large enough for 2, perhaps 3 people. There was also a huge walk-in shower with a built-in seat and 2 shower heads. One shower head was fixed to the tile-covered wall, and the other could be held like a hairdryer and directed anywhere. I had no memory of ever having seen such an opulent bathroom, but there was nothing in it that confused me. The bedroom contained a huge bed in the middle of the floor, surrounded by bookcases, a stereo system, and a large television. I went back to the first room where Daniel waited, looking impatient but not complaining. There was a desk there, a computer, more bookcases, a telephone, file cabinets, like Theodora's office, but much tidier. There were other tall chairs. I pulled one of them close to him, placing it in front of him, and I sat down. "Is there any way for me to be here without tormenting you?" I asked.
"No,"
he said.
"But it doesn't matter. I want you here. I've wanted you here since I first saw you, before you lost your memory. You will mate with us."
"I will if you and your brothers still want me." He seemed to relax a little, to let his body sag in the chair.
"Of course we do."
"Hayden says I'm too young to make such a commitment," I said. He shook his head.
"Hayden says a great many things. He says you're too great a risk because you're all alone. He says we should look around, find a family with several unmated females. He says you might leave us with only one son or none. He says he would welcome you in a moment if you had even one sister, but you alone. He says it's too dangerous for our family." I took a deep breath, and I think I sagged a little too. I thought he liked me, that he wanted me as your mate. "Did he say he did?"
He didn't, but he seemed... I don't know.
"Preston wants you. He thinks you're worth the risk. He says your mother's made genetic alterations directly to the germline, so that you'll be able to pass on your strengths to your children. At least some of them will be able to be awake and alert during the day, able to walk in sunlight. Preston says you have the scent of a female who will have no trouble producing children. His sense of smell is legendary among Aina. I believe him."
He paused, leaned forward, took my hands.
"My brothers and I will mate with you."
I smiled and answered, "I will mate with you and your brothers." It felt like the thing I should say. It felt formal and right. Daniel closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he opened them, and without warning came to his feet, pulling me up with him, lifting me off the floor to wrap me in a rough, hard embrace. Nothing more. It didn't frighten me, didn't even startle me. On some level, I had expected it. I accepted it. I touched my closed lips to his face, his throat, but not his mouth. I gave him small, chaste kisses. I didn't bite him. I was surprised that I wanted to. He was Aina, not human, not a potential symbiont, not a temporary food source. And yet, I wanted very much to bite into the tender flesh of his throat, to taste him, to let the sweet, smoky scent of him become a flavor as well. I rubbed my face against him, caught up in his scent and my unexpected longing. Then I drew back. He didn't put me down, but he held me comfortably against him. "Why do I want to bite you?" I asked. He grinned.
"Do you? Good. I thought you might actually do it."
"Shall I?"
"No, little mate, not yet. Not for a few more years. I admit, though, that I half hoped you would, that maybe with your memory gone, you would simply give in to my scent, my nearness. If you had, well, if you had, no one could prevent our union. No one would even try."
You would be tied to me, wouldn't you? You would be infertile with other Aina.
I'm already tied to you.
You're not. I haven't tied you to me. I won't until I'm fully adult. I'll come to you then, if you and your brothers are still unmated and if you still want me. If I live to become adult, then I'll tie you to me.
Of course you'll live.
I kissed his neck again. This time, I licked his throat. He shuddered and let me slide down his body to the floor. I'll live if this council of judgment is able to stop the attempts on my life, I said. Can we just sit and talk about the council for a few minutes? Or would it be easier on you if I went to Preston?
Stay here,
he said.
I'd rather have you with me for a little longer. Here, I can touch you without people thinking that I'm a selfish monster who doesn't care about his family.
I smiled, thinking about the feel of his hands. You can touch me. You can trust me. He smelled even more enticing than Joel, but I would not taste him. He sat down, reached out his long, wiry arms, caught me around the waist, and lifted me onto his lap. Wright did the same thing whenever he could, and Joel had begun to do it. I decided I liked it, and wondered whether I would someday grow too big for them to be able to do it. I hoped not. I leaned against him, content, listening to the deep, steady beat of his heart. What will happen? I asked. Tell me about the council.
I've witnessed 7 councils of judgment, he said. Hayden and Preston take me or one of my brothers along whenever they're invited to one. They want us to experience them. We won't be called to serve until we're around their age, but at least we can begin to understand how things work. We can see that our councils aren't games like the trials humans have. The work of a council of judgment is to learn the truth and then decide what to do about it within our law. It isn't about following laws so strictly that the guilty go unpunished or the innocent are made to suffer. It isn't about protecting everyone's rights. It's about finding the truth, period, and then deciding what to do about it. He hesitated. Have you seen or read about the trials that go on in this country? I thought for a moment, hoping some memory would come to the surface, but none did. I don't remember any, I said, except on a fictional show I saw on Wright's TV. Good and bad, he said. Human trials are often games to see which lawyer is best able to use the law, the jury's beliefs and prejudices, and his own theatrical ability to win. There's talk about justice, of course, but if a murderer has a good lawyer, he might go unpunished even though his guilt is obvious. If an innocent person has a bad lawyer, he might lose and pay with his life or his freedom, even though people can see that he's innocent. Our judges are our elders, people who have lived 3, 4, 5 centuries. They sense truth more effectively than people my age, although I can sense it too. He settled me more comfortably against him. At least I was more comfortable. The problems arise when friendship or family connections get in the way of honest judgment. That can happen to humans and to us. That's why there are so many on a council. And that's why everyone on the council is related to both sides. Is a council ever wrong? I asked. It's happened. He drew a deep breath. And when it happens, everyone knows it. It's usually a result of friendship or loyalty causing dishonesty. Or the problem might be fear and intimidation. That kind of injustice hasn't happened for over 1,000 years, but I've read about it. It dishonors everyone involved, and everyone remembers. Members of the families that profit from it have difficulty getting mates for their young. Sometimes they don't survive as families. They are punished? I asked. They are ostracized, he said. They might survive, but only if they move to some distant part of the world and manage to find mates. Today, with communication so improved, even moving might not work. But you need to know procedure and propriety for this trial. Will you remember what I say? Do you have any trouble remembering new things?
None at all, I said. He looked at me for a moment, then nodded.
You will speak after everyone is welcomed and the proceedings are blessed. Preston will welcome them as host and moderator. Then the oldest person present will offer blessing. Then you'll speak. You're making the accusations, so you'll need to tell your story. You must be tired of doing that, but you'll do it one more time, very thoroughly and accurately. No one will interrupt you, and most will remember exactly what you say. The council will listen. Some of them will just want to learn enough to make a decision based on the truth or falsity of what you say. Others will want to find reason to doubt you so that they can better attack you and defend the silks. And then there are those who will want to defend you against attack.
Why should I need to be defended? The silks need to be defended.
They will be, and their advocate will probably—
Wait a moment. Their advocate? Who's that?
You and the silks will both be asked to choose an advocate from among the council members. You should think about who you'll want. I suggest you consider Joan Braithwaite, Elizabeth Akhmatova, or either of the Leontief brothers. We won't know for sure which member of each family will be on the council until the first session.
I haven't met Elizabeth Akhmatova at all.
She's smart, and she was a good friend of your elder mother's. She or one of the others will help you if anyone on the silk side tries to show that because of your memory loss, you may be lying or confused, or perhaps not even sane.
I frowned, feeling pulled toward several questions. Even if I were all those things, it would not make the silks less responsible.
But it could, Shori. It could mean that you might not know the difference between lies and truth. You might be delusional, for instance, and able to tell lies that you actually believe. If you're delusional, you could be shown to be delusional, then anything you say becomes suspect. Anything you've sensed or done may not be as it seems. Tell the complete truth, and remember what you've said.
Of course. I would have done that anyway. But what about the silks' lies? If they say they didn't do it, even though they did, how could my being delusional matter?
It might not. But you're one small person, one child, and the silks are a large and respected family. There may be people on the council who are sorry that your two families are dead and who see the guilt of the silks, but who don't want to see a third Aina family destroyed. You can count on us, my whole family, to back you up on what almost happened here at Punta Nublada, and on what we learned from the prisoners. But you must represent your mothers and your father. You must bring them into the room with you, and stand them beside you whenever you can. Do you understand?
I frowned. I think so. I wonder, though, if the Aina way is so much better than the one you say the humans have.
It's our way, he said. It's the system you must work within if you're to be safe, if you're to keep your symbionts safe, and if someday you're to keep our children safe.
I took one of his long hands and held it in my lap. All right, I said.
And don't lose your temper. There will be a lot of questions. Tomorrow, after you've told your story, you'll be questioned by whomever the silks choose as their family representative. You'll be questioned by the advocate of the silks, and you'll be questioned by any other member of the council who chooses to question you. It won't be easy. You shouldn't make it easy on them either. You get to ask questions too. And you should, in fact, call on us to support your memory of what happened here. On the first night, you and the silk representative will be the ones asking and answering questions. On the second, both of you can call others to support what you've said, and they will be questioned. On the third, the council will ask any final questions it has, and a decision will be made. This can be flexible. If you or the Silks need to ask more questions on the third day, you can. But that's the way it will go in general.
He hesitated, thinking.
It will probably provoke the hell out of you. The council members can question you, or the Silks representative, or anyone either of you call for questioning. So if you get asked the same question 10 times, or 20 or 50, give the same answer, briefly and accurately, and don't let it bother you.
I won't.
And never answer an accusation that hasn't been made. Even if you believe someone is hinting that you're delusional or otherwise mentally damaged, don't deny what they say unless they make the accusation outright.
All right.
Someone might offer you pity and sympathy for your disability. Make them state the disability. Make them say what they mean. Make them support it with evidence. If they say that you're delusional or mentally deficient or too grief-stricken to know what you're saying, which I believe you definitely would be if your memory were intact, make them explain how they've come to that conclusion. Then, by your questions and your behavior, prove them wrong. If, on the other hand, they can't say what it is they're pitying you for, they must be the ones who are confused. You see?
I see.
Someone might pretend to misunderstand you, might misstate what you've said, then ask you to agree with them. Don't let them get away with it. Pay attention.
I will.
Everything will be recorded. Every Ina family gets to see and hear council proceedings these days. It didn't used to be that way, of course. But now that we can keep an accurate audiovisual record, we do. That means you can ask for a replay if anyone tries to insist on a misstatement of anything you've said.
How likely is that?
I don't know. Most of us have excellent memories. That's why your amnesia will cause some council members to distrust you at first. Just be yourself. They'll know your intellect is all right as soon as they've heard your story. Anyway, it's dangerous for anyone to lie about someone else's questions or answers. I've seen it happen, though. People feel that things are going against them. They're afraid. We have no prisons, after all.
I thought about that, and found that I knew what prisons were. Humans often locked up their lawbreakers in cages. Prisons. No Ina prisons? Why?
None of us are willing to spend our lives in prison with the lawbreakers. Maintaining a prison isn't quite as unpleasant as being a prisoner in one, but it's bad enough. And levying fines would be meaningless. It's too easy for us to get money from the human population. For lesser crimes, most likely we amputate something. An arm, a leg, both arms, both legs. If the sentence is death, we decapitate the lawbreakers and burn their bodies.
Decapitate? I stared up at him. Amputate? Cut off people's heads, arms, or legs?
That's right. Amputations and executions are also recorded. Amputations are punishments of pain, humiliation, and inconvenience. Limbs grow back completely in a few months, maybe a year or two for legs taken off at the hip. Of course, when it's done, people are given nothing for the pain, and the pain is terrible. It hurts for a long time, although once people are returned to their families, the families can help them with the pain. They're permitted to, not required to.
You're sure that arms and legs cut off grow back? He held his left hand in front of me.
I was in a traffic accident 10 years ago. I lost 3 fingers and part of my hand. In about a month and a half, I had a whole hand again.
That long? I hesitated, then asked, Did you eat raw meat?
At first. I don't digest it well, though. If I had been able to eat more of it, I probably would have healed faster.
You probably would have, I said, and I wondered if he would heal more quickly once he was mated with me. I thought I would like to give him that.
He continued, The Silks won't be having anything amputated, though. What they've done is too serious for that. If the council condemns them, they'll either be killed, the adults will be killed, I mean, or they will be broken up as a family. Their youngest members will be scattered to any families that will have them, and the older ones will be left to wither alone. They might try anything they can think of to avoid those possibilities.
They would lose their children?
Yes. They would not be seen as fit to raise them.
That seems cruel to the children. And what if they have more children?
It might happen. Or their mates might shun them, blame them for the loss of young sons who have been separated and sent to live thousands of miles apart, probably on different continents. Adoption is not cruel, by the way. There are blood exchanges to ease it and seal it. People miss one another, of course, but by letter, phone, and computer, they can keep contact. I hear they tend not to, but they can. Adoptees are truly accepted, and accepting once they're in their new circumstances. But for the adults, it's the end. What adult wouldn't fear such a thing and do almost anything to avoid it?
If they had let my families alone, they wouldn't be facing it.
They must have felt very strongly compelled to do what they did. And, Shori, if you had been anyone else, they would have succeeded. You not only survived twice, but you came to us with what you knew, and you led the fight to destroy most of the assassins and to question the survivors. They thought mixing human genes with ours would weaken us. You proved them very wrong.
We sat together for a while longer in warm, easy silence. I felt that I had known him much longer than the few days that I'd been living at Punta Nublada. I turned toward him and opened his shirt.
"What are you doing?"
He was shocked, but he did nothing to stop me. "Looking at you. I wanted to see whether you had hair on your chest." He didn't.
"We tend not to have much body hair."
He had very smooth skin. I kissed it and ran my hands over it, loving the feel of him. Then I stopped and slipped down off his lap, because I wanted so badly to taste him, drink him, to lie beneath that tall, lean body and feel him inside me. He watched me, left the decision to me. If I tried to bite him, even now, he would let me do it. And then what? If I died, he, at least, might age and die childless. His brothers might mate elsewhere, but he could not. "How can you risk yourself this way?" I whispered. "I know what I want," he said. I decided that I had better protect him from his wants. He wouldn't send me away, and he should have. I took his hands, his broad hands with long, long fingers that were almost unlined, that were like but unlike the hands of my symbionts, larger versions of my own. I took his hands and I kissed them. Then I left him. On the first night of the Council of Judgment, proceedings were to begin at 9. They would be held in a large storage building a few dozen yards beyond the last house, Henry's, along the private road. The building had been emptied, and the equipment usually stored in it was sitting outside in the cold, rainy weather. 2 pickup trucks, 2 small tractors, a small crane that I'd heard called a cherry picker. Lesser tools had been stored in other buildings. Stacks of metal folding chairs and tables had been rented and trucked in. All this had been done quickly and efficiently by the Gordons and their symbionts, with my symbionts and me helping where we could. Attending were all 13 of the Silks, all 10 of the Gordons, of course, and 2 representatives each from the 13 other families, all strangers to me or near strangers, like the Leontievs and the Braithwaites. They would judge the Silks, and me, and perhaps make it possible for me to get to know myself again, and get on with my life without having to be on guard every day against another attack. Could a Council of Judgment really do that? What if it couldn't? The 13 families were Photopoulos, Marcoux, Morariu, Dahlman, Rappaport, Westphal, Nicolau, Andrei, Svoboda, Akhmatova, Nagy, and of course, Leontiev and Braithwaite. One representative would act as a council member and the other as a substitute. There were 6 male families and 7 female. I asked Preston whether the balance of sexes meant anything.
Nothing at all,
he told me. I was working with my symbionts to set up rows of metal chairs, and he was doing something to one of the video cameras that would be recording the council sessions.
You heard how the decisions were made. The Silks traded names with us until we had a group that both would accept. We have acted as your representative in this because you no longer know these people.
Did I know them all before? I asked.
You knew them. Some you knew well. Others you knew only by family and reputation.
If you tell me about them now, I'll remember what you say.
I don't doubt it. But for now, you shouldn't know them. They must see that you don't know them. See how much has been taken from you. Just be yourself. They should see that you have been seriously wounded, but that it hasn't destroyed you.
It has destroyed who I was.
Not as thoroughly as you think, child.
He gave me a long, quiet look.
Did you taste Daniel's blood?
The question surprised me. I will taste it, I said. I will when I've survived all this, I said. When I believe I can join with someone and not have it be a death sentence for either of us. And when I've grown a little more.
He said he offered himself to you.
And I promised that I would mate with him and his brothers. But not now. He smiled.
Good. Even alone, you're the best mate my son's sons could hope for. They all want you.
Daniel said that Hayden...
Don't worry about Hayden. He likes you, Shori. He's just afraid for the family. Afraid for so much to depend on one tiny female. Once we get through this council, I'll convince him.
I believed him. He left us, Wright, Joel, Theodora, Celia, Brooke, and me, to finish making neat rows of 150 chairs. There was room for more, and there were more chairs if it turned out that more symbionts wanted to observe, but most of them had intended to be outside roasting meat over contained fires, barbecue pits, and eating and drinking too much. With the rain, many were partying inside the houses. There was even a small party for the children of the Gordon symbionts. Wright had decided to stay with me through the proceedings, although I had told him he could go enjoy himself if he wanted to. After the chairs and the folding tables had been set up as Preston had instructed, I told Celia, Brooke, Joel, and Theodora that they could go or stay as they chose. Joel stayed, probably because he knew Wright was staying. Brooke and Celia went off to renew old friendships, and Theodora went with them. Theodora seemed cheerful and excited.
I've moved to Mars, she told me. Now I've got to go learn how to be a good Martian. Who better to teach me than the other immigrants?
It surprised me that I understood what she meant, and it pleased me that she was so happy. There was no feeling of stress or falseness about her. She was truly happy.
She's exactly where she wants to be,
Wright said when she was gone.
She's with you, and you're going to keep her with you. As far as she's concerned, she's died and gone to heaven. People keep falling in love with you, Shori. Men, women, old, young. It doesn't seem to matter.
I looked up at him, surprised that I understood him, too. Why don't you want to learn from the other immigrants? I asked.
Oh, I do,
he said and grinned at me.
Of course I do. But right now, I want to learn from the Martians themselves.
You want to see how the council works.
Exactly.
So do I, although I wish I were doing it as just an interested spectator. We finished our part of the preparation, bringing trays with covered pitchers of water and plastic cups to the storage building. We distributed them among the front tables for the council members and put some on the tables next to the wall in the back for everyone else. Then we chose seats in the first row. I thought I should be in the front so that I could stand and speak when necessary, and I wanted Joel and Wright beside me since they'd chosen to stay.
"Have you ever been to one of these council meetings?"
Wright asked Joel, surprising me. With me encouraging them, giving them small commands, they had recently begun to speak to one another beyond what was absolutely necessary.
"I never have," Joel said. "There's never been one here during my lifetime, not while I was at home anyway."
There was something comforting about having them on either side of me. They eased the stress I had been feeling without their doing anything at all. Ina and some symbionts had begun to come in and choose seats. This first night of the council was to begin at 9 and run until 5 the next morning. There was no special clothing worn by members of the council or by audience members, except for the many jackets and coats. The building was unheated, and the symbionts seemed to need extra clothing over their jeans and sweatshirts, their casual dresses, or their party clothing. Several symbionts came in from their parties, apparently deciding that they preferred to watch the proceedings of the council to eating, drinking, and dancing. Earlier that evening, just after it was fully dark, Joel and I had wandered into the noisiest party, the one at William's house, for a few moments to see, as Joel said, what was going on. It was the first time I could remember seeing people dance to music that was being played on a stereo. "It looks like fun," I said. Joel smiled.
"It is fun. Want to learn?"
"I do," I said, "but not now. Not tonight." And we had gone back to help with the preparations. I looked back, though, liking the joy and the sweat and the easy sexiness of it all, wishing I could have stayed and let him teach me. Chapter 22. Ironically, the oldest person present was Milo Silk. He was 541 years old, ancient even for an Ina. According to the world history I had been reading, when he was born, there were no Europeans in the Americas or Australia. Ferdinand and Isabella, who would someday send Christopher Columbus out exploring, were not yet even married. All Ina were in Europe and the Middle East, traveling with gypsies, blending as best they could into more stationary populations, or even finding their ways into this or that aristocracy or royal court. That world was Mars to me, and if Milo Silk were anyone else, I would have wanted very much to spend time with him and hear any stories he would tell about the worlds of his childhood and youth. As things were, though, I had avoided him and his family until now. And yet, he was asked to bless the opening of council proceedings. I thought they should have changed the custom and invited an elder who was less involved in causing suffering and death to speak what Preston had told me should be words of unity and peace. But everyone seemed to expect Milo to do it. After all, he hadn't been judged guilty of anything, yet. Milo Silk stood up in his place directly across from where I had eventually been told to sit. He and I were at opposite ends of a broad arc of cloth-draped, metal-framed tables. 12 members of the council sat 2 to a table. The odd council member, Peter Marcoux, had a table to himself, as did Milo Silk and I and Preston Gordon, who sat at the center of the arc and who was moderating and representing the host family. The Gordon symbionts had set up a sound system. They'd scattered speakers along the length of the big room and put on each of the tables a slender, flexible microphone for each person. There was also a standalone microphone centered between the 2 prongs of the arc of tables. Martin Harrison had shown me how to use my microphone, how to turn it on or off, how to take it from its stand and hold it if I wanted to, how close to it I should be when I spoke into it. Wright and Joel had watched all this, looking around as the other council members and Milo were seated. Then Wright kissed me on the forehead and said, confusingly, "Break a leg." Then he'd gone back to his seat in the front row where he had left his jacket holding his chair and sat there alone. Joel had stayed with me a little longer, holding my hands between his.
"Are you afraid?"
he asked. I shook my head. Nervous, but not afraid. I wish it were over. He grinned.
"You'll impress the hell out of him."
He kissed the palms of my hands, each of them, then went back to sit one seat from right, my former seat empty between them. No one had told them they couldn't sit at the table with me, and I would have been happy to have them there. Even before I sat down at the table, it had looked like a lonely place. But both men had seen, as I had, that there were only Ina at the tables, and they had drawn their own conclusions. They were probably right. Moments later, Brooke came in and sat down between them. Then Preston stood up, introduced himself, welcomed everyone, and asked Milo to bless the meeting. Milo stood up and, microphone in hand, began to speak.
"May we remember always that we are Ina,"
he said in his deep, quiet voice.
"We are an ancient and honorable people with more than 10,000 years of recorded history. We are a proud and powerful people, well aware of our duty to our families, to our kind, and to the truths that make us who we are. May we look after our human symbionts with kindness and firmness. May we care for them and keep them from harm. May we be loving, loyal, and generous to our mates. May the proceedings of this council of judgment be carried on with honor, justice, and truth. May we remember and honor the goddess as we strive to do and to be all that she expects of us. May we put aside those things that do not honor her. May we put them aside and take care never again to be touched by them, never seduced by them, never soiled by them. May we remember always that our strength flows from our uniqueness and our unity. We are Ina. That is what this council must protect. Now then, let us begin."
He closed his straight line of a mouth and sat down. Milo had looked directly at me as he spoke his last few sentences. He was straight-bodied and white-haired, 6.5 feet tall, and even leaner than most Ina. He was sharp-featured and fierce-looking somehow. If he were human, I wouldn't have been surprised to hear that he was 60, perhaps 65 years old. He had, I thought, spoken condescendingly of human symbionts and contemptuously of me, and yet in his deep voice, his words had had a majestic sound to them. Preston Gordon straightened in his seat at the center of the ark. I got the impression Preston was actually enjoying his position. He repeated his welcome to the members of the council, their deputies, and their symbionts. He assured them that if they needed or wanted anything at all, they had only to speak to a member of the Gordon family. Then he introduced each council member, although probably everyone knew them except me, some of the newer symbionts, and ironically, some of the younger Silks. I listened carefully and remembered. Preston had already told me a little about each of the visiting families. Now I was getting a chance to put faces to the names. There was Zoe Fotopoulos, whose family had once lived in Greece, but who, for a century now, lived on a cattle ranch in Montana. There was Joan Braithwaite, whom I was glad to see again, and whose family lived in western Oregon, where they raised, among other things, Christmas trees. There was Alexander Svoboda, whose family had come from what was, at the time, Czechoslovakia a few years before World War II, to establish a community in the northern Sierra Nevada mountains where they now owned a vacation resort. Peter Marcoux had come down from British Columbia, where his family owned several tourist-oriented businesses, including one that helicoptered tourists to isolated areas and guided them on memorable mountain hikes. Vladimir Leontiev and his family had lived in Alaska since Alaska was still Russian territory. They owned a fleet of fishing boats and interests in a cannery and a plant that processed frozen food. Anna Morariu's family were neighbors of the Gordons, living only about 200 miles away in Humboldt County, where several of her people were teachers, writers, and artists, and owned 2 hotels that served people visiting the national and state parks. Catherine Dahlman's family ran a ranch that was a tourist resort in Arizona, but they were planning to move to Canada, away from the sun and toward the longer nights of northern winters. Catherine and her sister Sophia were noticeably short for Aina women. In fact, that was the first thing I noticed about them. Other Aina females who had come to the council were at least 6 feet tall, but the Dahlmans were only Celia's height, and Celia had told me she was 5 feet 7 inches tall. She'd said she liked being around me, since other Aina females made her feel short. She had measured me gleefully and discovered that I was an inch under 5 feet tall. But I still had some growing to do. I wondered how Catherine and Sophia Dahlman felt about their height. Alice Rappaport's family had a ranch in Texas where she was, for legal reasons, actually married to her first. He had taken her name legally and was enjoying himself, doing what he had always wanted to do, run a ranch and run it profitably. Alice, her sister, and the 6 symbionts they had brought with them were using the living, dining, and family rooms of the guest house as their quarters, so I'd had a chance to talk to them. According to Alice, female Aina families had passed for human for thousands of years by marrying male symbionts and organizing their communities to look like human villages. Harold Westfall was also married to his first for legal as well as social reasons. He lived in South Carolina and felt that anything he could do to seem normal and unworthy of notice was a good thing. He and his family had been in South Carolina for 160 years, and yet I got the impression that he still was not comfortable there. I wondered why he stayed. Kira Nicolau and her family had left Romania for Russia, then left Russia just before the Communist Revolution in 1917, and had eventually settled in Idaho, in a valley so isolated that they felt they had no reason to put on a show of human normality. They dug wells, cut their own logs, built their own cabins. They used the wind and the sun to make their electricity, planted their crops, and kept enough chickens, hogs, goats, and milk cows to supply their symbionts with food and make a small profit. They shopped maybe twice a year to buy the things they either couldn't make or didn't want to bother making. If they hadn't had to visit their mates and attend the occasional council of judgment, they might have vanished completely from the awareness of other Aina. Ian Andre, on the other hand, lived in a suburb of Chicago. His family, too, were planning to move to Canada. They owned interests in several Chicago businesses. They had been in the Chicago area for over a century, but now they were beginning to feel swallowed by the growing population. During the Northern Hemisphere's winter, Walter Nagy and his family lived on a farm on Washington's Olympic Peninsula. During the Southern Hemisphere's winter, the whole family moved to a ranch in Argentina. In fact, they had just gotten back from Argentina.
"We could get even more hours of darkness if we moved farther north and farther south,"
he had told me when I met him.
"But we like comfort, too. We don't mind a little cold weather, but do mind snow and ice."
His family also owned income property in New York City and in Palo Alto and San Francisco. The few among them who bothered to work were artists, writers, and musicians. Finally, there was Elizabeth Akhmatova, whose family lived in Colorado in a Rocky Mountain community. They had gradually developed the land surrounding their community, building houses, stores, shops, and a nearby resort area until a fair-sized town had grown around them. They had held on to the property until it became popular and highly valued, and now they were gradually selling it off at very high prices. She and her family had come to North America in 1875, and they were about to make their third major move, this time to Canada. They like to find areas with potential, acquire vast stretches of land, and develop it. Preston introduced them all, then introduced me and welcomed me. Finally, he asked me to stand and tell my story. I stood, holding my microphone the way Milo had. I began my story with my first memory of awakening in the cave, confused, in pain, without my memory, and racked with intense hunger. I told them about Hugh Tang, all of it, about the ruin that I had not recognized as my home, about Wright and my father and the destruction of my father's community, the whole story up to and including the raid on the Gordons and the capturing and questioning of Victor and his two friends. The telling took more than an hour. At last, I finished and sat down. There were several seconds of absolute silence. Then Milo Silk stood up.
"Does this child have an advocate?"
he demanded. He spoke the word child as though he wanted to say a much nastier word, but restrained himself. Before I could say that I didn't yet have an advocate, Vladimir Leontiev spoke up.
"I am one of the fathers of Shori Matthews' mothers,"
he said.
"I believe I'm her nearest living relative on the council. My brothers and I may be her nearest living relatives, period. If Shori wishes it, I will be her advocate."
I leaned forward so that I could see him and said, "I must ask questions because of my memory loss. I mean no offense, Vladimir, but if you become my advocate, will it be a problem that you and I don't really know each other anymore?"
"It won't be a problem,"
he said.
"Family is what matters here. You are of great importance to me because you are one of my descendants."
"Will you speak for me, or will you help me understand rules and customs so that I can speak for myself?"
"Both, probably,"
he said.
"but I would prefer the latter."
I nodded. So would I. I understand that the Silks will also have to have an advocate. Vladimir gave me a small smile, then looked at Milo Silk.
"Who on the council will be your family's advocate, Milo?" "I speak for my family,"
he said. Preston Gordon said,
"Milo, in our negotiations with your family, one of your sons mentioned that a member of the Dahlman family might be persuaded to be your advocate. When have you known me to need someone to speak for me?"
he demanded. Preston looked at him, looked down at his own spidery hands resting on the table, then faced Milo again.
"Let me advise you, just this once. Your family needs more protection than you can give it. Don't let your pride destroy your family."
Milo looked away from him, kept quiet for several seconds. After a while, he said,
"Catherine Dahlman is the oldest daughter of my sisters. I ask that she be my advocate."
Catherine Dahlman managed, by sitting very straight, to look not only important, but a little taller. She lowered her head in a slow nod. "Of course," she said in a deep, quiet contralto, a female version of Milo's voice. It was the voice of a larger woman somehow. "Will you question the child, Milo, or shall I?" Milo looked down at the table, and I remembered that he had been writing while I spoke. Perhaps he had not trusted the two video cameras that were being used to record the session. Perhaps he had made notes of the questions he wanted to ask me. Or perhaps he had his own memory problems. I faced him across the arc, ready to be questioned, but he turned his body and tried to face Preston.
"I have my doubts, Preston, whether this child should even be here,"
he said.
"She has suffered terrible losses, and she admits that she hasn't recovered from her injuries."
I resisted an impulse to say that I had recovered, or had recovered as much as I was likely to. Instead, I waited to see what Preston would say. He looked at me, then at Vladimir. Vladimir said,
Shori, have you recovered from your injuries?
I am recovered, I said. My memory may or may not return. I'm beginning to relearn what I've lost, and I remember clearly all that has happened to me since I awoke in the cave. I looked across at Milo and decided that he would speak directly to me in a minute or two. He didn't want to, but he would.
Has the child been examined by a physician?
Milo asked.
I understand there is a human physician among the symbionts here. If not, one of my family's symbionts is a physician.
That was too much. I had been at Punta Nublada long enough to recognize that Milo was being openly insulting. He was trying to say that my body was not Aina enough to heal itself, that the human part of me had somehow crippled me. Milo, I said, not loudly but sharply. He looked at me before he could stop himself, and then looked away smoothly, as though he had only glanced at me by accident. I leaned forward, facing him across the arc. I am Aina, Milo. He stared at me, then turned again to Preston.
For the child's own sake, I request that she be examined by a physician.
I said, What are those notes you're making there, Milo? No one else is taking notes. Are you having difficulties with your memory, too? He glared at me. Catherine Dahlman glared at me. I am Aina, Milo, and if the doctor must examine me, then for your own sake, I request that she also examine you.
You're not Aina,
he shouted. He slammed his palm down on the table, making a sound like a gunshot.
You're not, and you have no more business at this council than would a clever dog.
People jumped. Catherine Dahlman said,
Preston, could we break for a few minutes?
She didn't wait, but stood up and went around to Milo, who had risen to his feet and was leaning forward, fists on the table, glaring at me.
15 minutes,
Preston said, and glanced at his watch. People poured themselves glasses of water, got up to stretch their legs, or turned to talk to one another. At first, no one on the council spoke to me. Most didn't even look at me. Some went to speak to audience members, and Wright, Joel, and Brooke took this to mean that they could come talk to me. They reached me at the same moment as Vladimir Leontiev and Joan Braithwaite. The two Aina and the three humans stared at one another for a moment. Then Joan leaned on the table, clicked off my microphone, and said, Shori, there are people in this room who have loved that old man for centuries. I focused on her and bit back all the things I could have said. She knew them as well as I did. That old man either ordered my families killed or sat by and watched while his sons did it. That old man had just told me I was no better than a dog because I had human as well as Aina genes. That old man is not sane. All true, all obvious. What should I have done? I asked her. She looked surprised. Nothing, she said. Nothing at all.
You should have let me do it,
Vladimir said.
I'm only about 90 years younger than he is. A rebuke from me would have been more easily accepted. Would you have done it?
Wright asked him. Vladimir took a deep breath.
Eventually.
It's done, I said. What happens now? You didn't think of that question before you humiliated him? Joan asked. You didn't wonder what would happen afterward? I didn't humiliate him, I said, finally stating the obvious. I would not have humiliated him. I just stood back and let him humiliate himself. Others won't see it that way. Are we rid of him? I asked. Will he step aside and let one of his sons represent the family? She looked at me as though she didn't particularly like me. He might, she said. What good do you imagine that will do you? Perhaps the new representative will at least dislike me as one individual to another, and not as man to animal. And no doubt that will make you feel better, she said. But it won't help. You've shown your teeth, Shori. They're sharp and set in strong female jaws. You are now less the victim and more the potentially dangerous opponent. You begin to overshadow your dead. I thought about that, although I didn't want to think about it. I wanted to go on feeling angry and justified. But finally, I sighed. You're right. What shall I do? She nodded. Apparently, I had asked the right question. Remember you're dead, she said. Keep them around you. And remember what you want. What do you want? To punish them for what they've done, I said. To stop them from hunting me. To stop them from killing anyone else. She nodded once, then turned and walked across the ark toward where people were very gently arguing with Milo.
She's right,
Wright said to me.
but she's cold.
She's just female, Joel said.
And oldest sister,
Brooke added.
I'll bet the younger one, Margaret, is gentler.
She is, I said.
Nevertheless, Joan's advice is good,
Vladimir told me. I know, I said.
The truth is your best weapon,
He said.
Put aside that temper of yours. Use the truth intelligently.
He turned and went back to his place in the ark. Brooke watched him go. Then she stepped behind me and put her hands on my shoulders. She massaged my neck and shoulders so that I began to relax before I realized I needed to. I looked up at her. Good? She asked. Good, I said. Joel laughed.
Ina need to be touched, especially young Ina. I don't think you always realize how much you need it, Shori. We'll have to see that she gets what she needs,
Wright said, looking at me. The look made me smile and shake my head. You should all go back to your seats, I said. They're about to start the council again. They went back to their seats, and on the other side of the ark, another of the Silks, Russell I had heard him called, sat down in Milo's place. Chapter 23. Russell Silk had no story to tell. He denied all involvement in the death of my families and in the attacks on the Arlington house and on the Gordons. He denied that his family was involved in any of it. He suggested that I was confused or mistaken, or that the humans who had been used as weapons had been given false information intended to incriminate the Silk family, which happened to be the only male Ina family in Los Angeles County. Who would create such a fiction? He did not know. He and his family were victims, just as I was. That was a sickening enough lie to make me wonder if I would have been able to keep my temper had I not lost my memory. If I could remember my mother's, my sister's, and my symbionts, if I could recall my father and my brothers as anything more than kindly strangers, I might not have been able to bear it. I thought Russell might have said it hoping to make me angry, hoping to pay me back for what I said to Milo. Vladimir Leontiev spoke up.
Russell, are you saying that you know as a matter of fact that neither your father, your brothers, or your sons, or their sons were involved in collecting a group of human males, making them your tools, and then sending them to kill the Petrescu, Matthews, and Gordon families?
Russell looked offended. I don't believe any member of my family would do such a thing, he said. Vladimir shook his head.
That isn't what I asked. Do you know for a fact that no member of your family did this?
I haven't investigated my family, he said. I'm not a human police detective.
So you don't know for certain whether or not members of your family did this?
I don't believe they did. He paused and looked away from Vladimir. But I don't know with absolute certainty. I didn't believe him. I don't think I would have believed him even if I hadn't helped to question Victor and his friends. Russell knew what his relatives had been up to, and now he was lying about it. By his silence or by his active participation, he had helped to murder my families.
I have a question for Shori,
Catherine Dahlman said. I looked at her with interest. I hadn't made up my mind about her yet. How close was she to the Silks and what they had done?
I'm sorry to ask you about things that may be painful to you,
she said.
But what do you remember about your mothers and your sisters?
Nothing, I said. Nothing at all.
Their names?
I've been told that my sisters were named Barbara and Helen.
And your mothers? Your elder mothers?
I don't know.
Your symbionts. How many symbionts did you have?
I'm told I had 7. I don't remember any of them.
You recall no names? Nothing?
Nothing.
So you feel nothing for these people who were once closer to you than any others?
I looked downward. It's as though they're strangers. It's terrible to me that I can't recall them even enough to mourn them. I hate that they are dead, my families. But for me, it's as though they never lived.
Thank you for your honesty,
she said. I still didn't know what to think of her. She didn't like me, but she was polite. Did she dislike me because what I said endangered the Silks? Or did she dislike me because I was part human?
Do you know how old you are, Shori?
Russell asked. My father told me I am 53.
And do you know how tall you are, how much you weigh?
I'm 4 feet 11 inches tall. I don't know what I weigh.
Do you know what the average height is for an Aina female your age?
I have no idea.
The average is 5 feet 6 inches. What does that say to you?
I stared at him, then gave the 5 foot 7 inch Catherine Dahlman a long look. Finally, I faced him again. At least I wasn't the only person who asked questions without fully considering the effects of the answers. I'm not sure what you want me to say, I told him. He glared at me for a moment, then said,
Apart from what you say the 3 human captives told you, do you have any evidence at all that the Silk family has done anything to harm your families?
3 humans questioned separately and all telling the same story? Yes, that's all I have, Russell. We questioned each other repeatedly, Russell Silk and I, and our advocates. Factual questions only. Were you told? Did you see? Did you hear? Did you scent? Did you taste? No speeches were permitted, no arguments except through questions, no interrupting each other. Preston Gordon could and did cut us off, though, whenever he heard us stray from these guidelines. He did this with a fairness that infuriated both Russell and me, and he paid no attention when we glared at him. The council members could ask us questions and question our answers. The purpose of accused and accuser questioning one another was to give the council the opportunity to make use of their formidable senses. They watched, listened, and breathed the air as we spoke. Together, they had thousands of years of experience reading body language. When our questions to one another waned, we began the second night's work early. By mutual agreement, we began to question others, first Russell, then me. Any of the Silks or the Gordons could be asked to speak. If asked, they could not refuse. I intended to work my way through the 2 youngest of the 4 generations of Silks, 4 fathers and 5 unmated young sons, and have them come to the freestanding microphone one by one to answer my questions and any that Russell or the council members might want to put to them. The unmated young ones were of the greatest interest to me. They were the ones I most wanted to be heard and seen by the council. I thought my own scent would reach them and trouble them, and perhaps they would have a harder time keeping their minds on any lies they meant to tell. But now it was Russell Silk's turn. The first person he called was Daniel Gordon.
Did you actually see the attack on your community that the child Shori Matthews says she defeated? Russell demanded.
She did not say she defeated it, Daniel answered. She and several Gordon symbionts worked together to defeat it.
Did you see this?
It happened during the day, Daniel said. No Aina other than Shori could have seen it. Over half of our symbionts saw it, though. They not only helped fight off the attack, but captured 2 of the attackers alive so that they could be questioned. Shori captured the 3rd. She prepared the captives for interrogation, but did not touch any of our symbionts.
Russell stared at him, frowned as though he did not believe him, and changed the subject.
Have you ever known Shori to seem confused or uncertain of her surroundings, her intentions, her perceptions? He asked.
Daniel shook his head.
Never.
Have you ever heard Shori show disregard for the welfare of other Aina?
No, never.
Russell shook his head as though in disgust.
And yet, isn't it true, Daniel, that Shori Matthews has bound you to her as her mate?
She has not,
Daniel said. Russell looked at the council members.
I believe this to be untrue, he said. He was seen taking the child into his quarters.
There was a moment of silence. Council members looked carefully at Daniel, breathing deeply to examine his scent. Finally, 2 of them spoke.
He is not bound,
Alexander Svoboda said. Elizabeth Akhmatova echoed,
He is not bound.
They were, according to what I'd heard, the oldest male and female council members. One by one, the other members of the council nodded, either accepting their elders' perceptions and judgment or coming to the same conclusion by way of their own senses. Alice Rappaport took several deep breaths, making a show of taking in Daniel's scent and judging it. She was the last to nod. I wondered who had seen Daniel and me together, come to their own conclusions about what we were up to, and then run to tell the Silks all about it. Had it been the Marcoux family who was staying in Daniel's house? Or perhaps it had been someone outside who saw him approach me and take me into his house. Or was it a Silk symbiont? If symbionts could be used as weapons, they could also be used as spies. Russell looked surprised by the council's conclusion.
You have no connection with Shori, then?
He asked Daniel.
We are promised to one another, Daniel said. When this is over, when she's older and physically mature, my brothers and I will mate with her.
He looked at me and smiled. I couldn't help smiling back at him. Council member Anna Morariu said, Do you believe the things Shori has told us tonight?
I do,
Daniel said.
I've seen some of it for myself. I was present when the captives were questioned. Shori and my fathers and elder fathers questioned them. I saw, heard, and breathed their scent. Because of that, I believe her.
Are you sure that's why you believe her? Russell demanded. Would you believe her if Shori were already mated with other people, or if you were?
He repeated,
I was present when the captives were questioned. I know what I saw and heard.
They didn't make him say it a 3rd time. I think they saw that they could not move him, and their senses told them that he believed that he was speaking the truth. Martin Harrison, of all people, had explained this to me days before.
Of course the Aina can't sense absolute truth, he said. At best, they can be fairly certain when someone fully believes what he's saying. They sense stress, changing degrees of stress. You do that yourself, don't you? You smell sweat, adrenaline. You see any hint of trembling, hear any difference in the voice or breathing, or even the heartbeat.
I do, I said. I notice those things and others that I don't always have names for, but I don't always know how to interpret what I sense.
Experience will take care of that,
he said.
That's why the older Aina are so good at spotting truth and untangling lies. They use their senses, their intelligence, and their long experience.
How can you know all that? I asked him.
It's what we all do, Aina and human,
He said.
The Aina are just a lot better at it. They do it consciously and with more acute senses. They usually have better memories, and they can pile up more years of practice than humans can. We humans do a little of it and give it names like intuition or ESP. In fact, it's just good old conscious and unconscious use of your senses, your experience, and your intelligence.
I asked Preston about it later, and he grinned.
Been talking to Martin?
I have, I said. Is he right?
Oh, yes. The man loves to teach. You're a blessing to him.
How can he know what very old Aina are doing? Did you tell him?
No. He just keeps his eyes and ears open. His nose is no better than most other humans, but his intelligence is first-rate. His son is a lot like him.
That left me thinking again of Joel and wondering how like his father he would turn out to be. The first day of the Council of Judgment ended with an effort on the part of the Silks to make me look irresponsible, at best, and make Daniel, and by extension the Gordons, look as though they were lying. They failed in both efforts. They would have one more day to try to undermine us. On the third day, judgment would be argued, truth acknowledged, and the council would say, according to Aina law, what must be done. That was all. It seemed almost easy. Would the Silks simply give themselves up to be killed, or allow their unmated sons to be sent away to other communities? Could anyone do that? As the council ended its session just an hour before dawn, I felt the need to talk to someone. Then Brooke, Wright, and Joel came to collect me, and I realized I was almost weak with hunger. Joel and Brooke both recognized the signs, though I don't think Wright did yet.
Let's go home,
Brooke said. I nodded. I wanted to go find Martin Harrison and ask him questions, but I thought that might be better done during the day, when other Aina could not listen.
End of Disc 8. Disc 9.
I let my symbionts walk me home, then kissed each of them and went to find Celia. I had not touched her for 4 nights. Tonight, she would be expecting me. She was not entirely mine yet, not bound to me, as Daniel would say. Not quite. Tonight would be her turning point. Her scent told me she was almost there. Tonight, she would be mine. She was asleep, warm and smelling of the soap she had used when she bathed earlier that night. In spite of her bath, she also smelled of the man she had had sex with before washing. I took in the scent, and after a moment was able to picture the man. A symbiont of Peter Marcu's. He was a short, muscular man with very smooth skin so dark it looked truly black. Someone had said he was from Ghana and that his name was Kwasi Tuntum. He had tired her out, made her sleepy. Eventually I would wake her up. I didn't think she would mind. But when I slipped into bed beside her, she opened her eyes. I didn't think she could see me, but she said, "Hey, Shori, I thought you forgot about me." "You didn't think that," I said. "You were enjoying yourself too much with Kwasi to worry about me forgetting you." She froze next to me. I could feel her body go rigid. I kissed her face, then her mouth. "Do you really care that I know?" I asked. "I can't help knowing." "You don't mind?" "Should I mind?" She shrugged against me. "Stefan didn't mind. He said I had the right to have human partners and have kids if I wanted them. After all, he couldn't give me kids." She frowned. I said, "Why did it bother you that he didn't mind?" She was silent for a long time. I used the time to explore what Kwasi had done with her. He had kissed her mouth and her neck, and her breasts. He had kissed her between her breasts, and taken her nipples into his mouth, I tried that, and she giggled. I'd never heard her giggle before. Then her scent changed, and she made a different sort of noise in her throat. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Learning," I said after a moment. "Why did it bother you that Stefan didn't mind your having sex with other people?" "I think I wanted him to love me more. Love me so much that he couldn't not care that I went with another guy." He cared. I'm female and I care. But if you're mine, I can accept the rest. And you do have the right to have your own human mate, your own children, or just have pleasure with a man when that's what you want. I lay on my back and moved her so that her body rested against mine. "I know how to take my pleasure with you," I said. "Will you teach me to pleasure you?" "You will pleasure me this time, I think. I want you to feed. I love the feel of you against me. I almost feel the way I did when I knew Stefan wanted me, when I wanted him." I smiled, hungry for her, starved for her, but taking my time enjoying the anticipation as much as I would soon enjoy feeding. She looked up at me, perhaps able to see me a little now. "I'll teach you more when this council thing is over. And you can teach me what else I can do to make you feel good. But for now, you're hungry. You have that scary, gaunt look." She rubbed the back of my neck. "You'd think I'd be afraid of you when you look like that, wouldn't you? Come here to me." She rolled us over onto our sides, facing one another, holding me against her, so welcoming that I couldn't wait any longer. I bit her deeply, hurt her a little, but also pleased her. She held me as though she thought I might leave her too soon. She held me as though laying claim to me. That afternoon, right after Celia and I got up, Martin Harrison came to see me. I had intended to find him eventually. I was surprised that with all the work he had to do satisfying the Gordons' guests, he had time to come looking for me. And I was surprised at the way he looked. Tired, angry, sad, but struggling to keep his expression under control.
"You and I have gotten to know each other a little," he said. "I've come to you now because I believe it's better for you to hear what you have to hear from someone who isn't a stranger."
I stared back at him, suddenly afraid, although I didn't know what I was afraid of. His expression made me not want to know. "Hear what?" Celia asked. She spoke to Martin, but she was looking at me. She got up and came over to stand beside me. I had been keeping her company while she cooked and ate a huge meal and took vitamins and an iron supplement that she'd had in her luggage. She said Stefan had always made her take vitamins and an iron supplement because she had been his smallest symbiont and he worried about her health. She had stopped taking them when he died. Now she had dug them out of her suitcase and begun using them again. She was wearing a pullover sweater that fully displayed her half-healed bite. As it happened, Martin also had a half-healed bite on his neck. It showed just above the collar of his shirt. "What do you want her to hear?" Celia asked again. Wright, Joel, and Brooke came in just then, flanked by 2 Gordon symbionts. I realized suddenly that the Gordon symbionts had gone out and found my symbionts and brought them to me, and I could see by their faces that they didn't know why any more than I did. Martin glanced at them, then looked at Celia. A kind look. A frighteningly kind look.
"Stay close to her today and tonight,"
he said to Celia.
"All of you. Stay close. She'll need you."
"What do you mean?" Celia demanded. Suddenly, it occurred to me that someone was missing. "Theodora," I said. "What's happened to Theodora?" Martin sighed and turned to face me.
"Carmen was going into San Francisco today,"
he said.
"She needed some medical supplies, and she wanted to see her youngest sister who's just had twins. Carmen found Theodora lying on the ground between Hayden's house and his garage. Theodora's dead, Shori."
Chapter 24. Several Gordon symbionts had gathered around Theodora's body, but they had not touched it. Only Carmen had done that, checking to see whether Theodora was alive, whether she could be helped. Martin told me that when Carmen told him Theodora was dead, he asked her to stay with the body and keep everyone else away, while he went to find me and send others to find the rest of my symbionts. I was not fully in control of myself as I approached Theodora. I had demanded that Martin take me to her, but I was not truly seeing or understanding what was happening around me. I could not believe my Theodora was dead. It made no sense that she would be dead. None. Then I touched her cold flesh. "She's been dead since early this morning," Carmen said behind me. My own eyes and nose had already told me that much. Hours dead. Dead well before sunrise. Dead while Russell Silk and I tore at one another. Dead while I lay making Celia my own. Dead. I found myself on my knees beside Theodora, making sounds I could not recall ever having made before. She had come to me because she trusted me, loved me. She had been so happy when I asked her to join me here at Punta Nublada, where she should have been safe. I had promised her a good life, had had every intention of keeping my promise. I would have kept her with me for the rest of her life. How could she be dead? I wanted the people around me gone. I wanted to be let alone to examine Theodora, to understand her death. I must have made some gesture because the watching symbionts all took a few steps back. I knelt on the ground alongside Theodora, selecting out scents that were not her own, separating them into odors and groups of odors that I recognized. Theodora had gone to at least one of the parties, and that made for a confusion of scents: sweat, blood, aftershave, cologne, food and drink of several kinds, sexual arousal, many personal scents. There were 14 distinct personal human scents. The odor that screamed loudest at me was the strong blood scent in Theodora's hair. Her blood. I looked and found the wound there. Her hair was stiff and matted with dried blood. Dead blood. I touched her head, ran my fingers over it, and found the place where there was a softness, an indentation. Someone had hit her so hard that they broke her skull. Someone had murdered her. Who had done it? Why? No one knew her here. No one had reason to harm her. No one would have harmed her, except, perhaps, to harm me. Would someone do that? Murder one person in the hope of causing pain to another? Why not? Someone, the Silks, surely, had murdered nearly 200 people, human and Ina, in the hope of killing me, killing all that my elder mothers had created. I closed my eyes, tried to quiet my thoughts and focus on Theodora. After a moment, I breathed deeply again and continued sorting through the scents. She had been in contact with 14 different humans, Gordon symbionts and visitors. I didn't recognize all of them, but 6 I could picture. These were people I had met or had pointed out to me. The other scents, I would remember. When I found the people they belonged to, I would know them. Any of them could have killed her, or perhaps they had only brushed against her at one of the parties. Perhaps they had danced with her, or touched her in some other casual way. She had not had sex with anyone recently. There seemed no way to tell which of the 14 might have hit her, but had her blood splashed on the killer? Had the killer kept the weapon used to kill her? Had the killer touched her at all beyond battering her to death, perhaps to examine her to be certain she was dead? I put my face down closer to her broken, bloody head. But then the scent of dead blood, of Theodora's beloved body, 10 or more hours dead, became all that I could smell, and I had to turn away from it after a moment. I stood up and stepped a short distance away, gasping, sick, desperate for clean air. Someone spoke to me, came near, and I shouted, "Let me alone! Get away from me!" A moment later, I realized that I had shouted at Wright, my first. I had told him to go away. Stupid of me. Stupid. I looked up at him, saw that he was already backing away, not wanting to go, but going. "I'm sorry," I said. "Stay here, Wright. Stay near me while I finish this." I breathed deeply for a moment, then turned back to Theodora and tried again. I rolled her from her back onto her side so that I could see and smell whatever had been trapped under her. The significant odors were more blood, of course, and the sense of 5 more people. Again, I recognized some of them, 3 of the 5. Through the night, then, 19 people had had enough contact with Theodora to leave their scents on her. 19 people, any one of whom might be her murderer. I would have to find each of them and speak to them or their Ina. I stood up finally and went on looking at my dead Theodora. I would have to go to her daughter and son-in-law and tell them that she was dead. They couldn't know everything, but they had a right to know that. After I found her killer, I would go to her family. I looked around for Martin. He was still there. The onlookers had gone away, but Martin and my 4 symbionts still waited. "Has anyone left the community today?" I asked. He shook his head.
Not that I know of.
"Could someone have left without your knowing?"
Of course. I have to sleep too, girl.
And William Gordon had bitten him early this morning. I looked back at Theodora. "I don't know what should be done with the dead, Martin."
She should be cleaned up, given a funeral, and, well, buried. We have our own cemetery here.
I still didn't know what to do. Theodora should be prepared for burial. A memorial service of some kind should be arranged. Her killer should be caught, should be killed. And yet, in a few hours, the Council of Judgment would begin its second night, and I would have to be there.
"Shori, girl,"
Martin said. He spoke with such gentleness that I wanted to run away from him. I could not dissolve emotionally and lose myself in grief. I did not dare. There was no time.
"Shori, we'll take care of her body. We'll prepare her for burial. We can have services for her after the council is over. You go find out who did this. That's what you want to do, isn't it?"
I looked at him, and all I could do was nod.
"Leave her to us."
He almost turned away, then stopped and drew a deep breath.
2 things, Shori. They're important.
"All right," I said. He looked down and met my gaze with a different expression, harder, unhappy, but determined. "Tell me, Martin," I said. "You've been a friend. Go ahead and say whatever it is that you don't want to say." He nodded.
Don't kill anyone. No matter how certain you are that you found the right person, don't kill. Not yet. Chances are, the murderer is one of the visitors, one of the Gordon family's guests. You are more than a guest. You'll be mated to the sons of the family in a few years, but still, tell Preston or Hayden what's happened before you take a life.
I stared at him, unable to answer at first. Until that moment, if I had learned that Martin himself had killed Theodora, I'm not sure I could have stopped myself from killing him. And yet, I understood on some murky emotional level, and from slivers of recovered memory, that it would be a serious offense against the Gordons to kill one of their guests. I couldn't remember anyone ever doing such a thing, but I felt enough horror and disgust at the thought of doing it to know that I must not. "I won't kill anyone," I said finally. Another nod.
And don't bite anyone.
That one was even harder. But I could see the reason for it. If I found the killer, he or she would be the symbiont of someone here. Again, I knew, again without understanding fully how I knew, that it would be wrong to interfere with someone else's symbiont. The Ina might be the guilty one, I said. Probably would be.
All the more reason not to abuse the symbiont.
I won't bite unless someone attacks me, I said. I would rather bite than break bones or tear flesh. And I walked away from him. My symbionts followed me. When we were alone, Wright pulled me to him and hugged me and held me for a while. I felt as though I wanted to stay that way, safe with him, breathing his good, familiar scent. It mattered more than I would have thought possible that he was alive, that he loved me, and wanted somehow to comfort me. I knew that if I let him, he would take me home and put me to bed and stay with me until I fell asleep. I knew he would do that because I had come to know him that well. I longed to let him do that. But there was no time. If possible, by the time tonight's council session began, I wanted to know who had killed Theodora. I wanted to prevent the murderer from leaving or killing anyone else, and I wanted to put this new crime before the council to see whether they would deal with it. If they didn't, I would. I pushed back from Wright and realized that he had lifted me off the ground and was holding me so that I could look at him almost at eye level. I kissed the side of his mouth, then kissed his mouth and said, "Put me down." He set me on my feet.
What do you want us to do?
He asked. And I almost disintegrated again. He understood. Of course he did. "I need you to stay together," I said. "Protect one another." I looked at each of them, missing immediately the face that was not there. I don't know whether Theodora's murder has anything to do with the other attempts on us, or with the Council of Judgment, but it seems likely. I paused. It hurt to say her name. I took a breath and went on. "Go talk to Jill Renner Simwain. She spent some time with Theodora last night and left her scent for me to find. She wouldn't have hurt Theodora, but she might have seen her having trouble with someone or leaving a party with someone. Was there a party at Wayne's house last night?"
Sim Wayne?
Wright said, frowning.
Is that how you say it then, when someone is a symbiont? That's what happens to our names? We're Sim Shori?
"You are," I said.
Something you remembered?
"No. Something I learned from hearing people talk." "What about Wayne's house? Was there a party?" "Not at Wayne's," Celia said, "but there was a party at Edward's and a big party at Philip's. Jill, Theodora, and I were at both of them. Theodora was a little shy at first, and she kind of hung out with me at Edward's. We ate there and talked with a lot of people, but at Philip's, she met a couple of guys. They got her dancing, and the three of them just sort of stayed together, dancing and flirting and enjoying themselves." Wright frowned at Celia, as though she had said something wrong, but Celia ignored him. "Who were the two men?" I asked. "A couple of older guys. I don't know their names or who their Ina is. They were both graying, maybe 5'10", well-built. They could have been brothers. They looked a lot alike." "Did you touch them?" I asked. "Shake hands or squeeze past them?" She shook her head. "Tell me what you can about them. See them in your memory, and tell me what you see." We were walking toward Wayne's house, where Jill Renner was probably still asleep. Celia frowned and looked desperate for a moment, as though she were grasping for something that she couldn't quite reach, but had to reach. She glanced at me, then closed her eyes, focusing, remembering. Finally, she said, "They both had the same salt and pepper hair, black with a lot of white. One of them had a mustache. It was salt and pepper, too. They aren't with the Gordons, I'm sure of that. Westfall. I think they're the two male Westfall symbionts. The rest of the Westfall Sims are women. These guys talk like they've been here for a long time, but every now and then, you could hear a little English accent. She let her voice trail away. Then she said, "The one with the mustache, he has a scar on his forehead, or maybe it's a birthmark, I'm not sure which. I don't know how big it is. It starts just below the hairline and goes back into the hair. It's a red oval, or I think it would have been oval if I could have seen all of it." "All right," I said. "Relax. I know who you mean. I've never spoken to them, but I saw them and got their scent when the Westfalls arrived. Their scents were on Theodora. You're right. They probably are brothers. I'll find them. The rest of you go talk to Jill Renner."
"Let me stay with you," Joel said. "I know a lot of the visitors, and they know me. I might be able to help."
I glanced up at him and nodded. "You three, watch out for one another." Brooke, Celia, and Wright went off to knock on Wayne's door, and Joel and I went down the road to Wells Gordon's house where the Westfalls, Harold and John, were staying with their 8 symbionts, including the 2 who may have been among the last people to see Theodora alive. I didn't suspect them of killing Theodora. The Westfalls, from what Preston had told me, were not closely related to me or to the Silks, but they were very interested in the success my elder mothers had had mixing human and Aina DNA and giving me the day. They were not offended by it as the Silks were. I thought about Milo, about his contempt for me, and his less lethal but no less real contempt for symbionts, probably for all humans. Aina could not survive without humans, and yet Milo seemed to consider them little more than useful domestic animals. What must life be like for his symbionts? And how did families who thought like the Silks get along with other Aina? Joan Braithwaite had said that there were many who loved Milo. They must have loved him in spite of his arrogance. Or perhaps they loved him for what he had been when he was younger. He was far from lovable now. I had read in one of the books I'd borrowed from Hayden about the periods of feuding between Aina families, during which Aina fought mainly by doing what the Silks had done to my families, using humans as weapons, using them to kill members of one another's families. Hayden said that hadn't happened anywhere in the world for centuries. It was considered as barbaric among Aina as boiling people in oil was among humans. And yet, somehow, it had come back into fashion. "I need to see the 2 male Westfall symbionts," I told Dulce Ramos, the Wells Gordon symbiont who happened to be awake. She nodded and said, "Okay." Then, "Hey, Joel," and took Joel and me upstairs into the house's guest quarters. "Those 2 are brothers, twins, I think, Gerald and Eric Cooper. Eric's the one with the mustache." She paused. "I heard what happened. I'm sorry." I nodded. "Thank you." "Do you think the Westfall Sims did it?" "No, but they might have seen something." The Westfall symbionts were asleep, keeping the same hours as their Aina. Awakened, the Cooper brothers came out together, short salt and pepper hair standing up in spikes all over their heads. They wore handsome robes made of very smooth, deep red material. They were just as Celia had described them, now sleepy but interested.
"I had heard you could stay awake during the day," Eric said, "but I didn't believe it until now."
I shrugged. "I can," I said. "But while I was asleep this morning, someone killed one of my symbionts." Both men went very still.
"Theodora?"
Gerald asked. "Theodora," I said.
"Oh, my God. I'm so sorry. Killed? Someone killed her? My God."
"Early this morning. She's been dead now for about 10 hours. He nodded.
"And you're talking to us because we spent some time talking to her last night?"
"I'm talking to you because both your scents are on her," I said.
"We both danced with her," Eric said. "She was so happy, having such a good time. She was a delight." She talked mainly about you, Gerald said. She made us remember what it was like to be in a brand new symbiosis. She was very much in love with you, and she thought her life was pretty much over until you broke into her house one night, swept her off her feet, and confused the hell out of her.
I wanted to laugh about that. Then I wanted to run away from these strangers, find a dark corner and huddle there, rocking my body back and forth, moaning and mourning. They were speaking honestly about Theodora as far as I could sense, and yet I hated them. They had been with her, talking to her, listening to her, touching her during her last hours. They were strangers, and they had been there with her. I had not. Beside me, Joel took my hand and held it. That helped a little, steadied me a little. I struggled to keep my voice and my expression neutral, because frightening these men would not get me the information I wanted, and I couldn't just stir their memories by telling them to remember. They weren't mine. The best I could do would be to ask their Ina to nudge their memories when he awoke. For now, I could only try to persuade them. "Do you remember what time it was when you left her?" I asked.
She left us, Gerald said. She said she was tired and wanted to go to bed. She said she wasn't used to having a social life again. I think it was around 2 this morning.
He looked at his brother.
2? Closer to 3, Eric said. We offered to walk her home, but she just smiled and kissed us both and went on her way. I saw her go out the front door. That's the last time I saw her.
"Did you see anyone paying attention to her?" I asked. Both men frowned, then Eric shook his head.
I was looking at her. I might have missed what someone else was doing.
He glanced at me.
No offense, but I would have taken her to bed if I could have.
I nodded. I had understood that. I don't think she was ready for that yet.
She wasn't.
He paused.
As soon as she was gone, though, 2 men left. I don't know them or which families they're with. Hell, I don't even know if they were together. They did leave at the same time, though.
"Tell me what you remember about them," I said. "Did you see their faces?"
Only for a moment,
Eric said.
Young-looking men. Brown hair, medium brown, both of them.
"Another pair of brothers?" I asked. They looked at one another, then back at me.
No, I don't believe so,
Gerald said.
They were a Mutt and Jeff pair.
I frowned.
A tall fellow and a short one,
Gerald explained.
And they didn't look alike at all except for the hair. Just 2 guys. How short was the short guy?
Joel asked. Gerald frowned.
Too short to be a symbiont, really. I think most Ina would worry about taking on such a small man.
Mentally, I went through the list of people who had left their scents on Theodora's body. Of the ones I could identify, 3 of them were brown-haired men. Only one might be called short by everyone except me. Gerald was right. The man I was thinking of was slender and short, actually too small to be a symbiont. Most Ina worried about hurting smaller humans. In great need, even I might take more blood than a small human could survive losing. "Estimate the height of the shorter man," I said, just to be sure.
He was maybe 5'3" or 4,
Eric said. Joel whistled.
That might mean his Ina was female,
he said. "Jack Roan," I said. His scent was on Theodora. Jack Roan sim Catherine Dahlman. And Catherine Dahlman and her sister are the shortest adult Ina I've ever seen. Did Jack dance with Theodora at all?
If he did, it was before we arrived,
Eric said.
We were at another party at Manning's house. She would have had plenty of time to dance with other people before we arrived.
But she probably hadn't. Theodora had not left Celia until Eric and Gerald took an interest. I needed to talk with Jack Roan as soon as possible. But Jack Roan had gone, had left Punta Nublada, I went to the office complex where the Dahlmans were staying, and he wasn't there. The complex was also where the Braithwaites were staying, and one of Margaret Braithwaite's symbionts, a man named Zane Carter, told me he had seen Roan go, had seen him take one of the Dahlman cars and leave that morning. Carter assumed Roan had been sent out on some errand for Catherine or her sister Sophia. Also, the other brown-haired man from the party turned up, the one who had left the party at the same time as Roan. He turned out to be someone that I knew, or at least that I was aware of. He was Hiram Major's Sim Preston, and his scent had not been on Theodora. I was relieved to know that, once I knew he was with the Gordons. He came to me on his own when he heard that I was looking for Roan, and heard why I was looking for him. "I was talking to Jack last night," he told me when he caught up with me as Joel and I were leaving the office complex. "Turns out he and my sister both went to Carnegie Mellon in Pittsburgh at the same time. He knew her, saw her in some play, she was a drama major, and then ran into her the next day and invited her to have coffee with him." Hiram shrugged. "I'm cut off from my family out here. It was good to talk to someone from home." "Did he leave abruptly last night?" I asked. "Yes," Hiram admitted. "I think he had been watching your Theodora?" That was her name. "I hadn't really noticed her until she walked past us and out the door, and Jack looked at her and said he had to go do something for Catherine. Said he'd forgotten until that minute." Hiram shook his head. "That's why I remember him so clearly." "God," Joel said. "What a stupid thing for one symbiont to say to another." "Why?" I asked, not thinking. They both stared at me. Joel answered, "You don't forget something Urina tells you to do. You can't. That's one of the first things you learn as a symbiont. Jack Roan was, I guess, so eager to go after Theodora that he told a really stupid lie." Chapter 25. I asked Layla Corey, Preston's first, to let me know when he was awake. Then I went back to the guest house to talk with Wright, Brooke, and Celia. "Jill Renner saw Jack talking to Theodora," Brooke said when I told them about Jack Roan. "She recognized him because he's so short," Wright said. "She'd noticed him before." "Where were they talking?" I asked. "Outside," he said, "near Hayden's house. It was around 2:30 or 3 this morning. She was on her way home." "Jill said she couldn't hear what they were saying," Celia said. "But it didn't look like anything bad was happening. I mean, Jill said he wasn't touching her or anything." As soon as Layla Corey phoned me, I left my symbionts at the guest house, went to Preston, and told him what had happened and what I had learned. We talked in his den next to his bedroom. The den was a windowless, wood-paneled room with leather-covered chairs, oriental rugs on the floor, and many shelves of old, leather-covered books. It felt somehow like a cave. The cave Preston was born from each day.
"Catherine Dahlman,"
he said, and he shook his head.
"I've known Catherine for 3 centuries. Her family and mine, well, I can't say we've been friends, but we've usually gotten along. Are you sure?"
We sat facing one another in the vast leather chairs. I had slipped off my shoes and curled up in the chair because it was easier than sitting with my legs sticking straight out, or sitting forward on the edge with my feet dangling well above the floor. It was a comfortable chair to curl up in. Under different circumstances, I would have been completely content there. "I'm sure my Theodora is dead," I said, "murdered by being hit so hard that part of her skull was broken. I'm sure Jack Roan Sim Catherine Dahlman followed her from the party at Philip's house after lying about why he was leaving the party. Jill Renner went to the same parties as Theodora, and she said early this morning she saw Roan talking to Theodora near Hayden's house. Sometime after that, Zane Carter saw Roan leaving Punta Nublada. I can't claim to know more than that, but that should be enough." Preston looked at me for a moment, then shook his head. I loved Theodora, and she was mine, I said. She came to me willingly, eagerly. And now, because she loved me, she's dead.
You don't know that,
he said. I can't prove it, I said, but I know it. So do you. I took a deep breath. I promised Martin Harrison I wouldn't kill anyone before I talked to you or Hayden. And because the council goes on tonight, I can't try to track Roan. I took another breath. Preston, what can I do? She trusted herself to me. I want a life for her life. I will have a life for her life. Preston turned his face away.
Roan's life?
Catherine's life.
No.
I said nothing more. I would have Catherine Dahlman's life. We would not play the game of killing off one another's symbionts as though they weren't even people, as though they were nothing. I jumped down from the chair, grabbed my shoes, and started to walk away from him.
Who will protect the rest of your symbionts if you kill Catherine?
Preston demanded.
Her family will come after you. You'll have stepped outside the law, and they will be free to protect themselves. They'll kill you, and they'll kill your symbionts too, if they try to help you. And of course they will try. Do you want the rest of your people dead?
The Dahlmans are the ones who stepped outside the law.
I agree with you. They almost certainly have. But that isn't proved.
My family is gone, I said, turning to face him again. My memory of them is gone. I can't even mourn them properly because for me, they never really lived. Now I have begun to relearn who I am, to rebuild my life, and my enemies are still killing my people. Where is there safety for my symbionts or for me?
Go on with the Council of Judgment.
If he had been anyone other than Preston, I would have walked away without bothering to comment. But Preston had become important to me. It wasn't only that I liked him. He was Daniel's elder father, and he favored a mating between his sons and me. Why? I demanded. Why should I wait?
Think about why this was done, Shori. Think. You were very much in control of yourself last night. If your memory were intact, you wouldn't have been. You couldn't have been so calm as you sat in the same room with the people who probably had your families killed. I don't think you were expected to be calm. I think the Silks and perhaps the Dahlmans expected you not only to look unusual with your dark skin, but to be out of your mind with pain, grief, and anger, to be a pitiable, dangerous, crazed thing. We Aina don't handle loss as well as most humans do. It's a much rarer thing with us, and when it happens, the grief is almost unbearable.
I looked away from him. I know what the grief is like.
Of course you do. You stand there hugging yourself as though you were trying to hold yourself together. They did this to you, Shori. They want you this way.
I found myself leaning against the wall, wanting to slide down it, wanting to dissolve to the floor. What can I do? I said. How can Catherine be punished when the Silks are the only ones everyone is paying attention to?
The facts are what the Council is supposed to pay attention to.
But Catherine Dahlman is a member of the Council.
Challenge her tonight. Tell the Council what has happened just as you told me. Facts only. Let them draw their own conclusions. Let them question you. Then ask that Catherine be removed from the Council.
And they'll do it? All I have to do is ask, and they'll do it?
Yes. They'll question her. Then they'll do it because they'll know you're telling the truth. And they'll decide her guilt or innocence as well as her punishment. If there is to be punishment. Tomorrow night, when they decide what to do about the Silks. But once she leaves the Council, Someone else will have to go too. Chances are it will be Vlad.
If there was to be punishment? If? If they didn't punish her, I would. I would kill her. I would find a way to do it, a way that would not leave my symbionts unprotected. Perhaps I could find a human criminal, a murderer, and have him kill her and then die himself before he could be made to say who had sent him. Catherine's people would know as I knew, but if she could get away with it, so could I. I had to do something. What I wanted to do was tear her apart with my teeth and hands. Maybe it would come to that. Then my mind registered the other thing that Preston had said. Vladimir Leontiev, my advocate, one of my mother's fathers, off the council. Why? I demanded.
Numerical balance. All councils of judgment must have an odd number of members. If Catherine were to leave the council because of an injury or an emergency at home, her sister Sophia would take her place. Under the circumstances, I don't think you or your advocate would find Sophia any more acceptable than Catherine.
I agree, I said. Who knew whether this was something both sisters had agreed to, or something Catherine had thought of on her own?
Also,
Preston said,
it will strike people as reasonable that both you and the Silks lose your advocates.
It's as though they're playing a game. After all, I'm not trying to get at her because she's the Silk's advocate.
It's not a game, Shori. The council will know why Catherine must go, but it will be best for you if you do this according to custom.
He frowned, looked at me, then looked away.
You, more than anyone, must show that you can follow our ways. You must not give the people who have decided to be your enemies any advantage. You must seem more Aina than they.
I don't know how to do that.
You know enough. When you don't know, ask.
Who shall I ask? Who will be my advocate now? He thought for a moment.
Joan Braithwaite?
I had to think about that, too. If Margaret were the council member, I'd say yes, but Joan? Just how friendly is she with the Silks?
Because of the way she spoke to you last night?
That, and when she finished with me, she went over to talk with the Silks.
You should have listened to what she said to them, to Milo in particular.
I waited.
She told him to give his place to one of his sons, or she would, before the council, question his mental stability.
As he questioned mine.
Yes. Stupid of him. But as I've told you, you were not what the Silks expected you to be. You should have been, by all reckoning, only a husk of a person, mad with grief and rage, or simply mad.
He paused.
I wonder if that's part of why your memory is gone. Not just because you suffered blows to the head, but because of the emotional blow of the death of all your symbionts, your sisters and your mothers. Every one. You must have seen it happen. Maybe that's what destroyed the person you were.
I thought about that. I tried to let his words touch off some feeling, some grief or pain, some memory. But those people were strangers. Right now, there was only Theodora and the pain of just thinking her name. I don't know, I said. Maybe I'll never know.
Go talk to Joan, Shori. See her before tonight's session begins.
I looked into his kindly face, and it scared me how much I liked him and depended on him, even though I didn't really know him very well. But then, I didn't know anyone very well. What would Joan have done differently if she had been my advocate from the beginning? I asked. He gave me a faint, unhappy smile.
From what I know of her, I think she would have spoken to you just as harshly as she did speak, perhaps even more so. But she wouldn't have spoken to the Silks at all. And perhaps Milo would have gone on representing his family, and eventually offending almost everyone. Go talk to her, Shori. Do it now.
I went, stopping at the guest house to check on Wright, Joel, Brooke, and Celia. I needed to see them to be certain they were all right. I needed to touch each of them. They were sharing a meal of roast beef, a mixture of brown and wild rice, gravy, and green beans with the 6 Rappaport symbionts. "I need all of you to come to the council tonight," I said. I didn't think I could stand it if they stayed away, if I couldn't see them and know that they were all right for so many hours. "We figured," Celia said.
Don't worry,
Wright said.
we were going to go to the council hall as soon as we finished dinner.
The storage building had become the council hall overnight. "Stay together," I said. "Take care of one another." They nodded, and I left them. I went to the offices that the Braithwaites were using as living space. I would have given a lot just to sit with my symbionts, watch them eat, hear their voices, walk them over to the council hall, where I would make sure they got seats in the front so that I could always see them. Instead, I went to find Joan Braithwaite. I tripped and almost fell on the steps that led up into the offices. I hurt my foot enough to stand still for a moment and wait for it to stop throbbing. It occurred to me as I stood there that I could not recall stumbling like that since the day I left the cave and had healed enough to hunt. This was what Preston had meant. Theodora had been murdered so that I would begin to stumble in all sorts of ways. I stood still for a minute more, breathing, regaining my balance as best I could. Then I went in and found Joan. She was in the office that was her bedroom, sitting at the desk, writing in a wire-bound notebook. She closed the notebook as I came in. The folding bed that had been moved in for her was heaped with blankets that she had thrown aside. Her clothing, books, and other things were scattered around the room. She kept a messy room the way Theodora had. Somehow, that made me like her a little. "I suppose you've come to ask me to be your advocate," she said in her quick, no-nonsense way. "I have," I said, relieved that she already knew. Zane Carter, who had told me about seeing Jack Roan drive away, had probably told both Joan and Margaret everything. "You haven't hurt anyone?" Joan demanded. I shook my head. I promised Martin Harrison that I wouldn't. I said I'd wait until I talked with Preston or Hayden. When I talked with Preston, he sent me to you. She turned her chair so that she faced me, hands resting on the arms of the chair. "So you're pretty much in control of yourself then? You're over the shock." I just stared at her. After a while, she nodded. "When your rage is choking you, it is best to say nothing. How are your remaining symbionts?" "Fine." Yes, fine. Putting up with me and my need to hover over them. "There are people on the council who are going to ask you much more painful questions than I have so far, Shori. Someone will surely ask you whether you killed your Theodora yourself." My mouth fell open. "What? What?" "And someone will want to know whether she had accepted you fully, whether she was bound to you." I couldn't say anything for several seconds. On some level, I understood what Joan was doing. I didn't love her for it, but I understood. Still, it took me a while to be able to respond coherently. "She had accepted me," I said at last. I cleared my throat. "Theodora loved me. I bound her to me here at Punta Nublada. She was mine when she died. Before she arrived several days ago, we hadn't been together often enough to be fully bound, but she wanted to be. She wanted to be with me, and I wanted her. I loved her." "Do you understand why I ask that?" "I don't." She looked downward, licked her lips. "Symbionts, fully bound symbionts,
give up a great deal of freedom to be with us. Sometimes, after a while, they resent us, even though they don't truly want to leave, even though they love us. As a result, they behave badly. I don't blame them, but she didn't resent me. She didn't really know what she was giving up yet. And she trusted me. Let me finish. Our senses are so much more acute than theirs. We're so much faster and stronger than they are that it's a good thing they have some protection against us. In fact, it's extremely difficult for us to kill or injure our bound symbionts. It's hard, very hard, even to want to do such a thing. Even Milo hasn't been able to do it. He resents his need of them, sees it as a weakness, and yet he loves them. He would stand between his symbionts and any danger. He might shout at them, but even then, he would be careful. He would not order them to harm themselves or one another. And he would never harm one of them. I think it's an instinct for self-preservation on our part. We need our symbionts more than most of them know. We need not only their blood, but physical contact with them and emotional reassurance from them. Companionship. I've never known even one of us to survive without symbionts. We should be able to do it, survive through casual hunting. But the truth is that only works for short periods. Then we sicken. We either weave ourselves a family of symbionts, or we die. Our bodies need theirs. But human beings who are not bound to us, who are bound to other Aina, or not bound at all, they have no protection against us, except whatever decency, whatever morality we choose to live up to. You see? I did. And she had just told me more about the basics of being Aina than anyone else ever had. I wondered what other necessary things I didn't know. I took a deep breath. I see, I said. Theodora was bound to me, and I never hurt her. I never would have hurt her. She watched me as I spoke, no doubt judging me, deciding whether I was telling the truth, whether I was worth her time. All right, she said. All right, I'll be your advocate when the time comes. She glanced at her watch. Let's go to the hall. Chapter 26. When Catherine Dahlman heard what I had to say, she denied everything. Neither she nor her symbiont, Jack Roan, had anything at all to do with the death of the person Shori Matthews is attempting to claim as her symbiont.
They had chosen one another,
Vladimir Leontiev said.
We all saw that they had.
Where is Jack Roan? Joan Braithwaite asked.
I don't know,
Catherine said.
My other symbionts have told me he had to go. Some family emergency. He has family in Los Angeles, in Phoenix, Arizona, and in Austin, Texas.
She said all this with an odd, sly, smiling expression that I had not seen before. And of course, she was lying. Everything she'd said was a lie. I got the impression she didn't care that we knew. Vladimir looked disgusted.
You're telling us Roan is yours, but you have no idea which of those 3 large cities in 3 different states he's gone to visit?
Catherine gave a small shrug.
It was an emergency, she said. He couldn't wait until I awoke. I trust my people.
You should, I said. Your people are clearly very competent, especially when it comes to murdering an unsuspecting symbiont who's never done them any harm. I looked along the arc at the other council members. I request that she be removed from this council.
You request?
Catherine seemed to choke on the words.
I request that you be removed from this room. You're a child, clearly too young to know how to behave. And I challenge your right to represent the interests of families who are unfortunately dead. You are their descendant, but because of their error, because of their great error, You are not Aina. No one can be certain of the truth of anything you say, because you are neither Aina nor human. Your scent, your reactions, your facial expressions, your body language, none of it is right. You say your symbiont has just died. If that were so, you would be prostrate. You would not be able to sit here telling lies and arguing. True Aina know the pain of losing a symbiont. We are Aina. You are nothing.
There was a swell of voices from the audience, much denial, but some agreement. All the visiting and local Aina were present in the audience or on the council. The rest of the seats were filled by symbionts who also had opinions about me. Not surprisingly, the symbionts who spoke were on my side. It was the Aina who were divided. Preston stood up.
Listen to me,
he roared in a voice Milo Silk would have been proud of, and the room went utterly silent. After a few seconds, he repeated more quietly,
Listen to me. Shori Matthews is as Aina as the rest of us. In addition, she carries the potentially life-saving human DNA that has darkened her skin and given her something we've sought for generations. The ability to walk in sunlight, to stay awake and alert during the day.
He paused, then raised his voice again.
Her mothers, her sisters, her father, and her brothers were Aina, and they have been murdered, along with all but 2 of their symbionts. All of Shori's own first symbionts have been murdered. This council has met to determine who's responsible for those murders, and now it must also consider the murder of Theodora Harden, one of Shori's new symbionts. We are here to discover the guilt or innocence of those accused of these murders, and if they are found guilty, to decide what is to be done with the murderers. Based on what we've heard so far, I don't believe Catherine Dolman should be a member of this council.
Catherine Dolman sat very straight and stared angrily at Preston.
You want your sons to mate with this person. You want them to get black human children from her. Here in the United States, even most humans will look down on them. When I came to this country, such people were kept as property, as slaves. You are biased in Shori's favor and not a voting member of this council. I won't give up my place because you say so.
Preston stared at her, expressionless still.
Council members, count yourselves for or against Catherine remaining one of you.
He paused until all of them had turned to look at him.
Zoe Fotopoulos,
he said, turning to look at Zoe. She sat farthest from me, next to Russell Silk's table. Zoe looked from Catherine to Preston, then shook her head.
Catherine should go,
she said, and we need to consider what to do about her directing her symbiont to kill Shori's symbiont. Like the Silks, she must be judged.
She must be judged,
Preston echoed.
Joan Braithwaite?
Catherine should go, Joan said stiffly. Her fears have made her stupid. We cannot afford to have stupid council members. The decisions we make here are important. They should be made with a clear head. She did not look at Catherine as she spoke, but Catherine stared at her with obvious hatred.
Alexander Svoboda,
Preston continued.
Catherine should go,
he said,
but we'd better decide now who will go with her to keep our numbers right.
Peter Markue.
She should go,
he said,
but she's the Silk advocate. Maybe Vlad should be the other member to go.
Vladimir Leontiev.
My elder father looked angrier than the rest of them. It had taken me a moment and a look from him to realize that he was angry on my behalf. Something more had been done to me, and he was furious about it.
Catherine must go,
he said.
If that means I go too, then so be it. How could she have imagined that this would be overlooked? Our symbionts are not tools to be used to kill other people's symbionts. Those days are long past, and nothing should be permitted to revive them. Anna Morariu.
Anna hesitated and stared down at the table. "Catherine should stay," she said. "Let's take care of one question at a time. After all, Catherine may be telling the truth about her symbiont. We shouldn't judge her so quickly." Several people frowned at her or looked away. Others nodded. Vladimir was right. Catherine had made little effort to make her lies believable, as though she expected at least some of the people present to go along with her because using her symbiont to murder the symbiont of someone as insignificant as I was such a small thing. It was a little sin that could be overlooked among friends like Anna Morariu.
Alice Rappaport.
"She should go." Alice looked at Catherine, then looked away and shook her head. "Over the centuries, I've seen too much racial prejudice among humans. It isn't a weed we need growing among us."
Harold Westfall.
She should go. I, too, have seen more than enough racism.
Kira Nicolau.
Catherine should go. She may be right in what she says about Shori, but she did send her symbiont to kill a human whom Shori called her symbiont. No member of a council of judgment should have done such a thing, and no council of judgment should tolerate such a thing.
Ion Andre. I believe Catherine should stay. If she's made a mistake, well, we can look into it another time. Walter Nagy. She should go. None of us want to go back to the days of feuds carried on by murdering one another's symbionts. Elizabeth Akhmatova.
She should go. How can she murder another Ina's symbiont and not think anything of it? What sort of person could do such a thing?
That was a very good question. Catherine seemed surprised that the vote went against her. She had truly expected to benefit from what she had done. She had gotten her symbiont out of my reach so that I couldn't track him and kill him before she awoke. In fact, I wouldn't have killed him. His life did not interest me. Hers did. But she didn't know me, and she wasn't willing to take chances with Jack Roan's precious skin. She had imagined that her fellow council members, all Ina, all around her age, would accept what she had done, even if they didn't like it. She believed I would either lose control and disgrace myself before the council, possibly by attacking her, or if I didn't, she could use my apparent lack of feeling to point out how un-Ina I was. She won either way. What did the life of my Theodora matter? Catherine left the table, glaring at me as though I had somehow done her an injury. I hadn't, but I would. I surely would. After a little more discussion, Vladimir left too. I was sorry to see him go. Wright called him my granddad. Ina, for some reason, didn't use the words human used to describe kinship, grandfather, aunt, cousin, but I liked the idea of Vladimir and Constantine as my elder fathers. It comforted me that I still had elder fathers, that I was a younger daughter to someone. Both Vladimir and Catherine went to sit in the audience. Wayne and Philip Gordon brought them chairs. Once that was done, the council could return to the question of whether the Silks had killed off my families. The Silks first questioned several of the Gordons, including Preston, who stood up like the others at the freestanding microphone and quietly answered the same offensive questions. He answered them without protest. No, he was not concerned about allowing his sons to mate with someone who was, among other things, a genetic experiment.
I've had a chance to get to know her,
he said.
She's an intelligent, healthy, likable young female. When she's older, she'll bear strong children and some of them will walk in sunlight."
Then Russell called Hayden and asked the same question of him.
"I am concerned because she is alone,"
Hayden said.
"I hope that she will adopt a sister before she mates with my younger sons. My brother is right about Shori. She is bright, healthy, and likable. When her sisters were alive, I saw a mating between them and my younger sons as a perfect match, or as near perfect as any joining can be."
I felt better about Hayden after that. He seemed to be telling the truth. I hoped he was. He was old enough to slip a lie past me and perhaps past everyone else in the room. But why should he? The Silks had brought along a doctor who was one of their symbionts, poor man. Russell asked the council to allow the doctor to question me about my injuries. It was intended to be offensive, another effort, like Milo's, to treat me as human rather than Ina, and of course, to humiliate me.
"He may be able to give us some insight into Shori's amnesia,"
Russell said innocently.
"Humans are more familiar with memory problems."
Ian Andre, Russell's new advocate, said,
"Russell has the right to stand aside and let someone with specialized knowledge speak for him."
Joan Braithwaite sighed. "We could waste a lot of time arguing whether or not to permit the doctor's questions. Let's not do that. Shori, are you willing to be questioned by this man?" "I'm not," I said. She nodded, looked at me for a moment. "The implications of the request are offensive," she said. "They're intended to be. Nevertheless, I advise you to let the doctor question you. He means no harm. He's only one more symbiont being used to cause you pain. Ironic and nasty, isn't it? No matter. I advise you to bear the pain so that anyone on the council who has doubts about you can see a little more of who and what you are." I did not like Joan Braithwaite, but I thought I might eventually love her. She was one of the few fairly close relatives I had left. "All right," I said. "I'll answer the doctor's questions." The doctor was called to the freestanding microphone. He was a tall, red-haired man with freckles, the first redhead I could recall seeing.
"Do you have any pain, Shori?"
he asked.
"Have any of the injuries you suffered caused you any difficulties?"
"I have no pain now," I said. "I did before my injuries healed, of course, but they've healed completely except for my memory."
"Do you remember your injuries? Can you describe them?"
I thought back unhappily. I was burned over most of my body, my face, my head. My head was not only burned, but the bones of my skull were broken, so that in two places my head felt almost soft when I touched it. I was blind. It hurt to breathe. Well, it hurt to do anything at all. I could move, but my coordination was bad at first. That's all. The doctor stared at me, and his expression went from disbelieving to a look that I could only describe as hungry. Odd to see a human being look that way. Just for an instant, he looked the way Ina do when we're very, very hungry. He got himself under control after a moment and managed to look only mildly interested.
"How long did it take these injuries to heal?"
he asked. "I'm not sure," I said. "I slept a lot at first, when the pain let me sleep. I was mostly aware of the pain. I remember all that happened once I was able to leave the cave, but I'm not sure about some of what went on before that."
"But you remember killing and eating Hugh Tang."
I drew back and stared at the man, wondering how much of what he asked was what he had been told to ask. Were Joan and I wrong? Was the doctor having fun? "I've said that I remember killing and eating Hugh Tang," I said. He looked uncomfortable.
"Could you tell us,"
he said,
About anything at all that you've been able to remember of your life before you were injured.
I recall nothing of my past before the cave, I said, as though I hadn't said it a dozen times the night before.
Does this trouble you?
He asked. Of course it does.
What is your answer to it, then? Do you simply accept your memory loss?
I have no choice. I am relearning the things that I should know about myself and my people.
Do you feel yourself to be a different person because of your loss?
I had an almost overwhelming impulse to scream at him. Instead, I kept silent until I could manage my voice. Then I spoke carefully into the microphone. My childhood is gone. My families are gone. My first symbionts are gone. Most of my education is gone. The first 53 years of my life are gone. Is that what you mean by a different person? He hesitated. Russell Silk said,
It isn't your time to question. Answer the symbiont's question.
I ignored him and spoke to the doctor. Have I answered your question? He did not move, but now he looked very uncomfortable. He did not meet my gaze.
Yes,
he said.
Yes, you have.
The doctor went on to ask several more questions that I had already answered in one way or another. By the time he ran out of questions, I thought he looked more than a little ashamed of himself. His manner seemed mildly apologetic, and I was feeling sorry for him again. How had he happened to wind up in one of the Silk households?
Is the doctor boring you, Shori?
Russell asked, surprising me. He didn't like addressing me directly. It was a family trait. I said, I'm sure he's doing exactly what you've instructed him to do.
I have no more questions,
the doctor said. He was a neurologist, Carmen told me later, a doctor who specializes in diseases and disorders of the central nervous system. No wonder he had been so interested in my injuries. I wondered whether he hated the Silks.
End of Disc 9.
Disc 10.
Finally, it was my turn to ask questions. I used my turn to call Russell's sons and their unmated young adult sons to the microphone for questioning. I asked each of them whether they had known that anyone in their family was arranging to kill the Petrescu and Matthews families. Alan Silk, one of the younger sons of Russell and his brothers, was my best subject. A good-looking, 180-year-old male who hadn't learned much so far about lying successfully, but who insisted on lying.
I know nothing about the killing of those families,
he said in response to my question.
My family had nothing to do with any of that. We would never take part in such things.
I ignored this. Did you help other members of your family collect humans in Los Angeles or in Pasadena? Humans who were later used to kill the Matthews and the Petrescus?
I did not. None of us did. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised to learn that your male and female families destroyed each other.
Russell winced, but Alan didn't see it because he was glaring at me. Is that what you believe? I asked. Do you believe that my mothers and sisters and my father and brothers killed one another? He began to look uncomfortable.
Maybe,
he muttered.
I don't know.
You don't know what you believe? He glared at me.
I believe my family had nothing to do with what happened, that's what I believe. My family is honorable and it's Ina.
Do you believe that my families killed each other? He looked around angrily, glancing at his new advocate, Ian Andre, who had apparently decided not to get into this particular foolish argument.
I don't know what they did,
he muttered angrily. He held his hands in front of him, one clutching the other. I sighed. All right, I said. Let's see what you believe about something else. Several humans were used to kill my families. How do you feel about that? Are humans just tools for us to use whenever we find a use for them?
No, he said, of course not.
He looked at me with contempt.
No true Aina could even ask such a question.
He suddenly swung his arms at his sides, then held them in front of him again, as though he didn't know what to do with them. What are humans, then? What are they to you? He stopped glaring at me and looked uncertainly at Russell. Russell said, "What do his opinions of humans have to do with the deaths of your families?" "Humans were used as the killer's surrogates," I said. "What do you think of using them that way?" "Me?" Russell asked. "You," I said. "Have you finished questioning Alan, then?" "I haven't. But you did jump in, and it's my time to ask questions. You've had yours. If you would like, though, I will question you as soon as I finish with Alan." He looked both confused and annoyed. Since he didn't seem to know what to say, I returned my attention to Alan. "Are humans tools, then? Should we be free to use them according to our needs?"
Of course not.
"Is it wrong to send humans out to kill Aina and their symbionts?"
Of course it's wrong.
"Do you know anyone who has ever done that?"
No!
He almost shouted the word. The sound of his own voice magnified by the microphone seemed to startle him, and he was silent for a moment. Then he repeated,
No. Of course not. No.
Every one of his responses to my questions about humans were lies. I suspected that his brothers lied when I questioned them. I wanted to believe they were lying, but my senses told me that Alan, with his little twitches and his false outrage, Alan was definitely lying. If I could see it, anyone on the council could see it. Chapter 27. When the second night of the council ended, I was exhausted and yet restless. I wasn't hungry, and I couldn't have slept. I needed to run. I thought if I circled the community, running as fast as I could, I might burn off some of my tension. I got up from my table and joined my symbionts. I walked outside with them, and we headed back toward the guest house.
"What's to stop Catherine Dahlman from escaping?"
Wright asked.
"She could decide to join her symbiont in Texas or wherever he is." "She won't run," Joel said. "She's got too much pride. She won't shame herself or her family by running. Besides—"
He paused. I glanced back at him.
"Besides,"
he said to me,
"she might believe she has a better chance of surviving if she stays here and takes her punishment."
I said nothing. I only looked at him. He shrugged. At the guest house, the four of them went straight to the kitchen. While they were preparing themselves a meal, I went out to run. I didn't begin to feel right until I'd done not 1, but 3 laps around the community. I was the only one running. Everyone else, Ina and Human, had trudged back to their meals and their beds. When I came in, I avoided the kitchen and dining room where I could hear all 4 of my symbionts and the 6 Rappaport symbionts moving around, talking, eating. I went upstairs and took a shower. I was planning to spend the night with Joel. My custom was that I could taste anyone any time, a small delight for me and for my symbionts, a pleasure greater than a kiss, but not as intense as feeding or making love. I made sure, though, that I took a complete meal from each of them only every 5th night. Now it would have to be every 4th. I would soon have to get more symbionts, but how could I think about doing that now? Dry and dressed in one of Wright's t-shirts, I somehow wound up in Theodora's room. I wasn't thinking. Her scent drew me. I sat down on her bed, then stretched out on it, surrounded by her scent. I closed my eyes, and it was as though she would come through the door any minute and see me there, and look at me in her sidelong way and come onto the bed with me laughing. A couple of nights after she arrived, she had found me reading one of Hayden's books written in Ina.
and I'd read parts of it to her, first in Aina, then in English. She had been fascinated and wanted me to teach her to read and speak Aina. She said that if she was going to have a longer lifespan than she had expected, she might as well do something with it. I liked the idea of teaching her, because it would force me to go back to the basics of the language, and I hoped that might help me remember a little about the person I had been when I learned it. I lay there and got lost in Theodora's scent and in grief. I must have stayed lost for some time, lying on the bed, twisted in the bedding. Then Joel was there with me, taking the bedding from around me, raising me to my feet, taking me to his room. I looked around the room, then at Joel. He put me on the bed, then got in beside me. After a while, it occurred to me to say, "Thank you."
"Sleep,"
he said.
"Or feed now, if you like."
"Later."
"I'll be here."
I turned and leaned up on my elbow to look down at his face.
"What?"
he asked. I shook my head. "Why did you want me?" I asked.
"What?"
"You know what I am, what I can do. Why didn't you escape us when you could have? You could have stayed in school or gotten a job. The Gordons would have let you go." He slipped his arm around me and pulled me down against him.
"I like who you are," he said, "and I can deal with what you can do."
He hesitated.
"Or are you thinking about Theodora? Are you feeling responsible for what happened to her? Do you believe that she was killed because she was with you, and so why the hell would I want to be with you?"
I nodded. She was killed because she was with me. She trusted me. Her death is not my doing directly, but I should have left her in Washington where she was safe until all this was over. I knew that. I missed her so much, though, and I had to have more symbionts here with me.
"If she hadn't been here, one of the rest of us would have died," he said. "Theodora was probably the weakest of us, the easiest to kill. But I'll bet if she hadn't been here, Catherine would have sent her man after Brooke or Celia."
I nodded. "I know."
"Catherine's guilty, not you."
I nodded against his shoulder and repeated, "I know." After a while, I said, "You knew much more than most would-be symbionts. You really should have stayed away, made a life for yourself in the human world."
"I might have gone away if you hadn't turned up. You're not only a lovely little thing, but you're willing to ask me questions."
Instead of just ordering him around, yes. That would be important to a symbiont, to anyone. "I won't always ask," I admitted.
"I know,"
he said. He kissed me.
"I want this life, Shori. I've never wanted any other. I want to live to be 200 years old, and I want all the pleasure I know you can give me. I want to live disease-free and strong, and never get feeble or senile. And I want you. You know I want you."
In fact, he wanted me right then. At once. His hunger ignited mine, and in spite of everything, I did still need to feed. I wanted him. I lost myself in his wonderful scent. Blindly, I found his neck and bit him deeply before I fully realized what I was doing. I hadn't been so confused and disoriented since I awoke in the cave. I needed more blood than I usually did. He held me even though I took no care with him. Afterward, when I was fully aware, I was both ashamed and concerned. I raised myself above him and looked down at him. He gave me a sideways smile, a real smile, not just patient suffering. But still, I put my face down against his chest. "I'm sorry," I said. He laughed.
"You know you don't have anything to apologize for."
He pulled the blanket up around us, rolled us over, and slipped into me. I kissed his throat, and licked his neck where it was still bleeding. Some time later, as we lay together, sated but still taking pleasure in the feel of skin against skin, I said, "You're mine. Did you know that? Your scent is so enticing, and I've nibbled on you so often. You're mine." He laughed softly, a contented, gentle sound.
"I thought I might be," he said.
That afternoon, we were all awake and restless, so Celia suggested we get away from Punta Nublada for a while and take a drive, have a picnic, a meal to be eaten outside and away from so many strangers. I liked the idea. It was a chance for us to get to know one another a little better, and a chance to think beyond the last council night. While I added my hooded jacket, gloves, and sunglasses to my usual jeans and t-shirt, the four of them prepared a meal from the refrigerator. Celia told me I looked as though I were about to go out into the dead of winter. "Aren't you hot?" she asked. "I'm not," I said. "The weather is cool. I'll be fine." They felt changes in the weather more than I did. They took me at my word and packed their food and some cold soda and beer in the styrofoam cooler that we had bought for our night in the woods in Washington. They had made sandwiches from leftover turkey, roast beef, and cheddar cheese, and took along a few bananas, some red seedless grapes, and the remains of a German chocolate cake. We all fit comfortably in Celia and Brooke's car, and Brooke drove us out to the highway and then northward toward a place Joel knew about. We chose a space on the bluffs overlooking the ocean, where there was a flat patch of grass and bare rock to sit on, and from where we could watch the waves pounding the beach and the rocks below. Brooke had thought ahead enough to bring along a blanket and a pair of large towels from the guest house linen closet. Now she spread them out on the ground for us, sat down on one of the towels, and began eating a thick turkey and cheddar sandwich. The others took food from the cooler and sat around eating and drinking and speculating about whether the silk symbionts hated their Ina. "I think they do," Celia said. "They must. I would if I had to put up with those people." "They don't," Brooke said. "I met one of them when they first arrived. She's a historian. She writes books, novels under one name and popular history under another. She says she couldn't have found a better place to wind up. She says Russell's generation and even Milo help her get the little details right, especially in the fiction. She says she likes working with them. Maybe she's unusual, but I didn't get the feeling that she resented them." Joel said, "I think that doctor who questioned Shori yesterday joined them so he could learn more about what they are and what makes them tick. I wonder what questions he would have asked if he'd had a choice." "He's definitely hungry to know more," I said. "He wants to understand how we survive terrible injuries, how we heal." Joel nodded and took a second roast beef sandwich.
"I wonder what he'd do if he discovered something. Some combination of genes, say, that produced substances that caused rapid healing. Who would he tell?"
"No one," I said. "The Silks would never let him tell anyone."
"Maybe he just wants it for himself,"
Wright said.
"Maybe he just wants to be able to heal the way Shori did."
I shook my head. I don't believe anyone would want to go through a healing like that. I can't begin to tell you what the pain was like. They all looked at me, and I realized that the doctor wasn't the only one who wanted to heal the way I did. I spread my hands. "I'm sharing the ability with you in the only way I can," I said. "You're already better at healing than you were." They nodded and opened more food, soda, and tall brown bottles of beer. After a while, I said, "I have to ask you something, and I need you to think about the question and be honest." I paused and looked at each of them. "Have any of you had a problem with either of the Braithwaites or their symbionts?" I asked. There was silence. Brooke had lain down on her back on her towel and closed her eyes, but she was not dozing. Celia was sitting next to Joel, glancing at him now and then. Her scent let me know that she was very much attracted to him. He, on the other hand, was glancing at Wright, who had sat down next to me, taken my gloved hand, kissed it, bit it a little as he looked at me, then held it between his own hands. He was showing off, and for the moment, I was letting him get away with it. "The Braithwaites," Celia said. "Joan could cut glass with that tongue of hers, but I think she's really okay. She just says what she means."
"Are you thinking about moving in with the Braithwaites?"
Joel asked. "I am, yes, for a while. If they'll have me. That's why I'm asking all of you whether you've seen anything or know anything against them. If you have reason to want to avoid them, tell me now."
"I like them,"
Joel said.
"They're strong, decent people, not bigots like the Silks and the Dahlmans and a couple of the other council members."
I barely know the Braithwaites,
Brooke said.
I danced with one of their symbionts at a party.
She smiled.
He was okay, and I got the impression he was happy, that he liked being their symbiont. That's usually a good sign.
I got the impression she thought the Braithwaite symbiont was more than just okay. Brooke might wind up enjoying our stay with the Braithwaites more than the rest of us, if the Braithwaites agreed to let me visit them for a while.
"So you're not thinking of trying to get them to adopt you?"
Joel asked. "I don't believe I want to be adopted," I said. "I can't remember my female family at all, but I'm part of them. I can learn about them and see that their memory is continued by continuing their family. If I'm adopted, my female family vanishes into history, just like my male family did, and I've promised to mate with the Gordons." I thought of Daniel and almost smiled. I don't know whether that will happen, but I hope it will, and I'm not going to do anything to prevent it.
"So you'll wind up having 6 or 8 children all by yourself,"
Wright said.
"Is that the way it will be?"
"Eventually," I said, "but I'm thinking about doing what Hayden said last night, adopting a relative, a young girl from a family with too many girls. That way, there will be 2 of us. Preston says I can't do that until I'm an adult myself, although I can look around. I hope to be able to live with several different families and learn what they can teach me. I'll read their books, listen to their elders."
"You're trying to get yourself an education,"
Joel said. I nodded. "I have to re-educate myself. Right now, you probably know more about Aina history and about being Aina than I do. I have to learn. Problem is, I don't know what my re-education will cost." He smiled.
"Better ask,"
he said.
"Although actually I think Joan will tell you whether you ask or not. Learning is good, though. My father made sure I picked up as much education as I could even before I went off to college. From what Hayden has told me, I'm one of maybe a few hundred humans in the world who can speak and read Aina."
And Theodora would have been another, I thought. "It will be a while before we have a home," I said. "But as my family's affairs are sorted out, and we begin to have more money, you'll be able to have the things you want and do what you want to do. Maybe one of you wants to write books or learn another language, or learn woodworking or real estate." I smiled. "Whatever you like. And there will be more of you. At least 3 more eventually."
7 people,
Wright said.
"I understand the need, but I don't like it."
I like the idea of moving around for a while,
Brooke said.
When I was with Yosef, we didn't travel much at all, except for elders going to councils of one kind or another. Most adult Aina do very little traveling, probably because traveling is such a production, with so many people needing to travel together. I'm definitely ready to do some traveling.
Once you've traveled for a while, you'll probably be ready to settle down again pretty fast, Celia said. "My father was in the army while I was growing up. We moved all the time. As soon as I made friends or began to like a school, we were gone again. This sounds as though it will be like that. Meet a friend, spot a nice guy, start a project, then you're on your way to somewhere else."
"We'll be staying mostly with female families, won't we?"
Wright asked. "We will," I said. "If it doesn't cause trouble, we'll pay short visits to the Gordons and the Leontievs. But as I understand it, My pheromones are going to give males more and more trouble as I approach adulthood.
Bound to be true.
Wright growled into my ear. The growl made my whole body tingle. Stop that, I said, laughing, and he laughed too. So all we have to do, Celia said, is get through tonight. Then we can get on with our lives. I talked with Margaret Braithwaite that evening. I went to her office bedroom before the third night of the council could begin. Shori, you shouldn't ask me about this now, she said. You should have waited until judgment was passed and the council had concluded its business. I had found her looking through a book she'd borrowed from Hayden. I hadn't seen her borrow it, but the book smelled deeply of him and only a little of her. One of his older Ina histories. Why should I have waited? I asked. Have I broken some rule? Oh, no, no rule. It's just that you might not want to come to us once you hear the judgment. I thought about that. It seemed impossible that anyone had failed to hear the lies that the Silks and Catherine Dahlman had told. The elders were much more experienced than I was in reading the signs. Is it possible that the council members will fail to see what the Silks have done? I asked. It is not possible, she said. The problem isn't their guilt and Catherine's. The problem is what to do about it. What punishment to impose. They killed 12 Ina, all of my male and female families, and nearly 100 symbionts. From what I've heard, none of the people they killed had ever harmed them. How can they be allowed to get away with what they've done? You want them to die. I want them to die. Would you help kill them? I stared back at her. I would. She sighed. They'll die, Shori, but not in the quick, satisfying way you probably hope for. That won't happen, except perhaps in Catherine's case. She and her family haven't been good about maintaining friendships and alliances. Very stupid of them. But the Silk family will not be killed today. Why? Because as terrible as their crimes are, I don't believe the council vote will be unanimous. Understand, I'm telling you what I believe, not what I know. I might be wrong, although I doubt it. The council won't want to wipe out an ancient and once respected family. They'll want to give them a chance to survive. I didn't say anything for a while. I hated Catherine Dahlman. I would see her dead sooner or later, no matter what anyone said. I hated the Silks, too, but it was a different, less immediate hate. They had killed people I no longer knew, and they had killed without knowing me. I wanted to see the Silks dead, but I didn't need to see them dead in the way that I needed to see Catherine dead. That wasn't the way I should have felt, but it was the way I did feel. I said, Daniel told me that the Silks' unmated sons might be taken from them and adopted by other families. Margaret nodded. I think that will happen. If it does, the word will be spread tonight by mail, by phone, and by email to all the world's Ina communities. I'm glad Daniel let you know what could happen. What if the Silks decide to come after me again? I was their main target all along because I was the one in whom the human genetic mix worked best. They killed so many just to get to me. They have the possibility of rebuilding their family if Russell's son's generation can convince their mates to try to have more children. They will lose that opportunity if they make another attempt on your life or on the lives of your people, even if they fail. If they try again, they will be killed. I looked at her for several seconds. You truly believe this will stop them from secretly trying to kill me, or perhaps trying to kill my children in the future? Ina are linked worldwide, Shori. If the Silks give their word, and they must give it if they are to leave here alive, and then break it, they will all be killed, and any new sons adopted away,
Their family will vanish. They know this. Then, will you permit me to come to you with my symbionts, learn from you for a while, work for you to pay our way? She sighed. For how long? I hesitated. 1 year, perhaps 2. Come back to me when the council has finished with its business. I believe that we will welcome you, but I can't answer until I've spoken with my sister. There was a formal feel to all this, as though we had spoken ritual words. Had we? I would find out eventually. What about Catherine? I asked. She shook her head. I don't know. I don't believe I could let her go. Wait and see. Theodore wasn't even a person to Catherine. She was just something Catherine could snatch away from me to make me weaker. I know. Don't give her what she wants. Wait, Shori. Wait and see. Chapter 28. There were no parties on the night of the third council session. The hall was so full that there was not enough seating for everyone. People stood or brought chairs from the houses. No one seemed to want to sit on the concrete floor. Seats had been roped off for my symbionts in front, as had seats on the opposite side of the hall for the Silks and their symbionts. The members of the council seated themselves as usual, in the same order, and when they were all settled, Preston stood up. This was everyone's signal to be quiet and pay attention. Preston waited until silence had worked its way from the front to the back of the room. Then he said,
Russell Silk, do you have anything further to say, or any more questions to ask of Shori Matthews, or of anyone that you or she has asked to speak to this council?
This was Russell's last chance to speak, to defend his family, and to make me look bad. Of course, anyone he called, I could question too. Russell stood up. I have no one else to call, he said, holding his microphone, looking out toward the audience. Then he turned and faced the council. I suppose, in a sense, I call on all of you to remember that my family has maintained good and honorable friendships with many of you. Remember that the Silk family helped some of you immigrate to this country in times of war or political chaos in your former homes. Remember that, in all the time you've known us, we have not lied to you or cheated you. What matters most to us, to every member of the Silk family, is the welfare of the Aina people. We Aina are vastly outnumbered by the human beings of this world. And how many of us have been butchered in their wars? They destroy one another by the millions, and it makes no difference to their numbers. They breed and breed and breed, while we live long and breed slowly. Their lives are brief, and without us, riddled with disease and violence. And yet, we need them. We take them into our families, and with our help, they are able to live longer, stay free of disease, and get along with one another. We could not live without them. But we are not them. We are not them. Children of the great goddess, we are not them. He shook with the intensity of his feeling. He had to take several breaths before he could continue. We are not them, he whispered. Nor should we try to be them, ever. Not for any reason, not even to gain the day. The cost is too great. He stood for a second longer in silence, then sat down and put his microphone back on its stand. The room had gone completely silent. Once he sat down, Preston broke the silence.
Shori, is there anyone you would like to question, or anything you would like to say?
I have questions, I said, standing up with my microphone. I had thought of something as Russell spoke, something prompted by what he had said, and by my having seen Margaret Braithwaite reading a history book just a short while ago.
It seemed to me that Russell had just admitted that his family had killed my families. He wanted us to believe that he had done it for a good reason. I said to Preston, "I want to ask you a few questions, if that's all right." Preston looked surprised.
All right. Russell questioned me, so I do qualify as someone you can question now.
I nodded. I ask this because of my limited knowledge of Aina law. Preston, is there a legal, non-lethal way of questioning someone's behavior? I mean, if I believed that you were doing something that could be harmful to other Aina, would I be able to bring it to the attention of a council of some kind or some other group? Preston did not smile, did not change expression at all, but I got the impression he was pleased with me.
There is,
he said.
If you believed I were doing something to the detriment of the Aina, something that was not exactly against law, but that you seriously believed was harmful, you could ask for a council of the goddess.
Russell snatched up his microphone and protested.
Council of the... That hasn't been done for at least 2,500 years.
You are aware of it, then? I asked him.
It wouldn't have been taken seriously. No one's done it for 2,000...
Did you try?
Your family's made no secret of the fact that they didn't even believe in the goddess.
From the hypothetical to the real. Careless of him. Would that have mattered? I asked. Could my family have ignored a call to take part in a council of the goddess? Russell said nothing. Perhaps he had remembered where he was and exactly what was being argued. Preston, would it have mattered?
The rule of 7 would apply,
Preston answered.
If the rule of 7 is satisfied, and the accused family refuses to attend, the council would be carried on regardless of its absence. The family would be bound by any vote of the council, as though it had been present. If the family were ordered to stop whatever they were doing, and they refused to stop, they would be punished.
I stared across at Russell. Preston, has the Silk family ever tried to assemble a council of the goddess to discuss or warn against the genetic work of my elder mothers?
Not to my knowledge,
Preston said.
Russell?
Again, Russell said nothing. It didn't matter. Surely he had already said enough. I sat down and put my microphone back in its place.
Does any council member have questions?
Preston asked. No one spoke.
All right,
he said.
Council members, I ask you now to count yourselves. Is the Silk family guilty of having made human beings their tools, and sent those human tools to kill the Petrescu and the Matthews families? Are the Silks also guilty of sending their tools to burn the Petrescu guest house where Shori Matthews and her symbionts were staying? Are the Silks guilty of sending their tools to attack the Gordon family here at Punta Nublada? And also, was Catherine Dahlman, the Silk's first advocate, guilty of sending one of her symbionts, Jack Roan, to kill one of Shori Matthews' symbionts, Theodora Harden?
He paused, then said,
Zoe Fotopoulos?
I had decided that Zoe was the most beautiful Aina I had ever seen. Her age, over 300, didn't seem to matter. She was tall, lean, and blonde like most Aina, but was a striking, memorable woman. When she arrived, I had asked Wright what he thought of her. He said,
Sculpted. Perfect, like one of those Greek statues. If she had boobs, I'd say she was the best-looking woman I've ever seen.
Poor Wright. Maybe one of the Braithwaite symbionts would have large breasts.
Shori Matthews has told us the truth,
Zoe said.
I have not once caught her in a lie. Either she has been very careful, or she is exactly what she seems to be. My impression is that she is exactly what she appears to be. A child, deeply wronged by both the Silk family and Catherine Dahlman. Members of the Silk family, on the other hand, have lied again and again. And Catherine Dahlman has lied. It seems that all this killing was done because Shori's families were experimenting with ways of using human DNA to enable us to walk in daylight. And it seems that no legal methods of questioning or stopping the experiments were even attempted.
She took a deep breath.
I stand with Shori against both the Silks and Catherine Dahlman.
Joan Braithwaite,
Preston said.
Shori told the truth, and Catherine and the Silks lied.
Joan said.
That's all that matters. I must stand with Shori against both.
Alexander Svoboda.
I stand with Shori against Catherine Dahlman,
he said.
But I must stand with the Silks against Shori. Shori has told the truth as far as she knows, as far as she is able to understand with her damaged memory. But I can't condemn the Silks as a family because of what one child, one seriously impaired child, believes.
And yet, every Silk who had spoken to the council had lied about what he had done, about what he knew, or both. How could Catherine Dahlman be punished for killing one symbiont, and the Silks let off for killing 12 Aina and nearly 100 symbionts? But that was Alexander's less than courageous decision.
Peter Marque,
Preston said.
I stand with Shori,
Peter Marque said.
I don't want to. My family has been friends with the Silks for 4 generations. There was even a time when we got along well with the Dahlmans. But Shori has been telling the truth all along, and the others have been lying. Whatever their reasons are for what they've done, they did it. And for the sake of the rest of our people and all our symbionts, we cannot allow this to go unpunished.
Anna Morario.
I stand with the Silks and with Catherine Dahlman, Anna said. Shori Matthews is much too impaired to be permitted to speak against other Aina. How can we destroy people's lives, even kill them on the word of a child whose mind has been all but destroyed, and who, even if she were healthy, is barely Aina at all? It is a tragedy that the Petrescu and Matthews families are dead. We shouldn't deepen the tragedy by killing or disrupting other families. She was the one who had said Catherine Dahlman might be telling the truth. Now she seemed to be saying that my families had simply been unlucky and had, for some unknown reason, died, and that it would be wrong to punish anyone for that. Nothing wrong, she seemed to think, with letting your friends get away with mass murder.
Alice Rappaport.
I stand with Shori, Alice said. Catherine and the Silks are liars, people who use murder but never think to use the law. They know better than anyone here that we can't let them go unpunished. And what about the rest of you? Do you want to return to a world of lawless family feuds and mass killing?
Harold Westfall.
I stand with Shori,
Harold said.
To let this go would be to endanger us all in the long run. Both the Silks and Catherine must be punished for what we all know they've done.
He glanced at me unhappily. I got the impression he didn't want to be here. He didn't want to stand with me. I suspected he didn't even like me much. But he was doing his duty and trying to do it as honestly as he could. I respected that and was grateful for it.
Kira Nicolau.
I stand with Shori as far as Catherine is concerned,
Kira said.
What Catherine did was completely wrong, and I have no doubt that she did it. I don't believe she even meant to convince us otherwise. It just didn't seem very important to her. But as to the other problem, I must stand with the Silks. I don't believe Shori's memories and accusations should be trusted. I'm not convinced that Shori understands the situation as well as she believes she does. She believes what she says, that's clear. In that sense, she is telling the truth. But like Alexander, I'm not willing to disrupt or destroy the Silk family on the word of someone as disabled as Shori Matthews clearly is.
Nothing about the lies the Silks had told. Nothing about my dead families. And yet, Kira herself was telling the truth as far as I could see. She really seemed to believe that I was so impaired that I didn't know what I was talking about. She had somehow convinced herself of that.
Ion Andre.
There was a moment of silence. Finally, Eon said,
I stand with the Silks and with Catherine. I don't want to. I believe the Silks may have murdered Shori's families. It's certainly possible. And Catherine may have sent her symbiont after Shori's symbiont. But, like Kira, I cannot in good conscience base such a judgment on the words of someone as disabled as Shori is.
It was painful to listen to them. I wanted to scream at them. How could they blind all their senses so selectively? And how could they see me as so impaired? Maybe they needed to see me that way. Maybe it helped them deal with their conscience.
Walter Nagy? I stand with Shori,
Walter said.
and I would stand with her even if she were out of her mind, because it is so painfully obvious that the Silks and Catherine Dahlman were lying almost every time they answered a question. They have committed murder, and, in the case of the Silks, mass murder. If we excuse that in those we like, we open a door that we tried to lock tight centuries ago. Make no mistake. If we ignore these murders, we invite people to settle disputes themselves, and we risk exposure in the human world. We are, every one of us, vulnerable to the fires that consumed Shori's families.
There was a moment of silence. Finally, Preston said,
Elizabeth Akhmatova.
I stand with Shori,
Elizabeth said.
For all the reasons Walter's just given, I stand with her. And I stand with her because I've watched her. She is impaired. I can't imagine what it would be like to lose the memory of nearly all of the years of one's life. Her memory was stolen from her, but her ability to reason wasn't stolen. The questions she's asked, questions that were answered again and again with lies and misdirection, were good, sensible questions. The questions she answered honestly. The murderers who killed her families and her symbiont, the thieves who stole her past from her. Should these people be rewarded because they did such a savagely thorough job? No, of course not. Shori, on the other hand, should be rewarded for using her intellect to protect herself and to find the murderers.
Chapter 29. And that was that. There was a moment of silence, then Preston stood up.
The decision is made,
he said.
A majority of 7 members of this 11-member Council of Judgment have stood with Shori Matthews against both Catherine Dahlman and the Silk family. Therefore, Catherine Dahlman and the Silk family must be punished for the wrongs they have done. But because the decision was not unanimous, their punishment must be other than death. For the wrongs the Silk family has done, for their complete destruction of the Petrescu family, for their nearly complete destruction of the Matthews family, and for their attempted destruction of the Gordon family, the penalty, by written law, is the dissolution of the Silk family. The 5 unmated Silk sons must be adopted by 5 families in 5 countries other than the United States of America. Each will mate as the males of his new family mate. They will be Silk no longer.
The room was utterly silent. Even the Silks made no sound. I wondered how they could keep silent. Was it pride? Was it pain? Were they refusing to believe the sentence, or only refusing to let others see their pain? I looked across the room at Russell Silk. He stared back at me with utter hatred. If he could have killed me, I think he would have done it with pleasure. I realized coldly that I felt the same toward him. If he came after me and I could kill him, I would, joyfully. Preston said,
Russell, you've heard your family's sentence.
Russell managed to turn away from me and direct his hateful stare at Preston.
Stand,
Preston ordered. Russell made no move to rise. He turned to look at me again. He looked as though he wanted to kill me so badly that it was hurting him.
Russell Silk,
Preston said in that big, deep, clear voice of his.
Stand,
he said.
Stand and speak for yourself and your family.
Russell Silk rose slowly, and I watched him. He was at the very edge of his control. If he lost control, he would certainly come for me. He was half again my height, and easily twice my weight. An adult Aina male, not a deer. But he was old, perhaps not as fast as a deer. Watching him, I decided I could ride him. I could be on him before he could stop me. I could tear out his throat. It wouldn't kill him, although my venom might tame him for me, make him obey. If it didn't, it would surely slow him down, give me a chance to twist his head right off. No one could recover from that. I could do that. I could.
You must accept the sentence,
Preston said.
Then each member of your family must stand and accept it. By your acceptance, you give your word, each of you, that there will be peace between the Silks and the Matthews, peace between the Silks and the Gordons, peace for a period of at least 300 years from today.
Preston paused, his eyes on Russell as intently as mine were.
The penalty for refusing to accept your sentence, or for breaking your word once you've given it, is immediate death. Death for you, Russell, and for each mated member of your family.
He paused and looked at the Silk family waiting in the audience.
Do you accept your sentence?
He demanded. Russell launched himself toward me. I stood up and away from the table, ready for him, eager for him. It was like being eager for sex or for feeding. But before he could reach me, before I could taste his blood, 2 of his sons and 1 of his brothers leapt up from the front row, grabbed him, and dragged him down. They held him while he struggled beneath them, screaming. At first, it seemed that he wasn't making words. He was only looking at me and screaming. Then I began to recognize words.
Murdering black mongrel bitch?
And,
what will she give us all? Fur? Tails?
He didn't shed tears. I wondered suddenly whether we could cry the way humans did. Russell just lay curled on his side, moaning and choking. I watched the whole group of Silks, clustered in the first few rows on Russell's side of the room. Milo glared at me, but the others were focused on Russell, who seemed to be slowly regaining his sanity. Wright and Joel got up and came toward me, but I waved them back to their seats. They couldn't regrow lost parts. Better for them to stay clear. Milo looked from me to them, a long, slow look. Then he looked at me again. It was an obvious threat. Daniel Gordon, his fathers, and his brother came up to stand behind me. In silence, they looked back at Milo. The pile of silks on the floor untangled itself, and all four of them stood up. After a moment, Russell went back to his table and stood by it. The rest of his family watched him, as the three who had restrained him went back to their seats. At the same time, the Gordons behind me melted away and went back to their seats, as silently as they had come. I sat down at my table. Preston repeated in an oddly gentle voice,
Russell Silk, do you accept your sentence?
It was as though there had been no interruption. Russell looked down at his table, then stared at me.
"What is to be done with the Matthews child?"
he demanded.
Nothing at all,
Preston said.
"She should be adopted. She's a child. She's ill. She should be looked after, brought into a family that can teach her how to at least pretend to be Ina."
You created Shori's problems,
Preston said.
but solving them is not your concern. Your only concern now is whether you accept your sentence or reject it. Now, for the last time, do you accept your sentence?
Russell looked at his family, his father, his brothers, his sons, and his 5 younger sons who would soon be leaving the Silk family to be adopted by others. Adoption was apparently so permanent a thing that there was no possibility of their sneaking back home or uniting as Silks in another country or another part of the United States. For one thing, they would eventually be mated to different families of females, and their sons would never be Silks. It took Russell almost a full minute to make himself say the words,
"I accept the sentence."
Milo Silk?
Preston said. Milo stood up. In an ancient, paper-dry voice that I had not heard from him before, he said,
I accept the sentence.
Then he sat down again and sagged forward in his chair, staring at the floor, elbows resting on his knees. Once he had said it, each of the rest of his sons could say it. Then their sons could say it. Finally, the youngest unmated sons, those who were giving their word that they accepted absolute permanent banishment, could say it. It still seemed wrong to me that they should be the ones to bear the worst of the punishment. Each might never see his fathers or his brothers again, and 3 of them were children. They were the only ones truly not responsible for what their elders had done to my families. It occurred to me suddenly that Russell had asked about my being adopted because if I, like his sons, became a member of a different family, he might not be legally forbidden from attacking me. If I were not Shori Matthews, but Shori Braithwaite, for instance, I might be fair game. The Braithwaites might be fair game. I had no intention of being adopted, but I did intend to ask Preston if my suspicions were true. The Gordons quietly separated the Silks from their unmated sons. The sons' symbionts joined them quickly, and that was a good thing. It would ease their pain to have these loved and needed people with them, people they had probably known most of their lives. The sons would be taken from their fathers, but not from the humans who were closest to them. In fact, someone would have to collect the rest of their symbionts back at the Silk community and reunite them with their Ina. I was glad to see that one of the son symbionts was the doctor who had questioned me. It was good that he could be away from the ugly contempt of the adults. The Silk son to whom he was bound was taller than I was, but he looked no older. The youngest Silks and their symbionts were herded out of the room by several adult Ina, the siblings of those who had served on the Council of Judgment. Perhaps these were the people who would have had to carry out the death sentence if there had been one. Was that the arrangement? One brother or sister passed judgment, and the other helped to carry out the sentence? The adult Silks watched, distraught. Their obvious pain was so much at odds with their utter stillness that it was hard to look at them. They stared at their children, their family's future, walking away, and in that vast room, no one spoke a word. Then the youngest Silks were gone, and we all sat looking at one another. Preston coughed, an odd sound from him since he did it to get our attention rather than to clear his throat.
"We must also attend to the matter of Catherine Dolman,"
he said. He looked at her where she sat near the Silks.
"Stand, please, Catherine, and come forward."
Very slowly, she stood up and came to the microphone that stood alone in the ark. Preston, also standing, faced her.
"For the wrong that you've done, Catherine Dolman, for using your own symbiont, Jack Roan, as a murderous tool, for having him kill Theodora Harden, the symbiont of Shori Matthews, you must, according to written law, have both your legs severed at mid-thigh."
He took a breath.
"Catherine, do you accept your sentence?"
She leaned forward to speak into the microphone, then had to lower it to her height.
"I do not,"
she said when she had finished.
"The punishment is too extreme. It does not fit the minor crime that I committed."
"Minor crime?" I said loudly. "How can murdering a woman who never harmed you, who never even threatened you, be a minor crime?" She didn't even glance at me.
"I ask that the members of the council consider my punishment and count themselves for or against it."
I looked at Preston. I found it intolerable that Catherine would be permitted to live. Now she was whining about having to suffer at all. If she accepted her punishment, in a year or two, she would have legs again and be fine, but Theodora would still be dead. Minor crime?
"I will give up my left hand to pay for my crime,"
Catherine said.
"That's more than justice."
"Or perhaps only a finger," I said. "Maybe a fingernail would do. But if the penalty is so small, then I should be able to do to you what you did to me. Which of your symbionts shall I take?" She looked at me with more hatred and contempt than I would have thought she could manage. Then she turned away and spoke to Preston.
"I demand a count of the council. I have a right to that." "There has been a count as to your guilt. Once that vote went against you, your guilt and punishment were decided. You have no right to negotiate, and you know it. You knew the law long before you decided to break it."
She looked away from him, stared past him, and said nothing for several seconds. Finally, she shook her head.
"I can't accept it. It's unjust. That human was not a symbiont because Shori is not Aina. And at my age, the punishment would probably kill me."
What did that mean? Was she saying she thought it was all right to kill innocent human beings who were not symbionts? Preston hesitated, then spoke gently.
"Catherine, this isn't a death sentence. It will be bad. It's supposed to be bad. Consider what you did to earn it. But your family will look after you, and in a year or two, you'll have healed. But refusing the sentence, Catherine, that would be death."
She shook her head.
"Then kill me. Go ahead, kill me. I cannot accept the punishment you've ordered."
The two of them, not far apart in age, stared at one another.
"We'll take a short break,"
he said.
"Catherine, go talk with your sister and your symbionts. Think about what you're doing."
He stepped away from his place at the table and glanced at his silent audience.
"We'll resume in 1 hour."
My symbionts hesitated, then came up to me. I didn't know why they hesitated until they stayed back and let Wright be the first to touch me. He took my hand, and when I took his huge hand between both of mine, the others came up to me. I realized that they were afraid of me. What had I said or done? How had I looked or acted to make these people whom I loved and needed most afraid of me? I stood and hugged each of them, holding Brooke for a little longer than the others because she was trembling so. "The tension in this place is like a bad smell," I said. "Let's go back to the house for a while." We left the hall and headed toward the guest house. We weren't talking. I think we all wanted what I had said, a little time away from the anger and hatred and pain in the hall. Joel had put his arm around me and was, I think, deliberately distracting me with his scent. I needed to be distracted. Both he and Brooke knew enough about the Ina to do something like that. I sat with them in the kitchen while they had coffee and cinnamon apple muffins. Wright was talking about building our first house himself, and the others didn't believe he could do it. I did. I kind of liked the idea. They dared me to taste the coffee, and I tasted it. It was less appealing than plain water, but not disgusting. I wondered what other human food or drink I could tolerate. When I had more time, I might find out. We talked for a while longer, then got up and headed back. Suddenly, there was confusion and shouting. Not too far ahead of us, people came spilling out of Henry's house. Before I could understand what was going on, Catherine Dahlman was there in front of us. She had run from Henry's house, run faster than a human could, but not that fast for an Ina. She was holding something in front of her, clutched in both hands. It took a moment for me to understand that she was holding a rifle. She ran ahead of the crowd, then stopped suddenly and leveled the gun at my symbionts and me. I charged her. I was terrified that she would kill another of my symbionts before I could stop her. Again, I had not kept them safe. She fired, and I felt as though I'd been punched hard, hammered in the stomach by something impossibly strong. It was as though I hung in midair for an instant, not going forward, not dropping. It didn't happen that way, of course, but I felt as though it did. In fact, my momentum carried me into her. I hit her with my feet, and she started to fall. I hit the rifle with my hand, shoved it upward, and made her next shot go wild. Her weapon was an old bolt-action rifle, perhaps one of those kept handy while the Gordons were worried about being attacked. If it had been automatic like the ones our attackers had used against us, or if Catherine had been quick with it, she might have shot me again before I reached her. She might have battered me down with bullets. Then, while I was helpless, she could have finished killing me. Instead, I reached her. As we struggled on the ground, I tore the gun from her hands and threw it away. I was surprised that I could. She was an adult and larger than I was, even though she was small for an Ina. I could feel her in my hands as she twisted and tried to push me away, tried to tear herself free of me, tried to bite me. My own strength was bleeding away. She was winning, holding on to me, pulling me close so that she could bite and tear. With the last of my strength, I rammed my hand upward, hit her hard under the chin, pulled myself up, and bit down hard into the flesh of her throat. She screamed. Either she was terrified of my getting control of her, or her pain overwhelmed her. I had not bitten her for nourishment or out of affection. I meant to destroy her throat, tear it to pieces. She let go of my shoulders to grab my head and push my face away, and in the instant of opportunity that gave me, I went for a better grip on her with my teeth. I bit through her larynx. She would do no more screaming for a while. And I broke her neck, or tried to. I wasn't sure whether I managed it or not, because I lost consciousness before the worst of my own pain could catch up with me. And then it was over. Epilogue. I regained consciousness slowly. It was like struggling up through mud. I was naked, except for one of Wright's big t-shirts. Someone had undressed me and put me to bed. The room was very dark, and I lay alone in bed. I couldn't see well at first. I wasn't in pain from my wound, but I felt weak. Weak on a whole different scale from anything I'd felt since the cave. In fact, this felt like awakening in the cave. This time, though, I thought I'd only lost a night or two. Then I smelled meat somewhere just beyond the bed. I turned toward it, literally starving. My body had used up its resources healing itself and had reached the point of beginning to consume its own muscle tissue as fuel. I scuttled toward the meat, desperate for it. Someone said, "Stop, Shori." And I stopped. It was right. My first. I pulled back, seeing him now, tall, broad, and shadowy, sitting in a chair next to the bed. I hadn't touched him, wouldn't touch him. I pulled back, away from him, clutching the mattress, whimpering. The hunger was a massive, twisting hurt inside me, but I would not touch him. I heard him moving around. Then I caught a different scent. Beef. Food.
"Here,"
he said.
"Take it. Eat."
He gave me a big dish filled with lean pieces of raw meat. It wasn't as freshly killed as I would have preferred, but it was good enough. I gulped the meat, bit the pieces into smaller chunks, and swallowed them barely chewed, then gulped more. I finished the platter and grabbed the new one that Wright offered me, gulping much of it. Then, with growing contentment, finishing the rest more slowly, actually chewing before I swallowed, feeling almost content, finally content. I put the platter down, leaned back against the headboard, and sighed. "Thank you," I said. "But next time, if this ever happens again, don't stay with me. Just leave the meat."
"I don't see where you put it all,"
he said.
"You're so small. If you were human, I'd expect you to be sick after eating like that."
I was sick, from the need to eat.
"I know, but... Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm just grateful you're all right."
"You shouldn't have been here," I told him again. I shook my head, tried to shake off the memory of Hugh Tang. "How could the Gordons let you stay here with me?"
"They didn't,"
he said.
"They said we should put the meat in a cooler and leave it in here with you. They said none of us should go in, that we should wait until you came out."
"You should have." He put something in my hands. It turned out to be several disposable wipes. I used them to clean my hands and face. Then he poured water from a pitcher into a glass and handed me the glass. I had seen neither the pitcher nor the glass until he picked them up from the night table. I was focused on him, his scent, the sound of his heartbeat, his breathing, his voice. It was so good to have him nearby, even though he shouldn't have been. I took the glass and drank. "Thank you," I said. "Why did you disobey the Gordons? You know what I could have done."
"I'm not Hugh Tang,"
he said.
"and you didn't have a head wound this time. I knew you wouldn't hurt me."
I stared at him, amazed and angry. "You don't understand. The hunger is so terrible. Even without a head wound, I might have killed you."
"You stopped the instant I spoke. I don't believe you would have touched me. In fact, without the head injury, I don't think you would have touched anyone else who had the presence of mind to speak to you. I was pretty sure I was safe here."
"You don't know what it's like to be so hungry." He put his hand on my arm.
"I don't. And I wish you hadn't had to go through it. I know you were afraid Catherine was going to shoot one of us."
Very slowly, He gathered me to him. I let him because it felt so good, so completely comfortable to rest against him. "Are the others all right?" I asked, knowing they were. His manner would have been very different if someone had been badly injured, or killed. He smiled.
"They're fine. They're worried about you. They've been sitting with you when I had to take breaks. It's been 3 nights. Preston told us it would be at least 3 nights. Hayden said it would more likely be 5 or 6 nights, but Joel said that for Ina medical problems, you can just about always trust Preston."
I shook my head, amazed, thinking about what could have happened. What if I had awakened and scared Celia or Brooke, or attacked them because they tried to run away? I'm glad I woke when you were here.
Me too.
And what about Catherine?
Dead. Wells and Manning took care of it since executions are the business of the host family. They can do it themselves or bring in other families to help. But this time, they didn't need help. They beheaded her, then burned both the head and the body. She might have healed from what you did to her. Her throat was already beginning to. But she refused to accept the judgment against her. She preferred death. She said she was just sorry she couldn't take you with her. Her sister Sophia accepted the judgment on behalf of the Dahlman family. Preston says that means we won't have to worry about them coming after us.
Good. I hope that promise is as good as the Gordons think it is.
I asked Hayden about that. He's kind of the Gordons' historian. He said we shouldn't worry, that not many people want to risk sacrificing the lives of their whole adult family to violate a judgment. It's supposed to be a matter of honor anyway. He said the Dahlmans aren't a likable family, but it seems that they are, by their own standards, an honorable one. Sophia Dahlman is the oldest of them now, and she's given her word. They'll keep it.
I sighed. I wonder how you can be honorable and still kill the innocent.
Don't know,
he said.
They're your people.
I looked up at him. We'll have to learn about them together.
Well,
he said,
Catherine was the guilty one, and now she's dead.
He was right. That's what mattered. Theodora was avenged, and the rest of my symbionts were safe. What about my mothers and sisters, my father and brothers? What about my memory? They were all gone. The person I had been was gone. I couldn't bring anyone back, not even myself. I could only learn what I could about the Ina, about my families. I would restore what could be restored. The Matthews family could begin again. The Petrescu family could not.
All the council members have gone home,
Wright said.
Joan and Margaret Braithwaite left you a letter and their address and phone numbers. They're okay with us spending a year or 2 with them after you've straightened out your parents' affairs and talked to Theodora's family. Joan says if you're going to survive on your own, you'll need good teachers, and she's willing to be one of them. She also said she thought you'd make a damn good ally someday.
I thought about that and nodded. She's right. I will.